check. 1, 2. Check, check, check. Check. 1, 2. 2. Check, 2. Check, check. Check, check, check. 1, 2.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you open? Wait. Open this channel.
We can hear you.
I'm talking from.
Good morning, we can hear you.
Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check, check.
Inspiring a sustainable future. 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 Inspiring a sustainable future.
Kevin, look in the audience. See the hands that are up. So you were trying to play a trick on me? You were the first person to enter here. It's not 9 yet. We are the first person to enter here this morning. Stand up. How can all of you have come at the same time? TG, good morning. Kevin, you're supposed to be a VAR, video assistant referee, but you're a fake VAR. There's a VAR. Eh? No, the VAR one I want, not be human being VAR, because I don't trust on that two again. Show me VAR for screen. These cameras were on since like 8 a.m. I'm coming to that screen. Show me VAR. What time did you enter? Huh? No. I don't want scenes. I need please technical kill that audio. Thank you. I don't want scenes. Scenes is too generic, it can be anytime. When did you enter this auditorium? Not PTDF. When did you enter this auditorium? No. What time did you enter this auditorium? I will pass you now and I'm not going to come back. 7:20. What time did you enter the auditorium? 8:05. I sit down. Okay, you're standing. Sorry, I didn't see you. Forgive me. What time did you enter? 7:20. Are you people doing committee or standing, or you are part of those standing? Which one are you? Decide. Who are you? Are you APC or PDP? Okay, you are not in contest. What time did you enter? 6:49. 6:49. You entered this auditorium or you entered these premises? When did you enter this auditorium? When did you enter this auditorium? When did you enter this auditorium? This auditorium, 6:49. Auntie, sit down. Uncle, sit down. There's 6:49 now. Was I here? When did you enter? 6:47. 47, 49. 47, 49. The guy, are you a lawyer? Jesus, the guy get evidence. Baba, you a lawyer? So, I stopped here. He said 6:47. You said 6:49. By the process of elimination, who is eliminated? We have validation. I will go and see VAR. Don't worry, I'm coming. Hey, I have VAR. Wait, I'm coming back to you. When did you enter this hall? Okay, I'm dealing with 6 now. You are still talking 7. Eh. See, I don't. If you're standing by that gate at 2 a.m., I'm not interested. If you're in this hallway at 4 a.m., I'm not interested. If you're in front of this door at 6:30, I'm not interested. When did you enter here? See, they have VAR. I'll go and check. I'll go and do VAR now. When did you enter? Sit down for now first. When did you enter? He was here before you. Let me tell you what's funny. If I don't get an outright win, I'll keep my money. Off and on. Somebody call on off and on for me. I will keep my money if I don't get an outright winner. You can't come in together. Are you twins? Was your camera rolling this morning? No, the person you are saying is the first person is not, because there's 649, there's 647. The guy has admitted he came at 702. I'm not interested who did enter the hall. The deal was who comes into this room first. That was the deal. My deal is who entered this room first, not who came to the PTDF building first. Did you enter this room? You entered and you were told to go out. Who can substantiate the fact that when you entered they were sweeping? I should go and look for them. Okay. One chance, don't worry. Don't worry, I'll see my VAR. Can you find me a cleaner who walked in this room this morning and find out from them kindly what time did they clean this room? Please find out from them. That's my son in whom I'm well pleased. So whatever he tells me, I will decide whether it's him, you, or you. If they clean, you will not even stand up. You will not even stand up. What bank do you use? You are not really in the running for this money, to be very fair, because you said 702. But they say they saw you come. Yes. Kevin Cashley, before the guy came to you, did you see any other person come into this room? What time did you arrive here, Kevin? You didn't clean by 6:45, 6:49. Did you clean in 6:45? You didn't clean by 6:45 or 6? Were cleaners working here at 6:30, 6:40, 6:50? No, AM. This morning. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. If they get, so sit down first. Ejoko. Huh? No. Hold on. When I said first to come, I did not say go identify with technical. I'm a very honest person. I did not say identify with technical, right? If your camera was rolling, that would have made my life easy. Your camera was not rolling. You came at 6:49, he came at 6:47. You couldn't have come at the same time. Even amongst twins, somebody's older. Two of you decide who came first. You have 5 seconds or the money is gone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who decided? Who came first? You are from 6:47, you now sat down. Are you in the same school? I'm suspecting 2 of you. Yes. Okay. So you came into this room before him. Okay. Off and on. If you can hear me, don't worry. We have settled Iran and Israel have reconciled. Iran and Israel are friends now. You said it's Standard Chartered. What did you say? You get money. You don't need this 150. Do you know what it means to bank with Standard Chartered? Jesus, this guy is large. You are large. You're a large boy. Standard Chartered Bank. Standard Chartered Bank. Okay. I was actually trying to go to Standard Chartered Bank app and send the money to you. Why are you changing again? Because I said, but you're a big boy. To bank with Standard Chartered Bank. Bank we get only 2 branch for Abuja. All right, First Bank. No, don't worry. Don't worry. Give me the First Bank. I hope the First Bank works though. I call your account number. First Bank. You want to get close to me or you want to scream it? All right. All right. All right. All right. Abubakar Yahaya Abubakar. Okay. Student or young professional? Are you a student or young professional? You're currently serving. Are the 2 of you in the same platoon? Oh, that's why he sat down as a big boy that he is. Confirm you have received it. Huh? I even get PA, where get phone. Where do you hold your phone for you? So, Kevin, before you do VR next time, be very sure you saw all the players on the pitch. Don't be seeing some players and not seeing some players. What's your stress? Anyways, welcome to day 2. Thank you for joining us. Eh? I'm not a 419 and you know it. I'm not a 419 and you know it. You're welcome. From now till the end of the year. From now to the end of the year, as part of my commitment to reward punctuality, every event you see me, I'll give out cash and gifts to the first person that enters my event from now to the end of the year. So my next event is on Monday at the Abuja Continental. Abuja Continental. I don't know if you are. I don't know if you have access to be there. If you do, the first person that enters that room on Monday, maybe that might be 500,000, who knows? But anyways, let's make progress to day 2. Technica is not part of this business and you know it. But we should reward punctuality. Enough of the celebration and tolerating of this non-existent African time is a shame. Onwards to day 2, and the hackathon was going to begin now. I mean, I have no work I'm doing there. It's just to invite Iniebong, Dr. Iniebong, to invite Dr. Iniebong Nadia Alban to come and take over and drive the conversation for the next couple of minutes. Please give her a warm applause as she takes center stage.
Thank you very much. Very happy to be here. So as we said yesterday, we had startups applying from different walks of life. Those are early stage startups. Be patient with them. Don't ask them difficult questions. But they really come very motivated, very passionate, from Nigeria, from Cameroon, and they are with us. I think you have 5 of the selected startups with us. And then we have a special presentation by the young generation of SPE. We're going to hear an idea of that's quite new. Well, old and new, actually. So let's see what he says. And we will have a couple of people on Zoom. I hope that they're going to be able to join from Cameroon on Zoom. So hopefully it will all work well. I will ask everyone, let me just make sure that I have the right link. I will ask everyone in the room to go to a website so that they can put in their comments. Okay, So it's https://tiny, TINY, url.com/AGIS dash, like a dash, pitch dash evaluation. I'll try to see if I can get the IT folks to show us this. IT, if I send you this link, will you be able to show it? Here. Yeah, take this one. It's the second link. Yeah. So if you can just show it. So what I'm asking is that everyone in the room, even if this is, if you just graduated, if you're an undergrad, if you are expert who has been working in the field for many years, give your honest feedback, give your constructive feedback, tell them what they need to work on, because they are going on a journey of 3 to 5 to 7 very successful years of a startup journey, and they need your advice. Now, judges, I'm going to ask our MC to judge. I'm going to ask Mr. Thank God to judge, and I'm going to need a volunteer as well from Cypher Crescent. I will get them. Hopefully my colleague here can help me with that, to formally judge the startups, because we're going to go through a round of elimination and really going through a second round of presentations where the winners are going to actually get selected from. So, are we ready? Are we ready? You guys need to be ready, because they have been ready since yesterday. Okay, these guys have been ready since yesterday. So we're going to start the presentations with our first IT. Are we good to start the slide for Connex? So this is the website. Hopefully you can see it. Make sure that you can access it first. So if you prefer pen and paper, we have that too. Whatever is easier for you. Let me just give people a minute. So the presentations are going to be quick. They're going to be 3 to 4 minutes max. By 3 minutes, I'll put my hand up. My 4 minutes, I will close their PowerPoint, and we will move on. So make sure that you have that. Leave the link, please, for a couple of minutes more. Even the presenters can give feedback to their friends. That's also possible. To other presenters, that's fine. Has anyone accessed that website yet? Yeah, show of hand. Okay, so it works. It's live. Okay, good. Thank you, Ogama, for setting that up. Okay, so we start. Yeah. Okay, IT, can you help us put up the first file for Connex? So Connex has been very proudly, she will tell you, he was trained by FI Abuja, but we only met physically here in AGIS. That's the power of AGIS. Thank you very much. Welcome. Go ahead.
Good morning, friends. My name is Imari Michael Elechi, and I'm the founder of. Okay, good morning, friends. My name is Imari Michael Elechi, and I'm the founder of Konixoy. Koenig is an AI-driven energy platform, petroleum platform that is helping Nigerians to be able to access petroleum products in real time, any day, anytime, 24/7. But you may decide to ask, why do we need Koenig's app? Why do we need petroleum app in Nigeria? Some times ago, I was running late to work and I wanted to refill my CNG car. So I ran to the first filling station and I discovered that that filling station is closed. So I ran to the second one, discovered that they don't have CNG. So I then ran to the last one. And unfortunately, there were long line of queues. So this is the problem that every Nigerian faces daily: long queues, lack of information when it comes to sourcing petroleum product. You don't have idea where you are going to get petroleum product. You have to do it manually. You get to one filling station, they don't have, you start asking people, where can I buy this, where can I buy that? So we have this information gap and lack of transparency when it comes to buying petroleum product, when it comes to the accessibility of petroleum product in Nigeria. And that is why we at Koenigs, we are trying to solve this problem by building a petroleum app that allow Nigerians to have information when it comes to petroleum products. Our app enabled Nigerians to know where they can find petroleum products. It's just an app. When you open the app and on your location, you'll be able to see petroleum outlets around you, the distance from where you are to where those outlets are located. You'll be able to see their prices, the ratings of those filling stations, if they are honest or dishonest. You'll be able to even see crowd congestion. If you are running late, you'll be able to make an informed decision whether you should go to that filling station or if you seek other options. So you can also visualize crowd congestion, know all the details you know about that filling station before you go sourcing your product. Now, people love this solution so much that just using our WhatsApp platform, we have been able to help more than 400 people to convert to CNG and also to find closest place, the best place that they can refill their fuel or CNG. We have also earned more than $5,000 of net profits since in about 6 months since we started. The way we make money from Koenigs is through payment processing. This app enables people to be able to pay for their oil and gas purchase using our app, and we earn some money electronically. And also we have this dealership percentage. For example, if you're in office or your house and then you order fuel or you order CNG, and those who have onboarded as sellers on our platform comes and supply this product to you, this outlet that is registered on our platform give us some percentage of commission after they successfully supply this product to the clients in our platform. Also, we have these queue bypass options. For example, if you are running late and you want to go to a filling station, or you are an emergency responder and you want to go to a particular filling station, we have this quick bypass option that enable you to bypass queue, jump queues at filling station just by paying some extra fees. And filling station that we have all gone to, they were so excited about this quick bypass option because it have been long that they are seeking for ways to monetize queue at petroleum stations. You come to Nigerian market is large, and our total available market is about $500 million in Nigeria, and we have this serviceable market of $15 million, and our current obtainable market here in Abuja is about $5 million when it comes to petroleum products. Despite the clamor for renewable energy, according to statistics, it has been shown that there will be continuous demand for petroleum products due to development, urbanization, indefinitely. And CNG is expected to continue to grow and grow. That's because it's part of those renewables. What about competitors? Well, we don't have issue with competitors. Our competitors are these roadside black marketers and also regular police stations. But we are better than them because we are convenient, we are reliable, we are real time. Anytime you come to Koenigs app, 24/7, you'll be able to buy a petroleum product, even in the night time. The way we want to go to market, our marketing strategy is by partnering with influencers like Davido, Whiskey, and all these influencers to make sure that we'll be able to introduce Konix app so that a lot of people will use it. Our team is comprised of many experts in the field. I myself am a graduate of Founders Institute Accelerator Program of 2024. I'm also a graduate of FSI Accelerator Program, and I have a degree in business management. With me are many other people who are senior software engineers, legal practitioners, professional marketers, people who have spent long time, decades in business. We are seeking investment of $100,000 to $250,000 to be able to help us to complete development of Konix. Thank you. And we're going to be using this funding to update our system. We have this mapping, satellite analytics that help us to track the stations, know how many people are in the field station.
Thank you, sir. You did well. You did well. It was the first speaker is always the toughest. So that's they get a tougher job in managing things. You can have that here. So by 3 minutes, I'll make a mark. By 4 minutes, I'll stand here. By 5 minutes, I'll stand here. Okay. Okay. So next, first of all, we take a minute to judge him. Give your opinions on the URL. If we can have the URL up again, please. Tech. I don't think if they see my face, they'll be able to judge him. So they need the actual link. Okay. Hopefully you guys have had an opportunity to do that. While we do that, we'll prepare for the next one on our list. Is it Carbon X? Carbon EX? Just see. There's fire here, man. Okay, are you sure? Okay. Go ahead.
All right. I hope I haven't started yet. So please, you have to restart. Okay, it's good. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Solomon Iwu Ejike, co-founder Carbonex. We are building Africa's first carbon-financed clean cooking platform, which makes LPG affordable and accessible to women and mothers in low-income households. What is the calamity? Every day, millions of Nigerian women inhale toxic smoke while cooking. More than 100,000 die yearly due to exposure to biomass smoke. The rising cost of LPG forces families to revert to firewood, worsening health and carbon emissions. Carbonex to the rescue. We are able to solve this problem with our IoT-enabled cook stoves. These cook stoves track carbon savings, and we convert the carbon savings to carbon credits. The revenue generated from carbon credits, it's used to subsidize the monthly refills of LPG. So in short, what we have is affordable clean cooking, which is automated, scalable, and trackable. Money, money, money. So we sit at the intersection of an estimated $6 billion Africa carbon market and a $2.5 billion carbon opportunity for Nigeria. We project that we shall be able to capture $250 million within 3 to 4 years of clean cooking in Nigeria. Our firepower, yeah? So we have these IoT-enabled cook stoves, which are comprised of fuel sensors and satellite data transmission. This enables transparency even in rural areas. So users see savings while we see verified carbon data. This is essential for global carbon credit buyers. We were not born yesterday. We have raised $17,800 in funding. We have built partnerships with Nigeria Communications Satellite Agency and Global Sustainable Futures. We have also piloted agricultural carbon tracking. However, we've made a pivot to clean cooking, which is our revenue breakthrough. All right. We didn't come to play. Our team has blends and expertise of IoT, that's Internet of Things, climate finance, carbon markets, innovation, and project management. We are execution ready with global vision and local insights. Okay, I think we are better than the rest. We offer end-to-end carbon tracking, rural inclusion, and instant financial returns through carbon markets. So that means that we are just not selling cook stoves. We are actually monetizing climate impact. All right, money. What's in it for you and us? We get $63 per household from carbon revenue, and with a customer acquisition cost of $5 and a lifetime value of $630. Our model is lean, profitable, and scalable. All right, we are looking for $40,000. We need this to scale and deploy 200 cook stoves for a 6-month pilot. This will fund manufacturing, LPG access, satellite setup, carbon MRV, and household onboarding. Join us as we scale climate tech, gender empowerment, and community income. All right, so while I've been talking, this stove has been on. Please, can you beam this? And you'll find that on my phone, we have the online platform that is capturing data in real time. Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, so, yes. So on the phone, is the online platform that is capturing the readings, the sensor readings in real time. All right. Okay, fine. So we have on the phone the online platform that is capturing sensor readings in real time. This means that we are turning every kitchen in rural Nigeria, in low-income households, into engines that drive revenue and climate justice. Thank you.
You can also pass your phone by the judges and make sure that they can see it as it's calculating. Give yourselves 30 seconds to judge Carbon EX. And if we can close this, I would, after this we will close. Okay. Yes, so you're here, that's fantastic. We are ready. Are we ready? Yeah, okay, we're ready with the next one? Super, that's very good. Let's just give it a minute. There we go, CarbonWise, you're on stage. Let's go. So this was stopwatch. Go ahead. So this stopwatch is 4 minutes. I'm going to show you at 3, and then I'll stand on stage. They already have the slides from yesterday. That's fine. Oh, you want some new slides? Okay, then while you do that, we will skip and wait until the rest of us present, because we already have sent the slides. So we'll go to the next one because CarbonWise wants to update slides. Okay. So we're going to go to trash formers. I'm not sure if they're online. Are they online? Is anyone online? You're here. That's fantastic. Thank you so much, Sarah, for being here. Okay, can we get the screen to 1, 2, 3, 4 to the 4th person? Transformers. I'll leave you to introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Good day, everyone. I hope I'm audible. My name is Tara Aisha Atta. Okay, we've started. I'm the founder of Transformers Nigeria Limited. We are a startup waste conversion company currently working on an incubation stage biogas generation project. In simple English, we convert coal into gas. I don't have. So we understand the struggle of Nigerian students. They are our customer segment. And this is the fact that they struggle to afford and access reliable cooking energy due to their limited resources in time and money. We also are targeting households to promote the adoption of urban farming through the use of our organic fertilizer or biofertilizer, if you will. Okay. Our solution is to offer students a cost-effective, easy to access cooking fuel solution that offers more value in cooking time. And I'll give you the numbers. 0.15 kg of conventional cooking gas or LPG gives us an hour cooking time, whereas biogas, which is the solution we are working on, gives you an hour, 15 minutes cooking time. That is an extra 25% extra cooking time. Also, our organic fertilizer eliminates the need for annual soil fertilization by promoting soil health through every single use up to 3 years. Okay, according to Statista, which is an online database, we have over 2 million students in tertiary institutes in Nigeria and over 40 million urban dwellers in Nigeria. However, according to Statista still, just almost 24 million of that number urban dwellers have enough space in their backyard to practice urban farming. Okay. Our total addressable market for the biogas is the students, which are 2 million in number, and serviceable obtainable market is just over 400,000. As I mentioned earlier, our products are biogas and organic fertilizer. We project from our plant the capacity to generate just over 1.3 million kg of biogas, 552 tons of organic fertilizer from converting 882 tons of chicken poo annually. Okay, first I would like to mention that we had the grace of being the first runner-up for competition in 2023, where we raised 15 million to run our incubation stage project, which is situated in Kwale, Abuja, excuse me, where we have successfully experimented on the use of cow and chicken poo to generate gas. We intend to onboard over 50,000 students on our platform in our first year, set up point of sale stations within campuses. We target over 10 campuses to set up our point of sale stations. And the purpose for the point of sale stations is to eliminate the need for dispensary filling stations and create an ease of access to our customers. Another revenue stream of ours that we would be able to tap into in the year when we launch our product is carbon credits. And this will be attainable during the process of production, where we are intending to attain our certification that we would use to calculate the amount of carbon we will be removing through our production process and then convert that into cash. Okay, we currently have a team of 4, inclusive of myself, a technical team of 4, inclusive of myself, with a combined 2.5 decade experience in our various fields. However, we still have a slot for 3 team members, or a slot to onboard 3 team members in areas of marketing, financial management, and research and development. Okay, our competitors are NIPCO and AA Oil and Gas, among other gas distributors. NIPCO focuses on the promotion of to promote the adoption of natural gas as a for vehicular purposes, and AARN Oil and Gas already serves the existing cooking gas market. Our competitive advantage over both our competitors is the first movers advantage we have with our pre-filled biogas/burner cylinders, which allows us to make our products available at ease for our customers, and then our point of sale stations that eradicate the need or limit the need for dispensary stations. Our projection for 3 years, which is the time we envisage a return on investment, is 985 million in our first year for biogas and 110 million in the first year for fertilizer. We have calculated a 25% annual revenue growth rate, 25% annual reduction after our first year in our operation cost, and a standard operation cost of 19.62%. Okay. $1 million.
Thank you very much. If they need more information, they'll come back to you. It's 5 minutes already. Thank you very much. Please allow yourselves a minute to give her some feedback. Now, for the rest of the presenters, they're going to be online. At least a couple of them are going to be online. So we're going to go to Cameroon right now. Ruben is online. I wonder if I can see him. Can you showcase the Zoom, please? Yeah.
Okay, everyone hear me? Hello?
Okay, is Ruben online yet? If we're having time to do that, then let's take GPMP. Lucky is actually here. So if we can go to slide number 5, I think it was. Okay, so you have the stage, you have the rules.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucky Ajidoku. I am the founder of GPMP. All right. The Nigeria oil and gas pipeline spans across over 5,000 kilometers in length. And this it also cuts across creeks and riverine areas where maintenance is highly difficult. But still, the Nigerian oil and gas workers still have to go through these difficult terrains to still check and monitor these pipelines. Most of the technologies they use are human surveillance. They also use SCADA systems to also know the condition of the pipelines and IoT-based systems. But there is a problem. Now, the problem is that these technologies only give real-time updates about these pipelines. For instance, if you have a leakage in a particular pipeline, the workers have to move to that particular section to stop the leakage. But what if we could make it better? So this brought about my solution. I call it Project GPMP. So it's basically a service that will help workers prevent pipeline leakages by detecting pipelines that need maintenance early and hence reduce wastage. So how does it work? I will not bore you with the gas and oil market size. So the solution is basically simple. It's a website. You visit, you fill in some certain parameters about the pipeline, and it predicts and tell you if
this pipeline needs critical maintenance. Now you can see from the color coding here, there are three basically outputs you can get. You can either get a normal condition, that's the green color, to tell you that the pipeline is okay, or you get a yellow color that tells you this pipeline is moderate. Then, or you get a red color that shows you that the need for maintenance is very critical. Now, what happens behind the scene? This is an AI model that is trained. We source our data from Kaggle. So we built it on scratch specifically for this hackathon. So within 2 days, we were able to come up with this. We trained the model. Then we source data from Kaggle, like I said, integrated it with a Streamlink in order to give you this output. So what this entire application does is it benchmarks your entry, the parameters you enter. It will benchmark it with the data we train. And data set contains over 1,000 pipelines, their parameters, so that we know which is in which condition. So if you enter your data in this particular system, it will now benchmark it and I'll tell you if the need for maintenance is very, very critical. So our traction, by fourth quarter of this year, we are expecting to move to a weight-based comprehensive dashboard that workers can check the status of their pipeline. We also intend to move to a mobile app by subsequently, so that for real-time alerts, then possibly in the near future, we're also considering an AI integration to be able to pinpoint exact location. Now, team members, well, we are all computer engineers, but I'm specializing in AI. My others are in software and data engineer, and the last person on the list is a cloud and cyber security expert, so that to ensure the safety of our data. So our competitive advantage, where we are better than the rest, we're able to predict maintenance. Like I said, real-time solutions, they just tell you after the issue have occurred, maybe after there's a leakage, then the team will not run there. But we will save you that time. We'll save you that time because we can able to predict and tell you beforehand that so pipeline needs critical attention. Okay, we are also cost effective, we are AI driven. We are not using IoT sensors or any complex technology like that. And human error, of course, this AI, there's no human error. So our financial projections, we project 15 to 20% savings in maintenance costs. Yeah, and our revenue streams will be basically a subscription-based model. We'll be charging $3,300 annually. So in our first year, we are projecting 2 clients. Then by our next year, second year, we are projecting 5 clients. And by then, we'll be able to break even. We also took in our calculations, inflation of 15% for our second year. Then our third year we took an inflation approximate of 30%. And by our third year, we are expecting to, our investors will have the ROI of 300%. So our ask is simple. We are asking for $12,000. So a chunk of this will go for R&D because this AI is an evolving technology. And then our model, our website integration, cloud infrastructure, and marketing. Thank you. Cloud, the GPMP is not here to replace any maintenance structure you already have in place. Actually, it will complement it and work together with it. From your SCADA systems, you already have data about the pipelines and parameters, like the pressure, temperature, and those. So those are the data that will feed in the project.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so do give him some feedback. Judges, please judge. And we are going to Cameroon, right? Okay. On Zoom. Ruben, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear. Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're waiting.
Okay.
We're waiting for the IT.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Ruben from. Sorry, I have to see this screen. Good day, everyone. I'm Ruben, so from Cameroon. Can everyone hear me?
Of one, if you are
Okay.
thumbs up if you can hear me.
Hello. Much. Can you see the screen?
Okay, so we've been having enough IT issues with Cameroon, so we're going to keep Cameroon to the very end. We'll sort it out through the day. So we're with Sonic Eye right now. Patience, floor is yours.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Okay, I am Ogo Patience, and I'll be presenting the product Sonic Eye. All right. So Sonic Eye is a real-time IoT system that monitors your water, gas, and fuel level. Why do we need this? Most times, I think I'll talk more about the product eventually, but the major issue is that most persons, when they have their gas, their fuel, there's this sort of disruption that comes up, all right? And apart from that, we target to be able to gather data, all right, so that would be used eventually, as I proceed with the presentation, I'll tell you more about it. So now, the major problem, the major concern here is disruption of supply. Most persons, when they're in their homes cooking, there is disruption. You talk about commercial centers, you talk about business centers, you talk about hotels, you talk about those that are into hospitality business. There is this disruption that comes all of a sudden when they don't even know when the gas gets exhausted. So you have this discomfort, you have this loss of revenue, you have this mistrust from your customers. So that is a major problem. So it spans from the residential to the commercial to the industry and generally. So this Sonic Eye is out there to be able to address these concerns. Now, what solutions are we producing, preferring? The first major solution would be to use an ultrasonic sensor. Ultrasonic sensor, because this is very safe, which is one of our major competitive advantage. Ultrasonic sensors for your LPG and CNG. It gives you real-time data. It tells you as it is, the level of your gas, the exact level of your fuel, the exact level of your water, so that if you need to take any critical action, you are able to take that action immediately. So that's why we also have that part where you have the preset level notification. As you get this app, as you get the software, you set the level that you want it to notify you on. As soon as it gets to that level, it's not to say it has been exhausted, but it's instantly. And then there's the opportunity to be able to use this for payment. We're thinking of commercializing it. We're thinking of linking with other commercial people that are into supply, people that supply gas, people that are into the marketing of gas and all of that related products. You don't have to start struggling, trying to book boat or any other device to try to go and line up at any fuel station to refill. They come to you, all right? And then with the USSD app, you are able to make these payments seamlessly. And then we also have the Wi-Fi bridge for remote access. So this gives you just a summary of what the device does. So we have a sensor that transmits your data via the Bluetooth directly to your phone. So you are able to monitor it exactly as it is right on your mobile device. And if the device is not smart, we also have that option where you have it for some phones that are not smart. You get your notifications instantly. So it goes straight to your device. And then we also have a process all right, in the internet. So this is the catchy part, because we don't just want to monitor your device for you. We noticed that within Nigeria, we have issues with data concerning gas. When you talk about making policy, when you talk about decisions for government, they are not able to make those decisions because you don't have enough data. So we are thinking of having this data stored up somewhere so that we can access it. And once you are able to access this data, you can make decisions. So those that want to go into gas business, you will be able to tell where you have concentration of users of gas so that you are able to situate your business in a very good area. You don't just want to go and build a plant that people will not visit. So this is part of what we are selling. So now talking about the market size, if you look at the map we have over there, you see that we have areas that has high concentration of gas across Africa. So the market is not the problem. All right, we have people that put using this app. And then talking about why we need this, due to disruption of gas supply, although there's not enough data, but from the little we were able to gather, we were able to get that if you are able to interrupt the supply of gas by 50% for just a month, the country will lose up to 180 million US dollars. That is quite much. So we're trying to step into bridge this gap. Now, talking about the market model, how do we intend to sell this? First, we have hardware sales, and then after, we'll talk about subscription for the app. So for those that subscribe from the app, we'll be able to get some revenue from them. Talking about those that are into logistics and then supplies, we'll connect with them too and be able to get some amount of money from that. And then for those that want to use the app for refill and transactions, we'll be able to get some returns from them too. And then for the market and competitive advantage, yes, there are one or two products out there, but the problem is that some of them you have to stick it to your gas tank. And most of us will be able to tell that gases are not kept in the house. We keep them outside. So do you have to always go outside and look at your gas to be able to tell that the gas is getting finished? So this gives you that option of it being displayed on your phone, though you don't have that problem of going outside. Also, it's low cost, all right? And then it is weather resistant. Since we know that it will be placed outside, we consider that factor of it being weather resistant. Also, talking about data, the data that comes out can be used for forecasting, decision making, and other things. So, how do we intend to go to the market? First, we'll start with residential users. Okay, they already have customers out there that they get from. We'll connect with these customers. We'll start with residential users, go over to commercial, and then go up to industrial level. So for our projection, what we intend to do, first year we'll go with the pilot project and the early adopters. By the second year, we expand regionally, and then by the third year, we break even. So finally, for the members of the team, as displayed here, and what we are asking for is strategic partnership. Thank you very much.
Very much. Thank you, Patience. Thank you. Again, give her some feedback through the link. Give her your opinion. Carbon-wise is next. We finally got the her slides sorted out. So one good thing is about no, I'm just using this time. Can we move to the slides we sent today? Yeah, just always make sure that you send your slides the day before. I think that's the learning message for me. Carbon-wise.
Good morning, everyone. Standing on existing protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, who said ambition can take you far? I am Ogene Cedric Bakeji, a daughter of the Niger Delta region of Nigeria, a region that breaks oil and sweats gas. But I'm not just a native, I'm a visionary. I'm a girl who with audacious flares into golden opportunity. From a young age, I noticed around the Warri region the high firing towers burning ceaselessly, and it was almost majestic. But this was, of course, until I found the devastating truths that those flames weren't just burning gases, they were torching the environment. Every moment, a massive amount of natural gas is fled into the atmosphere. It releases alarming quantities of carbon dioxide, a major greenhouse gas. And surprisingly, every year, Nigerian oil and gas company spends approximately 380 billion naira paying off emission fines. But what if we could turn these losses into revenue? Well, this is where I step in with CarbonWise, a next generation carbon capture and utilization CCUS system that helps companies cut emission and make money while doing so. So what's the problem that we're trying to solve here at CarbonWise? Most Nigerian oil and gas companies and flare gas operators today prefer to pay emission fines rather than invest in decarbonization strategies, not because they do not care, but rather because existing systems are too expensive and obviously not tailored for the African ecosystem. And on the other hand, chemical industries face high cost of sourcing industrial materials like carbon and oxygen. Invariably, this leads to harm on the environment while these companies are losing money. If this is the problem, then how do CarbonWise even provide a solution to it? CarbonWise is a tech-driven advanced CCUS system that captures CO2 directly from emissions, breaks it down using plasma technology, and then sells the repurposed carbon and oxygen to industries for use. For flare gas operators, we offer them value by helping them remove their emission fines and reduce their ESG regulatory pressure. And for the chemical industry, we provide cheaper, high-quality raw materials without the hassle of high production costs, infrastructure, and high energy costs. For our market size, we are focusing on 3 main markets: CCUS installation markets, the carbon market, and the oxygen market. In our first 2 years, we are projecting 5 installations, and we'll be looking at taking 5% from the $200 million oxygen market in Nigeria and 5% from the $60 million carbon market in Nigeria. We're looking at working with industries like Seplat, Liquid Air, and Boa Chemicals. For our product, let me walk you through the design. So our system starts at the AI hotspot detector. We don't just install our system anywhere. We make sure that we're able to analyze the environment and place it in a place for highest carbon capture recovery. And from there, we have our deployment planner. The deployment planner basically maps out the whole system and makes sure that we're placing it at the right spot and shows you how everything will look like before we actually place it. From there, we have our real-time monitoring dashboards that gathers data as we capture the carbon. And then we also have our system that helps to capture the carbon, remove impurities, and take it back to the environment. And we have the plasma reactor and also the temporary storage unit and distribution. So for our traction, while this is still a new innovation with a lot of potential, we'll be able to make some soft traction. Like for example, we were invited to present our research project at the SP African Technology Conference in Tanzania in May 2025. We are well aligned with the Nigeria Gas Flare Commercialization Program, also with the SP Net Zero Emission 2050 strategy. And this idea was born out of real world experience in the SP 2022 night, where they talked about energy transition and decarbonization. For our team, I lead the team as a passionate student researcher and innovator, and I am advised by Professor I. Ohe, the HOD of Petroleum Engineering Department at University of Benin. He helps with advice on feasibility and industrial impact. For our competition, while we do not have any indigenous competitors in Africa or Nigeria, we have global competitors like Climeworks and Clean. But these companies focus on only one system, direct air capture, and they do something called underground sequestration, where after capturing carbon, they inject it underground for storage. This usually leads to more cost. But carbon-wise, we don't only use one system, we use two systems for greater efficiency. We provide value, not just compliance, by making sure that the carbon we capture, we can resell it to industries for use. And again, we are indigenous, meaning that we'll not attract as much cost when talking about importing technology down here to Nigeria and Africa at large. For our financial structure, we are projecting a profit of $2.4 million in our first 2 years, cost of about $2.65 million, and revenue of $5.50 million. We're asking for $85,000 for building our first 4 digital components. These components will help us to test our product and see if it really is possible in real world situation. We'll also be using parts of the money to make our detailed 3D model and for further research. Thank you so much for listening and for your feedback. Join me as we create a cleaner, smarter future for Africa.
Thank you. Okay. So this is the group of Nigerian startups that went through the hackathon or not, and then worked on their pitch. We are now going. We have 2 presenters from Cameroon, but they're going to wait online after the panelists. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nyabong Nadi Alban. Thank you. And to all of you who've presented. We hope that you're able to get the support that you need. I hope someone who is online or someone who is in the room will be interested and willing to invest in this dream and give it acceleration. Let's please give all of them a round of applause. Okay. Good morning to those of you who've joined us virtually. Council Chair, good morning. Confirm you can hear me.
Good morning, Richmond. I can hear
Council
you.
Chair, good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Yes, Council Chair, very good morning to you. We're set to get into the official part of today, and we are opening with a few comments from you to open day 2 of this conference. I want to yield this summit. I want to yield the stage to you now to give your opening comments for this morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Council Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Richmond. Thank you. Thank you. So I can go ahead. I can be heard, right? Okay. Okay. So good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, policymakers, industry leaders, students, and all participants joining us both in person and virtually. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you to day 2 of the Africa Gas Innovation Summit, AGIS 2025, proudly convened by the Society of Petroleum Engineers Nigeria Council and hosted with the generous support of the Petroleum Technology Development Fund, PTDF, here in Abuja. Let me begin by acknowledging the rich and engaging sessions we had yesterday, keynote that challenged us to think boldly, panels that gave us direction, and conversations that reminded us of the urgency of action. Thank you to all our speakers, moderators, panelists, and attendees for setting the tone for meaningful collaboration. We began today on a truly inspiring note with the final round of the Agis Hackathon from idea to impact, watching young innovators pitch their gas-focused solutions ranging from clean cooking technologies to data-driven infrastructure tools was a strong reminder that the future is not waiting for us to catch up. It is already being built by the next generation. These pitches were not just academic exercises, they were practical demonstrations of the talent, creativity, and entrepreneurial energy that exists here in Africa. Congratulations to all. Well, they haven't finished yet, but congratulations to the to-be finalists. This year's theme, Building a Resilient African Economy through Innovation and Collaboration, could not be more timely. Across the continent, we face the pressing need to unlock our gas resources, not only to power our homes and industries, but also to power our development ambitions. But to do that, we must intentionally foster ecosystems of innovation and inclusive partnerships. Yesterday's conversation made it clear resilience in our gas economy will not be achieved through traditional thinking alone. It requires us to rethink infrastructure, champion local content, modernize our supply chains, create enabling policies, and invest heavily in talent and technology. Day 2 is about deepening these insights, converting them into actionable strategies, and sustaining momentum for real impact. I am particularly proud that this summit is not just a one-off event. It is part of a broader long-term commitment by the SPE Nigeria to shape the energy narrative in Africa, one that is inclusive, technology-driven, and future-facing. Through our technical programs and knowledge-sharing platforms, SPE continues to serve as a strategic partner to both government and industry. As we engage today, I encourage everyone, regulators, operators, academics, entrepreneurs, and students to fully participate. Share your ideas boldly. Ask difficult questions, explore unlikely partnerships, because every insight offered here today has the power to influence policy, shape investments, and inspire innovation. To our sponsors, NUIMS, NLNG, Cypher Crescent, and Abaturu Energy, and our host, PTDF, thank you for believing in the vision of Agis. Your support is helping to shape a new energy future for Africa. As we move through today's sessions, let us keep in mind that this is more than a summit. It is a catalyst for progress, a space for reimagining possibilities, and a platform for empowering those who will lead Africa's gas transition. On behalf of the entire SPE Nigeria Council, I thank you for being here and contributing to the success of Agis 2025. Let's make today count. Thank you very much. Over to you, Richmond.
That oversees professional engineers in the country, whose president has graciously joined us this morning. Please let's welcome with a warm applause to the podium, Engineer Margaret Aino Ogun Tala, FNSE President, the Nigerian Society of Engineers, as she talks to us briefly at this time.
It's on days like these that I wish that I'd eaten more beans when I was younger, so I could be taller. This is a very tall podium, specially made for Richmond. Good morning. The chairman Society of Petroleum Engineers Nigerian Council, Engineer Amina Dami, sorry. I'm sure she would understand that sometimes, even as full Nigerians, we still have a few issues around the names that we are not particularly used to. So my chairman will pardon me, please. Very distinguished guests who are here present. I'd like to recognize my entourage here today. I have with me two of my vice presidents. Vice President Corporate Services, Engineer Dr. Felicia Nena Agubata, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. Vice President Professional Development, Engineer Dr. Thank you. Engineer Dr. Aluya Okodua, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. I also have with me a former Vice President of the Society, who is also a former Vice President of the World Federation of Engineering Organizations, Engineer Valerie Ifweko Agbiragba, fellow Nigerian Society of Engineers. Very distinguished fellows of the Nigerian Society of Engineers who are here present. Invited guests, industry leaders, policymakers, development partners, and other fellow engineers, gentlemen of the press, the very young engineers. I can see some young engineers who took part in the hackathon just a few moments ago. Congratulations. You are the future of the world, and particularly engineering. And I'm very proud of you all. Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and a deep sense of responsibility that I join you today as special guests at this important convergence of minds, the Africa Gas Innovation Summit 2025. Let me begin by expressing my heartfelt appreciation to the Society of Petroleum Engineers Nigeria Council and collaborating partners for this invitation and for their consistent commitment to advancing energy discourse across the continent. The theme of this year's summit, building a resilient Africa gas economy through innovation and collaboration, could not be more timely. As the world continues to navigate the complexities of energy transition, Africa stands at a defining crossroads. We are richly endowed with natural gas, a transition fuel with immense potential, not just for powering industries and homes, but for accelerating inclusive development and regional integration. As president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, I affirm our society's unwavering commitment and fostering homegrown innovation, promoting sustainable engineering practices, and collaborating across disciplines to ensure that Africa's gas economy is both resilient and future-ready. We applaud Agis 2025's bold targets, which are raising domestic gas utilization, accelerating regulatory reforms, promoting regional alignment, and backing innovations with actionable financing. These are not just policy ambitions, they are engineering challenges that demand practical, scalable, and inclusive solutions. And this is where the engineering profession must and will lead. Let me also acknowledge the emphasis on ESG alignment, as it is very, very important. A resilient gas economy must be one that is environmentally responsible, socially inclusive, and governed by the highest standards of professionalism and ethics. And these are values which we proudly uphold in the Nigerian Society of Engineers. In closing, I call on all stakeholders present, government, industry, academia, and civil society to work with one heart and one mind, transcending silos, borders, and titles. The future of energy in Africa depends not only on innovation, but on collaboration with intention and action with urgency. I thank you all and wish us a very fruitful and impactful summit. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Engineer Margaret Aina Oguntala, President, FNSE, President of the National Society of Engineers, showing the collaboration between the professional bodies. Let's please give her another round of applause. Thank you very much. Onwards, we go now to the panel 1 of day 2, Investor and Government Panel Session, Capital Flows and Market Openness, the Path to Integration. Let's begin by welcoming, first off, Managing Director, Pack Capital Limited. Let's welcome Mr. Henry Oriaki. You're welcome. So please give me a round of applause. Humphrey, I beg your pardon, Oriaki. You're welcome. Please come all the way here. Please come all the way here. Thank you very much, Mr. Humphrey Oriaki. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Onwards to our next panelist. Let's welcome Deputy Chairman, House Committee on Petroleum Resources, Honorable Sesi Oluwaseun Wingang. You're welcome, Honorable. Honorable, please, to the immediate right of Humphrey. You are welcome. Joining them, I'd like to welcome the General Manager, Mobility Business, Access Bank PLC, Ishmael Nwokocha. Ishmael, you're welcome. To the Honorable's immediate right, thank you very much. Yes. Joining them on the panel as well is the Director of Client Relations at Afrexim Bank, Mr. Peter Adeshola Olowononi. You are welcome. The captain of this ship, sailing it for the next couple of minutes to waters of insights and wisdom from panelists. We'd like to welcome. He is the Capital Energy Resource Limited, John Osilama Ehanuba. You're welcome, sir. You're coming this way, sir. All right, sir, take it away.
Good morning, distinguished guests. I'd like to tie myself to the existing protocol. If we do not mention names and persons, please accept this as a kind invitation to this panel and dutifully express our deep appreciation for your presence here. What we'll be talking about this morning is something that has been on the table and has been touched upon in the last 1 year and even yesterday. Yesterday, Farouk talked about Apple and what Apple is doing with Afrexim. That was going to be the energy bank. But that bank won't exist and won't live just because Apple is collaborating with us, Afrexim. It will be to pursue a stated objective. That objective, clearly yesterday, was not fully put on the table, but we will explore what that says and what it's trying to achieve. When Effiong spoke yesterday, he talked about gas and what it took to put together the annual investment. I don't think that many persons here, entrepreneurs, those startups can match that level of check that came onto the annual investment. So we're talking about levels here. We're talking about perceptions. And still, it's all about how can we get Africa, not just Nigeria, but Africa, to where we want it to be on the energy journey. Utilization of one of the great resources that resides in Africa, gas. The general story is that there is abundance of gas, say in Nigeria, but how do we get it to where we want it? How do we get it to propel economic development for us? And so I'd like to frame all our discussions around that and start off by asking, not to one party in particular, but it's something that I can point to one person, but all of us do have a view as to what and how this can work. How do we, or how can we open up the opportunities that have been made available, PIDA, the African Free Trade Opportunity? How can we work within that context and achieve one of the things that was said yesterday, scalable projects, scalable gas projects, not the small little CNG compression points. No, yeah, those are good, but we need to work on this huge project, whether in an industrial park or somewhere, but understanding what it takes. So the question for me, how do we get Energy Bank, how do we get all these investors to come onto these big projects that can open up these opportunities? So if I just will start off, not in particular order, with Humphrey and say, Humphrey, where do you see this opportunity and how can we open it all up?
Good morning, everyone. Good, thank you, Mr. John. I thought you said you were going to throw it to anyone, but I know I'm the one closest to you, so. Right. So I think that this is what we have to look at from different perspectives. First, I'm going to try as much as possible to extend it. I mean, this is an African summit, more or less, as well. So it will be extended, not just Nigeria, but across the continent, you know, and which is what, of course, as that is what we also do. But we have to look at it because these are multi-country concern, more or less, on what you have asked. Then some political, we have to look at the political angle. And also we have to look at the governance side on the legal structure. And also we'll look at it on the technical side before we can even talk about the financing in itself, which will be the last bucket, more or less. Today we have the AFCFTA that has been initiated for several years now, and good enough, they are actually achieving some mileage. But again, there are still certain, will I say, teething issues, as where, and this relates to political issues and the sovereign, the issue of self-protection, more or less. So, and for us to be able to achieve what we are looking at, what we want to talk about today, is for that self-protection to be a bit opened up. And that can only be done if we have the right policies in place. I wish I know, of course, the FCFTA is really working on and getting all the countries to sign on. So if we're going to have a gas infrastructure, for instance, or a facility that will be of that scale that can supply, let's say, the West African region, for instance. And we know in this sub-region, Nigeria, all the aces in terms of the capacity and the resources that is also available in terms of the gas resources and where, as it were. Today, even in Nigeria, if we want to do a pipeline, there are issues of that links from one state to another. We have issues of right of way and the rest. I have one beside me, the issue of Omonile, will also come in Lagos. For those of us who are not from Lagos, Yoruba, who are the owners of the land, will still come even when you have all the approvers. Okay, even when you have all the approvers, they will still want to create some problems. Now you are not going to cross into, say for instance, we need to have a pipeline, say to Ghana or to even Cameroon that is close to us here. If we do not deal with the political aspect for the sovereign countries themselves to have a proper understanding of doing that, then nothing can even start in the first place. And when that is done, this has to be then documented into a legal structure. This is what they would then encourage investors, whether it's private or whether it's going to be joint partnership with private and government. I have to deal with the two aspects because for me, those are like the enabling policies that will encourage an investor to be able to invest. So when those two are done, that are basically government creating the enabling environment, they would then have to then deal with the technical aspect, which is now the aspect of the investors or and government this time around, and designing the project in itself to become then bankable. Because that is what will eventually the financiers and all the those who will be putting money on the table, whether they're as equity investors or as debt providers, with all forms of kind of financing, will then sit on to be able to fund the project. So if these four critical issues are not in place, it may be more, but I think this four is basic issues: the political aspect, the legal, and then the technical, which would deal with the virtual bankability, the feasibility, the EIA, and today we're also talking of ESG, which is now a big thing for most financing institutions, and all the engineering that is also then required. Then you cannot have a financing that or financiers who will be willing to put their money on the table, whether as debt provider or as equity investors. But at this point, I mean, I will pause here to at least allow my other colleagues to add a thing or two.
Thank you. I was quite interesting listening to you, and I did that deliberately. But let me speak with Peter now, because it ties to it. And I hear you talk about institutional investors and what their requirements will be. So I see things like ESG, the Basel risk assessment issues. Those themselves can be constraints. And that's for me is very critical, that we find ways around those issues. So Peter, can you help? How can we address some of these constraints? ESG, Basel 2-3, those requirements that for us who are small-time entrepreneurs, how can we get in and tap these opportunities to grow this thing that we're talking about, the gas development that we're talking about? What would be the thought within AfriExim, for example, which would pull into the energy bank and when it gets operational?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning to the audience. What we've seen in AfriExim, just as you have mentioned, is I think today there's actually no lack, there's enough funding. It's just that there are no right and bankable projects. So you go from the African Finance Corporation, AfriExim Bank. What we are seeing today is we have the liquidity. We want to support the project, but the key elements, which are the constraints you're asking of, we are finding them as a major impediment to being able to put the financing. I would like to liken financing as a bride. What does a bride want? Certainty. A man who is certain, who is faithful, who she feels secure with. That's what financing is looking for. So in the course of work, because we are a development bank, we've had to take a step backwards to say, if we can't keep saying there are no bankable projects, there are no bankable gas projects. So what we've done as Afrexim Bank is to create what we call a project preparation facility. So within the bank, we've developed a department who are able to provide up to $3 million for all this feasibility study that Humphrey was referring to, the E&S, the technical due diligence, to basically do audits, CPR, to basically validate the gas reserves that, if we're speaking about gas, we're looking at the right of way to ensure that all the impediments, the legal constraints have all been broken down, so that by the time we deal with all the critical elements, we ourselves can now generate a project that is bankable, so that we no longer say the project is not bankable. So today, when you come to us, we look at the project. Once we see the amount of commitment the sponsor has put in, some sponsors, for example, would have done very much on the upstream. So they've ascertained the source of feedstock, they've determined the gas reserves, P1, P2, the volume of gas that are in place. Then maybe what we are seeing is around the EPC, the contracting, who will build that plant, who will maintain the operations and maintenance. We look at the critical element that is missing for us and then push them to the project preparation department, so that we then, working with the sponsor, the way we've structured the PPF is that we embed that, we recover that cost, right? Assuming we do that work and close that gap, we then move the project to project financing and then roll over that cost that we have incurred. So it's not a grant. We now roll it over into the project cost, having now made the transaction bankable. So what we then do at this stage now is to now pull in our partners. So if we're looking at maybe contracting is from China, we can bring in the China Exim Bank and say, these equipments are coming from your country. We want the cheapest available line, so that way we bring down the cost of funds, or we can give a guarantee to the Exim Bank, and that way we then help in driving down. So we do like a blended finance approach. But this is what we are doing, and the African Finance Corporation is doing that as well. And that's why you are seeing more involvement in the gas value chain, the Dangote fertilizer, the gas to fertilizer, the turnaround maintenance in Notore, in Durama, and all those kind of things, all those kind of big projects that can, as you have mentioned. And just maybe to backtrack quickly to what part of what Humphrey was speaking to, around how do you make this project scalable? Because that's the only way. Most times, this project will not just run across 3 or 4 countries at the same time. Each country will take from its own wellhead, take to your border. Then the other country runs a pipeline from its own border. You meet, you have a tie-in, like a booster station there. And basically, that's the principle around which the West African gas pipeline was constructed. Those are the kind of projects with that kind of thinking, where banks, hopefully the commercial banks, will begin to see that that's the way to go, because we cannot continue to stay on the outside. Nobody will come and make your project bankable for it. A European bank will not come and touch. So it's we, the Africans, who know the terrain, who know the peculiarity of our operating environment, that can help in demolishing these constraints which you have asked me to speak to. Thank you.
Right. I'm getting closer and closer to where the interest is. Just tying in, yesterday in the discussion, one of the things that came out, I think it was from Monida, was tying in cash capacity. And I think that's what you're alluding to, tying the cash and the capacity. So we'll provide you the funds, but we also recognize that there is a capacity issue and we need to tie it in. Now the question for me, or what I would like to explore is, how do the commercial banks see this? Local commercial bank, and I will take Access. Access Bank is stretching itself into various African countries, which means they are moving out there. How do the commercial banks tie into these? Because it's a huge opportunity. We talk about gas, and generally I hear people talk about Nigeria is sitting on huge gas opportunity. And I do know from my little experience in the oil and gas business that just a little tap into it can open up a lot, not just the LPG and CNG as there is a huge multiplier effect. The lines, the technology that will go behind it, and all of those. So the commercial banks being closer to these entrepreneurs, local players, how do you want to move all of this into this opportunity that we see? So I'll just be asking my dear brother, Ishmael, how is this going to work?
Okay, thanks, Mr. John. I want to say good morning, everybody, and thanks for inviting me and my organization to this thought-provoking discussion. I'll start from two parts to answer your question. One is from the path to capital. The other one also to the path to what innovation unlocks at the end of the day. Obviously, we are sometimes at the end where the consumer is. So for the particular strategic business unit where I head, which has to do with mobility and all those kind of things, we believe that, look, for Africa to transcend and grow, you have to find the most efficient and convenient way to move goods from the point of production to the point of consumption, whether it's by gas, whether it's by EV, that whole energy transition needs to happen properly. So let me first start with the path to capital, and Peter had alluded to some of the points. I would leave with a thought around the 3 R's. How do we retain capital? How do we re-attract capital? And how do we show respect for capital? Respect speaks basically around how you create that enabling environment for capital to find its way to unlock those opportunities. I mean, when we're sitting down inside, Africa sits on a huge opportunity. The question is, every time people hear the story about how Africa is handling either issues or evolution, it only points to one thing, that is a risky place to invest. You understand? And what happens? Everybody keeps passing us. And thank God we have the likes of Africa Finance Corporation, AFDB, and that are also unlocking and now bringing local solution to us. And I think first, when you have that regulation that works, that shows respect to that capital that is there, and also you re-attract the capital again from the point of view that people will look at the way you treat the ones that have already invested and see whether the things are working. Is the environment viable? There are peculiar solutions that are suited only for, like, if we take an example for Nigeria. I know you talked about the CNG. We've seen some of the few things that the likes of Dangote is doing to unlock that logistics end, to move goods and services. I think post-COVID, one of the things that we'll see is cheap capital is coming. You have to unlock that opportunity, like you said, in the time that opportunity exists, to be able to unleash the growth and potential that we need. So, for example, at Access, we've started this business around mobility, looking at that whole ecosystem, how you get everybody that is involved in moving goods and services from one point to the other to also collaborate together. And what we've seen is that most ecosystems are fragmented. Because they are fragmented, they're not talking to themselves. Because they're not talking to themselves, they're not able to see the interconnectedness and what technology is doing. Because what we see with technology and innovation today is that it's changing the way consumers consume, whether it's gas, whether it's EVs, whether it's energy that you're talking about, and their preferences are changing. But we cannot just close our eyes to those preferences that are changing. We have to create solution that unlocks those opportunities. So whether you're working with state government, whether you're working with federal government, integrating transport systems from rail to water, water to road and all those kind of things, the opportunities we're talking about here is the wholesale angle that feeds into that value chain. So when we bank, we want to bank the ecosystem, because then you can de-risk it. You understand? So secondly is the part when I've talked about, so I've talked about respect for the capital, how you create enabling regulation. I'm sure my honorable here will be able to give us some guidance around that. Secondly is to re-attract. Re-attract involves what returns are you getting? If you do a graph of our FX rates from 2015 to today, you see huge falls. We're not saying that they shouldn't deregulate. I mean, the currency should not find its way. But a step deregulation gives predictability. When you have predictability, the investment that Mr. Henry has talked about, you can plan. If you can plan, you can reattract capital. If you can reattract capital, the risk is a bit controlled. Then I think the last one is whatever we have as capital that has come in, we must find a way to retain it. Because if you don't retain it, what will happen is that they'll be the ones to go and tell people that it's a difficult market. And we also need to then foster the point where we start telling our story. The quick wins, the little wins, we need to put them out there. And then the story becomes believable and then bankable, as you talked about. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Honorable, I'm sure you've heard all of this coming through. And the question for my mind is, how does government enable this? First, because we're talking about capital, we're talking about cross-border, but also enabling the entrepreneurs to play a part in all of this. So is it something that government is thinking about? Is it something that, you're in the National Assembly in Nigeria, so is it something that has come to your tables? Or if we do have ideas here, how can we bring them to your table and have some motion on it?
Thank you very much. Good morning to my distinguished panelists, the stakeholders in the hall. As you know that we had this conversation when we were seated inside, and I made a remark that we are far away from where we used to be. I will speak from the government's angle. Some few years ago, there was no proper regulation at all in the sector. Today, we can refer to the PIA, which has laid a foundation for a rapid growth in this sector. And like I always say in every opportunity I have, PIA is not cast in stone. We know that there are some impediments, there are some that's that in this rapid growth that we talk about. But the fact that we've started the journey shows that we are on the right path. As we know, the government alone cannot get involved in building this infrastructure that is needed in this sector. There is need to be a blend of public-private partnership. And also, when we talk about the involvement of government policies, there must be a continuation. In the place where we have different policies, different government coming in place, this huge infrastructure that we're trying to project here is not infrastructure that will come in place in a year or two. It takes years of investment. And if there is no consistency, obviously we'll know what will happen. We were referring to a massive project inside funded by Sukuk, and most of these projects are abandoned. And if the investors or stakeholders are not getting returns, obviously it will be so difficult to convince them to come and invest in some other projects. So what we think is the way forward is to put in place policies, that will bring in continuation, regardless of whatever government is in place. Otherwise, we will only be deceiving ourselves. And also, when we say cross-border, a country needs to champion this conversation. And when we say we have over 200 metric of gas, large gas deposits in Nigeria, I think we are in a better position to lead this conversation. And if one of us is not coming forward to champion this, it will be so difficult to get every other African country on board. So I think we can look inward. Let us begin the journey within the country. Like you said, there is a need for us to put infrastructure in place, even to our borders. Let us put our own side in place. Like it will be easy for us to have neighboring countries to connect if we have our own end of the infrastructure in place. So policies that can make financing easy is where I think the government can participate. And voted for to keep amending, and the main reason why I'm in the National Assembly is for us to listen to where there are a few challenges and see how we can get the government involved. And that is one of the reasons why I'm seated here today, to see how we can come in, how we can amend the laws that we have to make investment in this sector available and easy to access. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Well, before I leave the subject, I was going to look to the audience to ask if there's any question from the audience before I go back to the panel members. Is anybody in the audience who has interest in this specific area? Put up any questions so to see if members of the panel can address them. Is anybody, any hands up? Okay. So I'll just go back. Peter, if we all listen to the Honorable,
yes,
and what he describes as, policies, and says, if we tweak our policies locally, it might make access easier, because that is a major constraint. Access to funding, even incubators are asking for funding. Within the Afrexim environment, has there been a thought about the model, the financing model, the policies around the model that can ensure, from what he mentioned, changes in government can impact, but we need something that is sustainable, something that is strong enough to withstand these vagaries. So within the context of what you're trying to do with Energy Bank, has there been thoughts around it, and what kind of ideas, so that we can see how those policies work?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think to answer the question very easily, for Nigeria, for example, that was what the PIA was meant to do, to create some set of laws and standards which is transparent to all parties. So be it whether you're on the gas side, whether you're on the oil side, whether you're an operator, the fiscal terms, the clear set of regulation by which an investor can come in, and then a bank who is providing financing to that investor can, with certainty, can make projections that are valid and consistent. You will see that, like the fiscal terms for upstream exploration versus onshore versus offshore, deep offshore, those kind of certainties, the fiscal terms. Because for me as a lender, in the cash waterfall, by the time we take maybe for crude or even gas sales, when it comes in, the royalties are the first line of deduction. Then we have the OPEX before the cash that is available for debt service. So in that waterfall, as a lender, I don't want something, government changes and the fiscal term, the royalty, the computation changes every 4 years when there's a new government. Those are the things that basically drive away capital. You can see that, like for us as Afrexim, even with the local banks, we're already seeing a difference. Yesterday, we were in a meeting where we were saying, whether we know that yes, the common man has not felt the impact of the changes with the subsidy removal, the harmonization of the exchange rate, but as a bank, a DFI that we are, we can see the impact. Today, we have credits that were approved for some banks. For 6 months, the banks have not drawn the facility. What that tells me is that there's new liquidity available to them, right? We're seeing banks whom you approve a line for, they come back after 2 weeks and say, reduce the pricing. You reduce it, they come back and say, reduce it further. If they did not have an option, they would not be going in that extended banters. What that tells us is that with regulation that is being consistent, now with the collapse of the multiple exchange windows, there's some certainty. A guy who has imported equipment in dollars, who now needs to produce in Naira, knows that, okay, I can sell at this range. If I project my sales at this range, this is the profit I will make, and this is the margin I will make, and I believe I can pay my loan. So in terms of regulation, and I'm happy that, in most panels that we sit on, with just maybe the bankers, the project owners, but for one of the very rare, we're having someone from parliament who is driving motions, who has that mindset of consistency. How do we make the environment predictable? Because once the environment is predictable, then you'll begin to have investors, because I cannot be dealing with security issues and yet be dealing with regulatory issues. And that's why you would have seen when we're talking about some migration to Angola, when people say, oh, there are more people taking more FIDs in Angola. And now we're seeing most of those companies now, of course, now maybe focusing more deep offshore, because it looks like the PIA is clearer and gives more incentive. So those are the kind of things that I will encourage the African governments to do. The African Energy Bank has been established in principle, gearing up to operate. Can the African countries come together, for example, and put a regulation in place and say our national oil companies, 1% of whatever, 2% of one particular line item, contribute it as capital to empower the African Energy Bank, because this is our own bank which will fund our own projects. Because all the JP Morgans, the Credit Suisse, the Commerce Bank, they are no longer financing. The ECOWAS, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development were in our offices on Monday. And we spoke about so many areas of collaboration, and they told us point blank to our faces, we do not support upstream oil and gas. That is the lifeline of Nigeria, lifeline of Angola, of Gabon, South Sudan. How will these economies carry on if all the big European banks are no longer funding them? It's time that the regulation that we begin to create at parliament level empower our own African institutions, because that's the only market we have. We will not go anywhere. But for a bank that is based in Belgium, once they feel that there's cold in Nigeria, they will move to Angola where there's no cold. They get to Angola, they feel that there's fever there. They will move to South Africa where they feel that it's stable. And they move around looking for security. But for us as an African institution, Africa is our market. We have nowhere else to go. And that's why the regulation, the policies that are being created must give an empowerment, must be deliberate to capacitize the banks that African is owned by the 53 of the 54 African countries. So you have to capacitize your own, because it is only your own that will stand for you, whether rain, sun, or sunshine. Thank you, sir.
Pretty staggering for me. Again, I'll come back to the Honorable. He's put it in perspective. PIA, yes, he's doing his own. But in between the PIAs, we've also seen EOs. And the thing is, how does these EOs, sustain what the PIA has set out? Because they're supposed to come with incentives. The EOs enable incentives, enable areas where we see constraints, just to open it up. So the question is, how can a body like this, with panel discussions like this, impact EOs? And therefore, what will be the direction in terms of pathway towards ensuring that the EOs are value adding? And that's the whole discussion about unlocking capital.
Thank you very much, sir. Like I said earlier, PIA is not is still open for so many amendments, and I want us to look beyond just the policies that is being created by the government. The current ones, the current policies that we have in place, how are we making use of them? How are we using the new legislative framework called PIA? How are we translating them into making sure that we have a sector that's is lucrative and enticing to even people, stakeholders outside Nigeria. Like I said, this sector needs massive investment, and before any serious stakeholder can put we're talking about millions of dollars investment in this. Of course, there are so many things that will be considered. Our attitude as Nigerians, as Africans, also will be considered. We have funds littered everywhere. We have funds domiciled. We have pension funds that can be channeled into this infrastructure. What are we doing? I think that we should look towards the way we have funds that we are not utilizing in the country, because we're talking about financing. we bring in private sectors, bring in Afro-Exim Bank. It's okay that we do that. But we're not talking about some little funds that we just, that are little, some of these our agencies that, that nobody is making use of. These are funds that can be easily channeled into this infrastructure. We talk about seeing the dividends of the few of the policies and the programs that this current administration is putting in place. The only way we can see the result is if few of these policies translates into physical benefits. And the only way we can achieve that is if these policies have positive effects on businesses and on sectors like gas sector. Our policies can be twisted and can be adjusted, amended to attract even local financiers and investors. I don't think funding is an issue of such. I think our attitude and the framework we put in place also will determine if serious investors will come in. Like I said, a change of administration over the years have led to change of policies, which will have direct impact or effects on projects that are meant to take years to complete. Imagine a new government coming in place today, and the first thing you do is go sit with the National Assembly to amend the PIA, knowing fully well that some people have really projected their business based on the existing policy. So I go back to the change of policies over and over again. I think this is a major hindrance that we have. We just keep talking about PIA. PIA has not been optimally put in use. I've sat in different discussion like this, and at the end of the day, we just keep going back to the policies, referring back to, but nothing is happening. And when we sit and we go through, there are so many clauses that that has liberated the gas sector compared to some 5-6 years ago, pre-PIA. And now that we have a guideline, I think we should just look for the local investors who will sit with foreign investors. When I say foreign investors, look towards our neighboring countries. We are not that poor in Africa. Africa can, in as much as we are looking for World Bank to come to bring in funds, African can self-finance most of these infrastructures. And that will lead to solving most of the problems that we are confronted with as a country. Imagine an infrastructure that cuts across African countries. It will create massive jobs, massive opportunities for our youth, massive revenue for so many people, even beyond outside Nigeria. So I think the policies are there. Can we make a necessary adjustments? Yes, we can. To have a better enabling environment, we can make adjustments, but our policies are not that bad. We just need to put the appropriate mechanism in place to have them work properly.
Thanks, Honorable Humphrey. Let me come back to you this time, because I heard the pensions fund, and indeed, even within insurance, there's huge funds sitting out there, and coming from a capital player, how are you able to mobilize this, and therefore, how are you also able to attract potential, entrepreneurs within your sitting? You're mobilizing the funds, but you must also be quite aware of who this potential off-takers of these funds would be. So I'm just looking for what are the models, or what are the constructs within the capital market, or so to say, that will enable all of this to happen. Because yes, there's huge funds. Pensions funds in Nigeria is huge. We're not going to run away from that. Let's remove the misuses that have happened, but it's still huge. Within the insurance too, and I've seen insurance companies go into investments, and therefore the question is, are they sectorally allocated, i.e. guided in terms of what investments they can make, where they can make investments and things like that? I mean, these are things that I was expecting that those of you who operate in the capital space can kind of, talk about.
I think once again, John, when I spoke earlier, I talked about more like the foundation, the groundwork that has to be first done before you can put financing on top of it. Both Peter and Ismail also gave some context concerning that. But again, let me just quickly say something. I'll rather make a quick correction, but I will first of all blame the MC. And Ismail had also called me, referred to me as Henry. My name is not Henry. Right. So my name is Humphrey. Okay. So I need to quickly correct that. All right. Thank you for permitting me to do that. So that foundation has to be first put in place. And by the way, for us as advisors, an investment banker who also mobilize funds on behalf of our clients, first, what we have to first of all do, we don't just go out and say we're looking for financing. We have to first build those foundations, advise our clients on what is required to be done, to check that the legal framework is in place, the technical aspect is done with all the feasibility, whether it's front-end engineering or detail engineering that has been done, or the final investment decisions have been made and all that. And there are also off-takers who will be the operator. What is the capacity of what we are building? What market are you looking at as well, to ensure that all that is in place, and then we design whether the proportion of equity or debt that is required. And before we can then now say, am I going to meet Afrexim Bank, or am I going to meet Access Bank or AFC or any other institution? Or like you said again, this can also be a blend of both capital market fund or what I would just refer to as money market fund by going to the banks. You do refer to pension fund. In Nigeria for now, it is still something that is still being debated or thought about as to the level where our pension funds can be invested. 2 days ago, of course, I was also on a panel on where a similar discussion has also come up. And somebody said those pension funds are people's money, which is actually true. Some persons are looking forward to that pension money to take care of themselves by the time they retire. So what you invest the fund in matters, because you have to look at the risk that's involved. If the pension fund managers and all that, if they lose the money, then they are going to be in that situation when the time comes to pay the beneficiaries of that. So all those are the things that are being looked at. I'm sure Honorable understand this very well, because there have been advocacy for the National Assembly to enact a law that would then enable the pension fund, through the PENCOM, the pension fund managers and the rest, to be able to invest in long-term infrastructure, in Nigeria and rest. But in some other countries, for instance, even in Africa, pension fund are already being used to support infrastructure. If I may want to take an example of PIC, which is the South African Principal Investment and Corporation, they are one of the managers of pension funds and some other public funds in South Africa. Today, they are more or less one of the biggest funds. They already are making investment in some infrastructure, and then also in some other fund that support other kinds of infrastructure, whether it is for gas infrastructure or any other kind of infrastructure. So that means that we can model that for the Nigerian market and also the other countries in Africa, since we're looking at it now from the African perspective. Aside the pension fund, I also think that we can have retail investors, apart from institutional investors at this time, we can have retail investors. Those of us here can make investment, because for you to have a deal, a capital structure for a transaction, you must have debt and you must have equity to balance it. And a quick or cheap source of equity is from retail investors. What will also then mean us going the capital market. Remember, I said we will look at whether it's a capital market approach or just note, I'm using this word carefully. When I'm saying capital market, that means that we have to go public. And that means that we have regulators like the Securities and Exchange Commission coming in. If I'm doing a Nigerian transaction, but it has to be maybe a cross-border deal, it means that there has to be some form of collaboration with the various security regulators that are involved. So if we float a bond, for instance, and we ask people to invest as little as 1,000 naira, or maybe if you want to denominate it in dollars and say $1, you'll be surprised how much we can get from the entire population, which will be a cheap source of equity provision. There are other things that will also be required that may not come in terms of cash. There could be some form of guarantees that's helped in de-risking financing. Insurance companies, for instance, can do that. We talk of credit insurance, or some guarantee institutions. Again, in Nigeria especially, insurance funds or insurance companies are, I would say, one institution that have not really been put into good use. Oh, sorry, I retract that word, not good, they haven't been put into their full capacity. Let me use that. Either by their own design or the knowledge, because in some other climes, insurance companies are even bigger than banks. But here in Nigeria, it is the reverse, where even banks were owning insurance companies, but in others, insurance companies that are owning banks. So a bank can actually provide credit guarantees, and based on that, a financier can lend, and even based on that, an investor can invest, because an insurance company can provide a guarantee for an off-taker, confirming that the off-taker has a capacity to pay. Because if you are producing, when you say gas, for instance, there's a limit to which you can store, and there's a limit to which you want to hold on to production because your storage is full. So you have to be in a position where you are able to supply. If you are supplying power, a power plant, for instance, the power plant also have to be ready to take, and guarantees are required to ensure that production continues, and you need to have the comfort before you can even start to lay the foundation blocks. Thank you.
Thanks. Well, I think we're getting to the end of this panel's discussion, but let me just identify a few things from all this discussion. First, there is fund as it is. That's what I hear, that there is fund. Now, the next other thing that I hear is that there is a good enabling environment. That's what I hear also. And then thirdly, we need to grow that capacity. So the individuals would have to understand the environment and try and grow into those requirements. I think that message is what I'm also hearing. But the most important thing for me is the fact that access is very much available. The door is open. It is how we march into that door. There's huge opportunities in PIA. I hear that clearly. There's huge opportunities in PIDA, in the African Free Trade Agreement. There are huge opportunities that we've not tapped into. Now the thing is, how can we create that traffic towards it. I think that's what it is. We need to create that traffic towards it. And I'll take that on. Thank you all for, giving me that opportunity to, identify those. Is the MC there? Sorry. I knew we were going to do that.
Good morning. And
Okay.
yes, it's still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much to our panel. Let's give them a round of applause, please. They provided really exciting insights. Of course, I'm sure they can take it offline, Peter. So if somebody wants to know the projects that are not bankable, is it the fault of the projects not being in existence or the companies not putting their ass together to access the fund? Which is the projects are not available?
The latter.
Okay, the latter. Okay, cool. So now if you need to understand how to put your project together for bankability, I will be his manager for a masterclass on bankable projects. We can make good money from that, right? But thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Just hold on 1 second. Let me call on our former ARD, Professor Ledarisa. Please, you can just come forward and help me present these thank you packs to our panelists. Please, thank you very much, Prof. Where are my speaker thank you bags? Where are they? Please get it for me, Ella. Thank you. Just hold on. Yes, Prof, there's a staircase this way. Emeritus Professor Iledare. Thank you for the honor on behalf of the society. All right, let's begin. There you go. Let's begin from Peter. Peter, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you. A round of applause one more time for Peter. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Many thanks to Ishmael. Ishmael will be next. Thank you. So the two bankers in the room agree that one thing is the problem and you can fix it. Honorable Sessi, we need more understanding minds like you in the green chambers and in the red chambers. And ladies and gentlemen, his name is Humphrey. Please, it's not Henry. Please, everybody take notes. Public service announcement. His name is Humphrey. Thank you, Humphrey, for your time. And of course, our moderator. Thank you so much. Mr. Hanover, thank you, thank you, thank you. Give them all one more round of applause. Family photo, please. Family photo. Prof, if you can join us for the family photo. Family photo before you exit the stage. We're going to take the last two of the first round of the hackathon, 5 minutes each, and then we'll take a short stretch break, and then we'll come back and continue to the finals of the hackathon, by which time the judges, you would have done all your voting. The experts will collect the results of your vote, and the finalists will come back after the break to do the final round of it, and we'll go over to the panel that will follow after that. Thank you so much. But for now, Doctor, I'm calling back Dr. Inyobong Nidia Albana. Please come, please come, please come, please come. Please come, let's finish the remaining two. Thank you.
Yes, yes, we have we have 10 minutes and we are tight on time. Do we have Ruben already online? Yeah. Tech is saying let's wait. And while Tech is telling us let's wait for a minute, I'm just going to share very quickly a story that I've been telling around for the time that I've been here. People are wondering where I got Inyobong from. Inyobong comes from the fact that life is full circle. So 22 years ago, when I was a master's student in the Gulf, one of the Gulf countries, my first mentor was Nigerian, Dr. Udo, Dr. Edith Udo. He always told me, well done, well done, well done. At the time, as a young student, all I needed to hear was well done. I checked with him, I didn't know that well done could be well done in that way. I thought always well done was a good thing. But because of him, I started 20 years later, I started to mentor entrepreneurs in Nigeria. And I had broken all the connections with him. I didn't know, anything about him. And then later on, when I started to work with the Cypher Crescent and collaborate with them, I didn't realize that Dr. Udo was from the same state. My mentor was from the same state as they were. So it's a full circle. So I felt I had to honor him and take a name from his place. And I actually reached out to him only 6 months ago. I reached out and said, "You don't remember me?" He said, "Yeah, I remember you. I remember you." I said, I was given in Yobong. Do you approve?" He said, "Yes, yes, I approve." So there, so that became my name. Thank you very much. Ruben, are we online? Super. Ruben, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can everyone hear
Yes,
me?
we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, that's good this time. Okay, can I start? Okay, can I start? Am I good to go? Am I good to go? Is it okay?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Ruben Bisso. I'm from Cameroon, and today I'm going to present you what we have been working on from Cameroon. So Africa Gas future is digital, and my gas make every gas bottle smart, safe, and profitable. So this is actually the supply chain network of LPG currently in Cameroon and most African country, where we have a filling station and we have the end consumer that is waiting for the gas bottle. But along the supply chain, you have what is called, we have various problems. You have cylinder loss, you have low turnover rate, you have untraceable delivery, and you have unauthorized fills. So from the gas bottle moving from the filling station and being transported, they can end up in a traffic house where the bottle are being empty and filled to another empty bottle and then sold to the people. So the end consumer end up buying the unfilled gas bottle and the marketer is not making money from the bottle. So the problem is summarized as such. So we have the biggest pain point from the marketer side, where it's facing revenue loss of 10 to 9%, 10 to 90% of their revenue per year. We did a study with two marketers here in Cameroon that we actually come across this data that they're actually losing this amount of this percentage of their revenue. And the consumer distress as well, because as the bottles are being unfilled and they are being purchased unfilled, so the consumer have distress with regard to the brand. So this is a solution that we have been working on. So 5 point, we track, we authenticate, we manage, and we optimize, and we monetize. So this is a solution roadmap. So how do we do that? We secure every bottle and we track them real time. We will have a dual authentication solution that we have developed, and we have AI delivery that can plan delivery route and optimize the delivery route for each of these marketers, and we can unlock them carbon revenue. So this is actually our product. As you can see, the video been playing out. This is actually the device being installed in one of our consumer house. So we have three sets. We have the gas bottle with our device that's adapted to each gas bottle. We have this monitor that is attached to each household where we can know the amount of gas left on each cylinder. And we have this dashboard where marketer can track, manage, and optimize everything. So everything is just managed and power your AI agent that we are currently implementing to our dashboard. So this is actually how the new supply chain will actually looking like. So from the filling station to the household, we'll be tracking, manage, and authenticate and optimize all this, the moving, the carrying of each gas bottle. And no bottle will be missing. And there will not be any way the consumer will buy any bottle that's been tampered. So the market size, actually, currently in Cameroon, the market size is actually available at $76 million, and the overall market all over some sub-Saharan African countries, $1.2 billion. So the competition, so actually we are cheaper compared to our competitors, and our technology is adapted to all gas bottles. So our business model is actually hardware as services, subscription model, and carbon credit. And in terms of traction, we have qualified 4 marketers, we have demo to 2. Currently, we are working on the pilot phase with 2 marketers, and we actually have 100,000 views on TikTok with our first video release just in 1 week. So we are seeking currently through the pilot phase 110,000 US dollars actually for our customer acquisition, supplement R&D, product production and operation, and company operation. So our team is comprised one side, the lead tech, and my partner is actually lead in energy, an expert here in Cameroon regards to any energy management, and we have various teams in the background. So act now with my gas. Why now? Because LPG market is booming, but digital tools are just arriving. Marketers are seeking solutions to repay now, not someday. Climate finance are open for business, but only for company with data and proof. Thank you very much.
Are you presenting in your first language or your second language?
Sorry?
Language.
Yeah, I'm presenting in my second language. My primary language is French, yeah.
Present in a second language. Thank you very much. You can unmute yourself now. Thank you. So for everyone in the hall, this is the URL for us to, it's going to show up on the screen soon. So for anyone who has been with us this morning, there was a URL. Use the actual website, not the code. Or in other words, if the code does not work, use the URL itself, and give your comments to Ruben, because startups at this stage, they are very early, and any feedback that you give them, will help them develop themselves going further. So it's https tinyurl.com/agis-pitch-evaluation. Yeah, I'm sure that everyone is going to really appreciate your feedback, and be as honest as you can with your feedback, because that's the time for them to take in all of the constructive feedback. Thank you so much. So we are going to have a special presentation now, also a startup, but this is from an SPE Student Affairs Chairperson from Port Harcourt with an MSc in Gas and Petrochemical Engineering. So he presented as a startup, but I think this is more of a special presentation. So Patrick, if you can please present, we will love to hear you. Thank you.
Good day, my energy champions and energy leaders. So happy to, no, let me have that. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to do this presentation. My name is Patrick Ezenachi. I'm the Students Affairs Co-Chairperson for Port Harcourt City. And as you can see, I'm guilty of this trash down here. And many of us, we are also guilty of this. This is wealth. This is waste. And my project scope is to turn waste into wealth. So without wasting much of our time, this Agis 2025 hacking revolves around building a resilient gas system and providing sustainable energy for everybody in Africa. So you see, Nigeria generates over 2.5 million tons of waste, all right? Where do they go? They go into the ocean, and they block the drainages, right? World Environmental Day on the 5th of June. The theme is Beat Plastic Pollution. All right. We also marked World Ocean Day, which is all about sustaining what sustains us. So this plastic waste can be converted to wealth. It can be converted to gas. I'm sure that each and every one of us, we are familiar with the topic or the scope: reduce, reuse, and recycle. So that is why I'm here, representing the Students Affair, representing the young professionals. So the solution for this problem is to design a decentralized modular system that converts polyethylene and polypropylene waste into clean energy. Okay, so this will serve as a sustainable energy alternative to low-income people and people in the underserved area. Yeah. So our product plan is to establish a plastic to gas hub in Rivers State and Imo State, where I have done my research, me and my team. When you go down there, you see a whole lot of waste, a whole lot of plastic waste around, okay? So our competitive advantage is actually to pay instantly to plastic recycling sites. If you can quickly go to Play Store, you search for Trash Coin. You know, when you go there, you download the app and you see our plan. Once you pick up the plastic waste, once we pick it up via that software, we'll give you instant cash. So, and we use this waste to design, to produce gas by producing a modular pyrolysis. The system, you know, will help to reduce waste in local community. And this gas will be purified and sold as a clean cooking gas. So this is our starting pilot plastic collection. That's me in Obibo River State. That's where I pick up the waste with my team member and we dump it there. And also this is me and my team member where we represented Nigeria in Tanzania. And as God may have it, I was nominated as the Sustainability Regional African Young Professional at the ATC in Tanzania that just happened not long ago. I saw this idea and it went to the right ears. So these are financial outline, which I don't want to take time reading through, but the details: pyrolysis unit, gas storage. You might be wondering how safe it is. So we cannot do this thing alone. So we intend to partner with subject matter experts to give us safety advice as to how to close energy access gap in Africa. So what we seek basically at this AGS is to get technical support. So we want to use this opportunity to appreciate Cypher Crescent from the bootcamp series to this very minute. It's been a learning opportunity. So we also are seeking for policy advocacy to drive this inclusion of plastic gas tech into Nigeria national energy mix. So the role of young professionals in this business is to drive academic research, innovate clean cooking gas in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see now why this was a special presentation. Patrick was very passionate, and collecting waste is a good cause on the financial way and also on a societal level. Thank you so much, everyone. I was told by the MC that we can go for lunch. No, we cannot go for lunch. No, we cannot go for lunch.
So we're going to take a break. It's a short tea break. It's a short tea break, and we're going to do it for just 15 minutes. So at 11:45, we're going to come back, take the last four standing from the hackathon for 2 minutes each, and then announce the winners and proceed on to the panels that will follow, or maybe announce the winners later in the day. We'll just do that quickly. They'll go and collect the results, and we'll come back much later in the day to announce the winners. But for now, I'll see you at 11:45. Enjoy your tea and coffee. All right, technical, thank you. Welcome back. 15 minutes has gradually turned into 27. What can the righteous do? But to just carry on. So Dr. Albana will announce those who are the finalists, invite them to take a 2 minutes spotlight presentation, and following that, 2 winners will be selected to receive the grant for which they have competed. And after that, we'll go over immediately to unleashing domestic and regional gas trading. The panel to be moderated by Professor Wachi, and following that, we'll have 2 other panel sessions. Closing comments, lunch is squeezed in somewhere there. But for now, Dr. Albana, I welcome you back to please walk us through who the finalists are and give them the opportunity to earn the grants. The finalists, you mean? So that's part of this qualification. If they are not here, disqualified. I'm serious. If I have my way, if they are not here, they are disqualified when I start. If I have my way, because they're supposed to be back.
True. There you go. The people who sit in the room, you know what? I was told by my mentor 100 years ago that half of winning is showing up. Show up, and how you show up and when you show up, that's half of winning. Yeah. There you go. Let's see. Okay, so what we're going to do is the following. We actually have we had gone through the process of bringing down. Let's see, we had 16 submissions. 2 of them are online. 1 didn't show up. Some people didn't present their pitches at the right time, so we had selected. We had to select with people who had presented pitches, and then we had people who had to select again because they had good pitches or bad ones, followed the format or did not follow the format. And we went down to 8 presentations, which you saw today. 7 from Nigeria and 1 from Cameroon, right? And then from there, we are going to eliminate, and we are going to allow 4 people, 4 companies to defend themselves. They're not presenting a pitch. They're just presenting why should they win? Basically, that's the one question. Why do they think they should win? So we basically have 4 names, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed that they actually are all here in the room. We have Sonic Eye and Trash Formers. Welcome on stage. We're gonna have Connex, and I need to make sure that this is right because these are the names. Hold on. And Carbon Wise, I think it is. Yeah. So let's see where they are. Yeah, sit. Okay. You want to go first?
Hello. Before everyone else comes.
Well, I'm not going to wait forever. You heard the MC. We're not going to wait forever. So what we're going to do, so the names of people who have presented today has been shortlisted to top 4. Carbon Wise, Connex, Sonic, Eye, Trash. And I'm going to give Carbon EX, because they actually came, an opportunity to sit here and also present. What you're doing right now, you're not presenting your startup. You have 2 minutes. IT, can I have a clock here for 2 minutes? Stopwatch for 2. You can sit here if you want. And yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So this is a five persons by 2 minutes. You only have 2 minutes. All that you're saying is you're defending one question. Why should you be one of the top winners and win a cash prize? Why is your company going to need this money? What will you do with the money? Why you're the best? You have only 2 minutes. Think about it. Okay? Can I have a stopwatch here? It's not showing. I can stand. As a chair, I can stand. It's okay. Okay, I can do it on my phone. That's fine. Hold on. I can do it on my phone. If IT high tech does not work, we can do low tech. Thank you, sir. Okay. So at 2 minutes, I'll basically say time, and then we move to the next person. Just give me a second here. Set up. So you don't need to waste your time with your name. Just say your company name and then why you think you should win this. 2 minutes? Good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Solomon from Carbonet. I deserve $40,000 because with that sum of money, I am going to, or we at Carbonet are going to make it possible for 20 million households in Nigeria to access climate finance. They will be able to get at least 220,000 naira each year. This money will fund LPG refill. So we are going to transform their kitchens from smoky, sooty kitchens to kitchens that are clean and powered by smart cook stoves. It is important because, most importantly, the health of the women will remain stable. They will not be affected by bad air quality. Also, there will be a reduction in deforestation. So there's gender empowerment and there's reduction in deforestation plus the money that they earn. It is important. This is going to happen on a scale that's never been done before. Actually, we've approached Senator Ned Nwoko to drive a law, a bill that will democratize carbon finance on an individual level, on an individual household level. That is the extent to which we want this to work. And the impact is massive. Imagine 20 million households in Nigeria that were formerly using firewood converting to gas. I need your support to achieve this objective. Thank you.
That's 30 seconds.
Okay, fine. I have 30 seconds. You know, it's like I said, it's never been done before. You're going to make this happen, where we have also received commendation from the presidency. We have people on the back. We need this money to provide data that we will use to engage the World Bank. And once we give them the data, they will be able to finance us with a lot more money. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And he has a prototype.
Yes, we do have a prototype.
Okay, then. Sonic Eye. 2 minutes. What?
Is the timer on? I should proceed. Okay, good morning, everyone. Once again, I am Patience and I represent Sonic Eye. I will say why we need this. We need this to win this because the product we're bringing is of great use to not just residential homes. It is of great use to commercial building and to those that are into commerce, into marketing. It is of great use to government because first of all, for those that for the residential homes, you wouldn't want that case where you are right in the middle of cooking, you're right in the middle of your use of gas, and all of a sudden it just goes off. There is just nothing you can do. All right. And then you just have to, you might be forced to go and spend money that you have assigned to something else. So we don't need that case. We need to be able to project and we need to be able to tell when this is coming around, and then we are able to plan ahead for it. Also for businesses out there, it gives them the opportunity to have access to data. You don't just cite businesses anyway. It gives you that opportunity to pick a suitable location, all right? You're able to cite your business in a place that gives you more advantage. So we're not just doing this for residential homes, we have the businesses out there. And then well, if you took note of most of what was being discussed today, talking about policies, we don't have data out there about gas. We don't have so much data to be able to make policies, to be able to make decisions. All right. So these products would give us that data bank that we need as a country. So that when we are making policies, when we are making national decisions about gas, we can even, we're talking about moving from one form of energy, and we're trying to move to a cleaner form of energy. And the country as it is, we have adopted gas as that energy. So it is best that we find a way to boost that system for us to have more information about it. And then we can make projections, we can make plans, we can talk about infrastructure. They talked about installing pipelines. Where would you want to install those pipelines to? Where are they heading to? All right, you need to know your targets. So this product is out there to be able to give us the eye that we need. That is why it is called Sonic Eye. Thank you very much.
And Connex.
Okay. My name is Michael from Connex. As I'm talking to you right now, thousands of Nigerians are facing this problem when it comes to buy petroleum products, this lack of information. They don't have idea who has products, who don't have products, the congestion of the situation in fleet stations, the ratings. Some fleet stations are very dishonest. They tie their pump in a way that they cheat you. So we need this transparency, and I know that many Nigerians want it. Who among us who don't want to have this app? Is free of charge. You use it, understand what is happening in the petroleum stations, and be able to buy product at the right time. And we have had issues in the night where someone was about to put to bed, but they want to use the car to take the person to the hospital, but there was no fuel. So they have no idea where they were able to get fuel. They were just going from place to place. But with this kind of app, you'll be able to just on your phone. It's 24/7. So you'll be able to see people who have fuel around you, be able to. So you're going to solve so many problems here in Nigeria. And talking about us, the team who are building this project, when you want to put your money into something, you put your money into something that you know that those who are giving the money qualify to solve the problem. So we have participated in 2 acceleration programs, graduated, I studied, I have degree in business management. So it's something that, and also we have gained traction. We have already earned $5,000 of net profit. So it's not like a try and error kind of thing where you put your money, you don't know what is going to happen with it. So it's a business that we have tried and it works. And talking about this bypass option when it comes to buying petroleum product, many emergency responders wouldn't want to waste time, stay on long queues, VIPs or emergency responders. So we give them this opportunity to be able to bypass queues and get their products quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Transformers, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Aisha Atta. I'm the founder of Transformers Nigeria Limited. And the reason I believe that we should be among the winners is I am a resilient and resourceful individual. Okay, I have found that with limited resources, I've been able to go far. And with the resource or with the financial ask that we have put out, which is $1 million, we're not just looking to put out a product, we're looking to build the whole value chain. We're starting from the material itself, processing it, producing the gas, and making that product available. So we're covering a whole value chain, which is a conversation that has been is being had and was had earlier today, which is how do we develop the gas infrastructure. Our solution provides that. We tackle the problem of infrastructure and tackle the problem of customer need. We're targeting students majorly because they're an easier way to break into the market. Students have the need for cost-effective alternative cooking fuel, and they also need to know that the money is going into a product that considers the value it brings to them. This is why I strongly say we are a cost-effective solution, because we're not just looking at a lower product, but a product that also gives value in added time, quality product added time. Something else I would like to mention is that Pop got to the point where we were a winner of a grants competition in 2023. We had gone very far on our own, pushing the idea of circular economy through our company Transformers, where we have so far been able to prove that gas can indeed be generated from pool. It's a messy business, but the more mess, the more money. And we're very much aware of the gas needs that we have.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we go with is the timer on again, please? One more time. Thank you. Thank you. Carbon wise.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if anyone in the room knows Nikola Tesla. He's one of the reasons why we have wireless transmission today and the electricity we use today, AC. So he had an idea to build this tower called the Wonder Cliff Tower that was supposed to revolutionize transmission. But guess what happened? His idea died with him because he never had the funding. I'm standing here today to tell you to fund CarbonWise, which is a very large-scale project and something that may seem too large to be feasible, to start the innovation here in Africa to revolutionize CCUS technology. Not because I think that I'm as smart as Nikola Tesla, or because I just have 100% assurity that the plan will work, but because I can tell you that I've had the ambition coupled with the hard work and the determination and the skills to pull this off. I may not have all the skills necessary. Maybe I can't build all the AI components or even the 3D model on my own, but I can tell you that I have the mind of an entrepreneur to lead a team to success. If you give me the funding for this prize, I promise that the moment I leave here, plans will kick in. And with the funding, in the next couple of months, we'll be able to build digital components and actually start testing a revolutionizing technology here in Africa. I think it's high time that Africa not only invests in things like oil and gas, but we lead the stage when it comes to technology in oil and gas. And with CarbonWise, we can really start that innovation right here in this room. Thank you.
Thank you. You still have 30 seconds to add.
Also, carbon-wise is not only about capturing carbon. In the future, we do hope to capture gases pre-flaring. So before the gases are flared, we'll capture it, and we have a potential of capturing natural gas and using it to produce green hydrogen through the same breaking down process, breaking down CH4 to C and H, and producing green hydrogen that we can use for cleaner energy in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you all for this. I know that it's not very common for us to defend ourselves when you're asking for money. We don't actually like asking for money. And then you have to defend yourselves and on stage. So that's not going to be very easy, but you did a great job. Thank you so much. I'm going to, we already have scores from the first presentation, but I'd like us to, in the room here, we'll try something new. I will call the name of the company and I will hear your voting for them by your claps. And you will see which of the 5 have gained more of your claps. Maybe that will energize the room as well. So who would vote for, whoever would vote for Carbon EX to win should clap. Now, Sonic Eye. Okay. Connex. Transformers. Carbon-wise. Interesting, interesting. Well, this is all being captured live and on camera, so we will combine this with the scores and we'll let you know the winners. Thank you very much, everyone. I really hope, wish you all the best, whether you win here or next time. I wish you all the best. Can we take a photo? Yeah?
All right, please give them one more round of applause, all of them together. 2 of them will get some grants. Whatever the grant is, it will be some sort of seed funding to get you going to the dreamland of playing your part in the industrialization of the beautiful Africa. Onwards to the interactive panel and policy lab session we go. Unleashing domestic and regional gas trading. Let's begin by welcoming Mr. Olalekan Ogunleye, EVP Gas Power and New Energies of NNPC, represented by Mr. Taladin Sahil. You're welcome, sir. To your seats on the podium. This way. Yes. All right. Joining him on site, I'd like to welcome Chief Executive Officer T-Shaped Consultancy Services, Dame Rita Quento. Dame Rita Quento, you are welcome. Joining them on site, I'd like to welcome Deputy Director Gas Utilization for NUPRC. Let's welcome Engineer Janice Anyanwu. You are welcome. Yes. Engineer, please come this way. Come on, please come this way. Okay. All right, so virtually joining this panel is the President and Chief Executive Officer of Oando Clean Energy Limited. Representing him is the Senior Vice President, Technology and Innovation at Oando Clean Energy, Adeyemi Adebajo. Adeyemi Adebajo, can you hear me? Please confirm.
Yes, I can, clearly. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
Adeyemi online?
Yes, can you hear me?
While we're waiting for Adeyemi to unmute and speak to us, we're also joined virtually by an energy expert and consultant, Dr. Ni Dako Ashanti. Dr. Ashanti is also online, but let us hear from Mr. Adebajo. Mr. Adebajo, please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Are the two of them there?
Yes,
yes,
we
I'm
are.
here.
It looks like they can't hear us.
Yes, but I can hear Dr. Ni Dako.
I
Can you hear me, doctor?
too. Yes, I can.
Yes, so it appears they can't hear us. Let me send a message to Professor Chiria.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. Good afternoon, our distinguished panelists. Good afternoon, our valued participants. So I feel deeply honored this afternoon to be the moderator for this very important session for the second edition of Agis 2025. The theme is very important. Oh, great. The theme is very important, building a resilient Africa gas economy through innovation and collaboration. I want to express thanks to SPE Nigeria Council and the Agis 2025 Planning Committee for the kind invitation. Our session today focuses on something very critical and also timely: unleashing domestic and regional gas trading. As we all know, Africa, a dear continent, is home to over 13% of the world's known and recorded natural gas reserves. But even at this, intra-African trade in terms of gas has remained underdeveloped. And we can see the constraints come from the fragmented infrastructure, the differing policy regimes, and those of insufficient regional collaboration. So this session invites us to reimagine, all of us to reimagine the possibilities of innovation driving harmonization of policies, and also inviting us to reimagine how partnerships that are robust in nature and in context can unlock the immense potential of gas, not only for exports, but also as a strategic enabler to get industrialization started, to get energy access jump-started, and also economic integration across our dear continent. I'm very happy to announce to you that we have a very exceptional panel of thought leaders and practitioners who are today going to share insights that will help illuminate these paths that we are treading, that can only lead us on a forward direction. So I have here online they confirmed he's here. Adeyemi Adebajo. Adeyemi Adebajo is a Senior Vice President, Technical and Innovation. Adeyemi, hi.
Hi.
Oh,
Can you hear
great.
me?
So we
Okay.
have here, physically present, our own Dame, Quento Rita Obegeli. She is the CEO of T-Shaped Consultancy Services. She has been advancing the discourse on renewable energy, gas and physical fuel deployment, gleaning from her experience as a one-time director of energy innovation at NMPC Limited. Welcome, Dame.
Thank you.
We also have online panelists with a lot of experiences as well. Dr. Nin Dako Asante. He's an energy consultant and chairman of the Gas Consortium. Hi, Doctor.
Hello, good afternoon.
Great. We also have physical here, Tahiru Saludin. He is the head, Access and Investment Management, NNPC Gas and Power Investment Services. Welcome, sir. Okay, last but not the least, we have Engineer Janice C. Anyanwu. He is a Deputy Director, Gas Production and Utilization at NUPRC with over 23 years of dealing with oil and gas regulatory services. Welcome, sir.
My pleasure to be here.
Thank you. So our goal for this session is one thing. We want to have dialogue that is practical and policy relevant. In this way, we want to showcase the diverse perspectives of our experienced panelists and that of you, because we'll be taking few questions from you and want to deliver actionable ideas at the end of this session. So we have designed this session to be in 2 rounds. The round 1 will focus on framing the landscape, while in round 2, we're zooming into solutions to have the actionable ideas together. So we begin now by talking to Dane. Let me get gender sensitive. So from your perspective, madam, what are the key barriers that currently you think is limiting domestic and regional gas trading within our continent?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And I observe all protocols. I will need to address this by saying that gas market is demand driven, and it thrives when we carry out activities that maximizes the use of gas and its economic benefits, such as gas to power, gas to manufacturing, agro-based industries, gas to gas-based industries, auto gas, which is trending in Nigeria currently. And if these activities are not well coordinated, we have a hindrance in the gas market, like we currently do, if you agree with me. And I've looked at certain salient activities which we are but probably not paying attention to them the way we should. And first on the list is a creation of awareness. If people don't know about gas, how do we even start talking about stimulating that demand that leads to a vibrant gas market? There is a wise saying that what we don't know is bigger than us. So we need to lay emphasis on creation of activity, awareness, for the use of gas, starting from the basic, from C1 to C4, you know, explaining to people what you could use methane, ethane, propane, and butane to achieve as a source of energy. And I also looked at inadequate infrastructures that hinders gas utilization. In Nigeria, currently, most of our pipeline network are project-centric. And then when we are building this project-centric network, we don't make allowance for what we call feature connect tying on our right of way. We should assume that once investors see a trunk line, that they will want to, you know, buy properties around the right of way of that gas pipeline, and then make provisions for these things. I'm happy that my former colleague from NAPC is here, and NAPC is currently looking at the AKK pipeline, and I remember that when I was there, it was just a straight line that will evacuate gas, a 23.3 kilometer straight line that will evacuate gas from Anu production site to the OB3 system, which I think is not fair enough. There should be a provision for Future Connect, because Imo State has, I think, 3 delineated industrial parks. They have one in Owerri, they have one in where is Anu again? Agis, and they have one in Okigwe. And each time we come around to talk about gas market, the team from Ano Gas, we say that they are ready. They are ready and they are waiting for OB3. If they are really ready, I believe from my own perspective, because that's what I'm giving, that there should be a forum to sensitize investors so that the investors that can deploy the virtual pipeline systems will be able to start doing something around that Ohaji industrial estate. And that is how you build up a vibrant gas market. So I looked at the pricing system. It's quite unstable and not clearly defined. And the security concerns at the production site is something that can hinder the gas trading. If there is no production, how do you even start thinking of building a pipeline and supplying gas to end users? Then at the regional level, if we don't have the cross-regional pipelines, we need to worry about it. Luckily enough, we have the West African gas pipeline that spans across Nigeria, Benin, Togo, and Ghana. And we hope that we'll start utilizing that pipeline to boost regional training between Nigeria and these countries, and even go further, so we can justify that name, West African gas pipeline. And collaboration. We need to collaborate. We need to talk together we need to, as many times as possible, look at regulations, look at our pricing mechanisms, look at our laws, and try to harmonize these things that are capable of making us keep meeting and not having any tangible results on ground. I also looked at trade agreements. We need to do those agreements in harmony with each other. I think that's where I want to stop now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, so we look at something that came out strong, missed market opportunity. So I'll go to our regulator here, Engineer Dennis Anyanwu. Talk to us about missed market opportunity in gas trading and highlight the magnitude so we can understand the importance.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, audience. So what is the size of the market that we're talking about here? So when we say gas, you situate it in Nigeria and then in Africa. Africa holds about 600 trillion cubic feet of gas, over 600 trillion cubic of proven gas reserves in Africa. And Nigeria in itself is a #1 reserve holder. Nigeria holds, as at today, 210.54 trillion cubic feet of gas. The population of Africa is about 1.5 billion. 600 million Africans are in darkness without electricity. What can 600 TCF of gas do? Now, just to help us, the United States, some data shows that in 2023, that it consumed power, natural gas power, of 33 exajoules. Now, and United States has about maybe 300 million people, but the entire nations of Africa, with over 1.5 billion in the same year, consumed only 28 exajoules. One country with 300 million consumed 33 exajoules. But the continent of Africa, with 1.5 billion plus, consumed just 28, less than what one country consumed. So what does that tell you? And that's why I say it's a missed opportunity. So you can imagine when the 600 TCF of gas is brought to market and serves as a trade. So even when you look at Nigeria, for instance, of the 7.4 or thereabout billion scoop of gas per day that we produce, we only utilize domestically about 28%. Now 34% is exported through the NLNG and just a paltry amount through the WACP pipeline, right? Now what it tells you again is domestically, we haven't deepened gas utilization. If we are much more of export oriented than domestic gas utilization. And that is the same story for Africa. So you can imagine when, so we're just talking about 7.5 BCF of gas from 210 trillion cubic feet of gas reserves. So you can imagine when 600 TCF of proven reserve in Africa brought together in a trading framework, right? And that is the kind of energy unlocking that you're going to get. it is proven that your GDP, trends proportionately to gas utilization. So if you have any country or countries with high GDPs, usually would have higher consumption of gas. That's established, all right? Our per capita usage of gas is very low, and that reflects on that domestic utilization that I just mentioned. So you can imagine where the infrastructure is in place, and then there is the connectivity of market, not just within the country, but in Africa, where we have the about 600 trillion cubic feet of proven gas reserve. You can imagine the kind of industrialization, economic growth, and of course, better quality of life that would unlock for the citizens of this nation. 600 million people in darkness, and many more millions not having access to clean cooking energy, and yet we have abundant gas resource. So it's a paradox, right? Because using the reserves that we have, we could have unlocked not just powering our homes, but gas could serve as a catalyst for industrializing Nigerian economy, because gas isn't just a product, but it's actually a catalyst for economic growth and development. So this is how huge it is, that you have abundant resources, but utilization is not commensurate. And then you have a huge number that has lack of access to this energy. So what we are discussing today, if we actualize the positive expectations, would actually mean that we're going to be empowering millions of people in Africa, energizing various economies, to the prosperity and better living conditions for Nigerians and Africans.
Thank you so much, Engineer Janice. We can do better. All right, so I highlighted that in my opening remark, how gas is a strategic enabler, and it came out strong here. So I'm thinking now of strategy. So let's move to Dr. Nee, who is online, to share with us how rich countries like Nigeria, rich African nations like Nigeria, can integrate the domestic gas utilization strategy with the frameworks like ECOWAS pipeline, gas pipeline. Yeah. Dr. Nee?
We can't hear you.
Financial mechanisms and off-grid solutions can play in enabling smoother cross-border transaction in terms of gas.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. I'll start, let me start from the basics. I heard you speak about digital platforms, right? So what is the essence of going digital? Automation. I think the major thing that automation brings into any business is transparency. And for you to be involved in trading, marketing, it's very simple. Even our local businessmen, what fosters business collaboration? I think it's transparency, very, very critical. So that is what automation brings, digital platforms. That is the basis. Let's go to gas pricing. I always like going to the basics so that the crowd would understand what we're talking about here. It is very obvious that we're blessed with abundant gas resources in Africa. But it doesn't stop at that. What do you need to do to harness the gas, right? Monetize the gas, trade the gas. Transparency, one thing. The other thing, as Madam Rita mentioned here, is supply and demand. Demand and supply. But then demand and supply is also driven by certain basic necessities. There has to be a market, right? And that market must also be enabled. You must, if you think about the local concept, if you have your ordinary store, right, and you don't have a trader, you don't have customers, people to come and buy, you don't have the manufacturer, obviously they are missing links, and that cannot happen. Trade cannot happen. So a digital platform is there. It introduces transparency. You have a thriving market, supply and demand. And what that enables further is that when you have a digital platform, you have a broader reach. Unfortunately, we're having issues here. You have people that are on this panel that are online. Who knows? Maybe they're in America. Maybe they're in Europe. But I'm sure if the line was good now, they'll be participating effectively with us. That is what digitalization brings. So it extends your market. So I have a platform that introduces transparency. I have the basic necessities for trade, supply and demand, and then I have a broader reach. So forgive me, I'm just taking time to create a mental picture to the audience. So I'll come again to Africa. You know, yesterday I was in a meeting, and I would say the GCO of NMPC Limited was speaking about enabling markets. And he said something about America. I've always known this, but I never thought of it that way. He said, do you know, people call America a country. Do you know that America is a continent? And, you know, I sat down and thought about it. I said, yes. You have Washington, you have New York, you have Texas, you have California, you have, you know, different North Carolina, South Carolina. These are functional states, but in Africa, they're actually countries. But they're all operating under a federal system. They have a federal policy. They have a federal regulation. How more can you enable a market, for God's sake? Now, let's come to Africa, right? And I'm sure some of us here went to the SP event in Tanzania. I was supposed to speak on a panel in Tanzania. I don't have anything to do there, just to go and add value and maybe spend my money. I did not get my visa until the last minute. They were running helter-skelter, you know, just to ensure that participants got into Tanzania, spent 2 days, and then left. This is Africa. In fact, I didn't even bother, you know, when they told me I was going, I said I took it for granted until someone called to say, the visa is like you're going to this, you know, another paradise on earth. I said, now, wow, you know, and I'm sure those of us that were there would testify to that. And then I remembered what Aliko Dangote said. We all know who Aliko Dangote is. Aliko Dangote is the richest black man, they say. And you can Google it. There was a time he was complaining. He said, in Africa, I need 34 visas to travel around Africa. And he has investments in Ethiopia,
maybe I think in Tanzania too, if I remember correctly. You know, he has investments scattered all around Africa, but he cannot move. Today, if you have a Schengen visa, you can hop on a train and move from one country to another. So what do we need in Africa? You're talking about private-public partnership. I think it is essential for you to enable trade. You need a digital platform, a robust digital platform. Do we have an interconnected digital platform in Africa? That is a question we need to ask. Have we developed our gas resources? Do we have adequate gas infrastructure? Because gas infrastructure is what unlocks the gas. We hear about stranded gas. Yes, there's a lot happening. We're talking about Nigeria-Morocco line. We're talking about the Trans-Sahara line. The West African gas pipeline is existing, as Madam Rita mentioned, but we can do more. This is just around North Africa. You heard what the Secretary General for APO said yesterday on how the dearth of infrastructure in Africa. Then we go to virtual again. Virtual gas. What is virtual gas? A lot of people would ask, talking about moving LNG from one spot to another using trucks, using CNG. In Nigeria now, it's becoming the hype. You're seeing that a lot of filling stations are doing that. You can do this across Africa if Africa is borderless, right? I can actually take my LNG from Nigeria. Today, if you go to Ajakuta, because of the AKK pipeline, which Madam was talking about, if you want to buy land, you pay through your nose. Land price has gone high up because gas is a stimulant. They're building 5 mini LNGs there. Today, if I key into that, I can actually transport LNG from Ajakuta to Niger, or to Chad, or to Benin Republic. I don't need a pipeline, but of course it will be more expensive. But then what can I do across Africa to ensure that these prices, at least everybody gets benefit of it? The right policies, the right regulations. Do we even have a regulatory body that superintends across Africa? And thank God we have our guy from NUPRC. I asked that question last year at AGIS, and the answer I got was no. How come in Africa we're talking about oil and gas? Yes, we have our individual regulatory platforms. Why don't we have a body that would ensure that the regulation that I have here will not hamper the business that I want to do in another country? This is the only way we can unlock and start trading gas. If we have sufficient gas here, we have a hub here, and another part of Africa requires that gas. Digitally, I can see it. You can go digitally and request for that gas at a regulated price that would be beneficial to everybody and get it across. Financing is becoming very difficult. Crowdfunding, there are bonds. For instance, if you come here now, you can see the Sukuk bonds we're using all over, right? And, public-private partnerships. The African Energy Bank that was spoken about here yesterday is an initiative out of the issues we're having on funding. The Western world is tightening in on fossils, right? Funding for fossil fuel development is becoming tight. So we're thinking out of the box. So these are the things that we require, and we need it to unlock the gas resources that we have in this country. Thank you. In Africa.
Thank you, Taheri. All right, let's travel online one more. Hopefully we'll get there. Adeyemi Adebojo, if you're there, you listen to insights spanning across continents. So now, looking at successful models across the continents, not Africa, beyond Africa, what lessons or practices could you suggest that Africa gleans or adapt to boost internal gas trade and collaboration?
Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, please? I can't hear you.
I think they can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, thank you once again. So looking at successful models globally, a few key lessons, stand out that Africa can actually adapt to enhance their internal gas trade and regional collaboration. So I'm going to delayer this, in a number of ways, maybe 3 to 4 ways. First, infrastructure integration is fundamental. The European and Asian markets and demonstrate the power of cross-border pipeline networks and harmonized regulatory frameworks. So Africa must prioritize transnational infrastructure and interconnectivity to unlock intracontinental gas flow. An example is strengthening the existing pipeline networks that we have, the West Africa gas, Trans-Saharan gas pipeline. And as we do this, we also need to recognize that gas flow should follow commercial logic and not just national boundaries. Second, we must develop predictable and investor-friendly policy environments. We need to have stable physical regimes and clear market signals, as seen in other areas like US and Qatar. And these are essential to attract capital and build investor confidence. And then talking about adaptation, what we can do is to expand the role of existing institutions in Nigeria, like the APO, that's African Petroleum Producers Organization, and the African Union Commission on Energy to guide regional gas policies and standards. Third, we look at regional cooperation or collaboration, which is very important. It's not optional, it's compulsory because it's actually strategic. So the African Continental Free Gas Trade, that is AFCFTA, provides the strong foundation, but it must be complementary or complemented by sector-specific cooperation, such as unified gas pricing mechanisms, joint ventures across borders, and shared storage and transfer facilities. Then lastly, we can just speak about capacity building, which is crucial. So we to leverage on local talent, invest in technical education, and share expertise across borders, to ensure that growth in the gas sector is sustainable and inclusive. So, but I must say that Africa, in Africa, the opportunity lies not in just copying models or sale. We need to adapt proven principles to fit our unique purpose. And that involves prioritizing regional strengths, enabling collaboration, and building the infrastructure and trust necessary for thriving intra-Africa gas market. So I will conclude by actually, listing actionable adaptations for Africa, which I've also talked about earlier, but I'm going to just have them listed, in terms of infrastructure, policy, markets, finance, anchor demand and institution. So under infrastructure, we need to develop, regional pipelines, networks, and also LNG corridors. These previous speaker spoke about that a lot. So we need to strengthen that. Also policy, we need to harmonize gas regulations and streamline, cross-border trade to make it easy. Then under markets, we need to talk about, to establish gas hubs and open markets to competition. We need to move away from monopoly to synergy. And finance, which is the art of every business, important to mobilize regional and international capital with risk-sharing tools. Then demand, stimulate the demand, spoken about that already. Promote gas use, drive gas to power projects or gas to value in general, because we also use gas for fertilizer. So that will also create the demand. And I've spoken about the institutions, enabling the institutions to empower them to be able to coordinate energy events, the AUs, the APPO, AFDB, and the regional blocks, empower them to able to do what we call energy coordination. So I will stop at that. Thank you. Hello?
No. So we want to go straight to zooming into solutions. Now I'll go with Dame again. What specific policy reforms or harmonization efforts do you think will urgently change the narratives at the national or regional levels to support gas trade?
Thank you very much. Yesterday, there was a presenter, I think from Seplat, that, opened the eyes of, that's the local language of some of us, that we always say that most of the gas we get is from oil, that the producers of oil had already made their profit by from oil, and that we should be able to get a $1 gas to help us. I'm always projecting that $1, the strategic gas. I call it $1 gas. That's gas at the cheapest price. Now, bearing in mind, the presenter now told all of us yesterday that it is easier to access finance to produce crude than gas. That getting finance for gas is very, very difficult. So bearing this in mind, I want to look at policies that will enhance access to finance in the gas industry so that it will be easy to produce gas and utilize it for the numerous economic benefits that we can see, even though we are yet to, have a vibrant market in Nigeria. And I'm looking at policies that will establish an investor-friendly environment in Nigeria and elsewhere, across Nigeria, because if you are trading gas in Nigeria and the environment is not friendly in Ghana, you can't trade gas in Ghana. So, and policies that will establish clear regulations. We need to know those regulations, and then improve infrastructures, the gas pipelines, storage facilities, gas processing facilities, and other compression stations that facilitate gas supply. Now in Nigeria, we have the PIA, we have the Nigerian Gas Expansion Program, and we have the Decade of Gas Policy. All these transformations are geared towards making Nigeria a gas economy by 2030. But what we are missing, what we need, the gap now is to translate from documentation, because they are, well written. We need to translate them from documentation to implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dame. Rita?
I am back now.
You can do that if you want. You can clap.
Sorry, I'm back now.
Thank you. Now she mentioned policy. So I quickly go to Engineer Janice again to ask, what key infrastructural enablers must be prioritized to both domestically and regionally unleash latent potentials of gas trading across Africa?
Okay. So before I go into the infrastructural enablement, let me give Dame a little bit comfort in terms of the implementation of the PIA. right? It may not be a perfect document, but it is fantastic as it is, right? And we can, continue to make progress and improve on it. But what has it done, and how is the Petroleum Industry Act being implemented in the space of the gas? Now, there is a feature or a provision that is called drill or drop. My professor is there. Yes. So there is a drill or drop feature of the PIA, right? Which says if a producer of oil and gas has been holding this asset for a while, it's lying fallow, and is not developing and producing that, then you need to relinquish it. What that does is it makes any holder of any license of an acreage to be business-like in the pursuit of the business, right? So it's not an era whereby you have no intention of developing the assets, or you do not have the wherewithal, either the capacity, technical or financial, but for some reason you could actually get access to the block, and then you can keep it and maybe begin to, get loans from all the banks because you have an asset, and then you, instead of using the loans, you begin to build skyscrapers, and like they will say in some places, marry many more wives, right? So, but then you have the asset lying fallow. So that era is gone. And what we are actually doing as commission in that space is that we have, as commission, identified what we call uncommitted gas assets. These are gas assets that have been discovered years without any activity on them, without any work program or commitment on them. Such assets have been identified and put in a basket whereby third-party competent, technical and commercially viable entities, it will be put into auction just like about regular bid rounds. That is the kind of thing that the commission is doing, all right, made possible by the Petroleum Industry Act, the PIA. You also probably are aware of the domestic gas delivery obligation framework. What that does again is, in the past, before the PIA, what we had was domestic supply obligation. Now, the PIA didn't just change a name, but it changed a concept. So there is a difference between domestic supply obligation and domestic gas delivery obligation. In the era prior or before the PIA, supply obligation meant that a company or an oil and gas producer would say, I have gas, right? It's actually in my well or in my battery limit, but it's not my business to try any effort to take it to a place whereby that gas becomes accessible to end users, right? That was domestic supply obligation, in as much as such a company could provide evidence that he has that gas reserve and is readily available on production. That company has met its obligation. And that was before the PIA. But the PIA, in the delivery obligation concept, expects that beyond having gas at your battery limit, you would need to take that gas by putting what we call spur lines, short pipelines that can take it to the nearest city gate or to the nearest connection point, whereby end users can leverage and make use of that gas. So that's something that the PIA has done. And the commission, in the spirit of these provisions, have mandated gas producers allocated certain volumes that they would bring to the domestic strategic sectors, that you talked about, which is the power, the gas-based industry, and the commercial. So this is just to paint a picture that although the PIA may not be totally perfect, and no law ever is anyways, but it is a right step in the right direction. But having said that, I think that the countries of Africa need to prioritize collaboration over competition. And we can learn lessons from some existing initiative. WACP is actually a testament to collaboration that exists, right? WACP is a pipeline that takes gas from all the way in Warri, Niger Delta, through Badagry, and then passes through, the coastlines up to Ghana, Togo, and all of that, right? And while every nation or country that gas passes through have their sovereignty, there is some kind of overriding administration that manages how the gas passes from one country to the other. And of course, it is the same line that government is looking at to extend further into what we call the Nigeria-Morocco pipeline. It is the same pipeline that is intended to be extended. And when that happens, it's going to pass through many other countries until it gets to Morocco, right? So in my view, I think that government should prioritize such pipeline, okay? Because what it will do, Nigeria will play a central role in supplying gas, to those along that region, where the pipeline passes through. Another pipeline that is interesting, which I think the government should also, or not, the nation should also pay attention to, is the AKK. My brother from the NEPL will tell you they've done quite a lot in trying to get AKK. At the last time I listened to discussion around AKK, I think it's probably 80-something% complete, if I'm not mistaken, 70-something% complete, yeah. But that pipeline, apart from serving the northern region or connecting the Niger Delta to the northern region, is also the key pipeline that would take gas to Trans-Sahara Sahara pipeline, right? All the way to Algeria, all right? So again, there are initiatives already on ground, but what we need to do is prioritize this initiative. You can imagine if we have the Trans-Sahara pipeline, gas pipeline, that will take that will continue from AKK towards passing on through the northern countries to Algeria, and then you have this other one that is taken from the Delta flank all the way through the WACP Agis to Morocco. It will go a long way to unlock the potential that we have as a country, and then as a regional player, when we have such kind of pipeline, then there will be need for storage facilities along the process. There will be also need to have even floating LNGs, because again, it's not going to be just taking gas from onshore. There will also be viability for gas that are offshore, which today is also a real challenge, right? But we can have floating LNGs, and then have LNG terminals, along the same pipeline route, so that you do not just simply depend on onshore pipeline, but you can also depend on offshore gas, to bring gas to the market. So for me, these are some key areas. I think that nations of Africa would need to collaborate rather than compete, learning lessons, from the experiment that we have had with WACP. There is also even discussions on Nigeria Equatorial Guinea pipeline. So there has actually been some efforts, to increase, access of Nigerian gas to global market, or to regional market rather, and if we prioritize this and collaborate with other countries around, I think we're going to achieve a great success.
Thanks so much, Engineer Janice. Two things that will take me to the next panelists, center around the transborder gas supply agreements and partnerships. So we deal with the agreements. Dr. Oni, if you can hear me now.
Yes, I can.
I want you to share what institutional or legal innovations would be helpful with the current trust, the pricing, the governance challenges along the transborder gas supply agreement.
Hello, good afternoon, and apologies for the mix-ups. Somehow, each time you ask me to speak, then some forces took over my internet and it went off. But thank God I'm able to talk this time. So I guess the biggest challenge is, in my understanding, what used to be, I hear, the domestic supply obligation, which is now a delivery obligation. In a sense, it's understood why that needs to be there. But when you are outside, in this sense, the country which has its domestic supply obligation, you are at the end of, if you like, receiving all the shocks from any disruption in supply. So you have an agreement to receive gas, and there is some sort of disruption. And as a result, you at the end of the WACP does not receive gas. That creates problems in terms of confidence to make investments based on supply coming through this pipeline. Now, the reasons for it are understood. It's not really a question of should the domestic delivery obligations be there or not. It's rather a question of how do we overcome the need for, if you like, a country to ensure that its energy needs are met before it exports gas. And I think the previous speaker alluded to a potential solution, which has to do with storage. Unlike electricity, which, yes, you can store in batteries, gas is much easier to store in the sense of now we have LNG, and in some cases we have some sort of depleted well storage and so on. But I believe one of the things we can do is to create a situation where the pipeline operator has access to either alternative supplies or storage, which can be made available to consumers when there's a disruption, in such a way that the end consumer would pay for the gas as usual because they would not know there had been a disruption. But if a supplier, for instance, was unable to supply, they would have to pay whatever the cost of that alternate gas was. This would create some confidence that when I sign a contract to receive gas across WACP, for instance, no matter what happens, I will receive my gas. It would also, in a sense, move us from this transition where essentially our network is government moderated, government controlled, to where we essentially have more market infrastructure, where I make a commitment which is registered by the pipeline operator to supply gas, under the understanding that if I fail to supply, for whatever reason, it will be supplied on my behalf and I will have to make payment accordingly. These are structures which exist in other markets. And I believe that it's something we probably need to be looking to transition to in the longer term. LNG is becoming available within the sub-region, and it's one of the mechanisms we can use to stabilize the supply arrangements and move ourselves onto a more commercial, stable operation where suppliers in Benin, in Togo, in Ghana can be assured of supply and of a price. And this should also apply to a consumer who over-consumes, has a commitment to, say, 10 million BTU and for some reason is taking 20 and therefore disrupting the pipeline. If they did that, they would, of course, have to pay the additional cost of the marginal gas. And there should be penalties, of course, for doing that, so that we would all operate in a way which ensures those who have valid contracts will always receive the gas they have contracted. I think that's one of the potential things, but it's a longer term arrangement that would have to work to. Thank you.
We'll go to Ade.
I can't hear you, moderator.
Are we on our own?
It appears
with obligations geared towards the WACP export, not even the LLNG export. Now the PIA is clear. The PIA ring-fenced already existing contracts. So there is no, so all the contracts, export contracts, right? For LLNG, for instance, and for the WACP are not by any means impacted by the domestic gas delivery obligation. So you do not, so those contracts are sacrosanct. The obligation is after those existing contracts have been met. What is left is what we will bring it into the domestic market. I needed to put that because, you know, I had a comment where he said, you know, it might be affecting what gets to the man at the end of the pipe. No, the contract is actually ring-fenced, you know, for those existing contracts, and is not impacted at all by the domestic gas delivery obligation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that information to clarify some hazy areas. So now we are glad that you're still there. Nobody has taken over your internet, Adeyemi. So you would like to share with us, how can partnerships among government, private sector, and regional bodies be structured in such a manner that they can help de-risk investment and scale impact in the gas market?
okay. Thank you, moderator. Let me confirm. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, please? I can't hear you.
I think they can. Just go ahead.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please.
All right. Thank you. So to effectively de-risk investments and scale domestic gas markets, you know, partnership must be built on aligned incentives and shared risk frameworks as well. You know, such that the long-term policies that we have are so clear. And the key to creating an ecosystem where each stakeholder, you know, government, talking about government, you know, private sector or regional institutions. So the most important thing that each of these components or entities, you know, plays to its strength while collectively mitigating commercial, regulatory, and geopolitical risk. So in this partnership arrangement, you know, government must take the lead, you know, with bankable policy frameworks and ensure that physical and regulatory frameworks that the risk early stage investments, you know, and this has to include transparent licensing, you know, making sure that licensing is very easy, you know, by creating licensing easy licensing regimes and the predictable pricing, you know, system or mechanisms, and also looking at streamlining the process of you know, permitting. I think I've mentioned that earlier. So the other key important part of this is, you know, you need to have clear offtake guarantees, you know, and all kind of anchor demands, you know, by stimulating, you know, demand from potential users. So by so doing this will serve as a way of de-risking, you know, these factors, or making sure that business is easy, and it also elevates investor confidence. And second, private sector must bring capital. You know, while government takes the lead in terms of the policy creation and making business easy, you know, creating that transparent environment. Private sector must bring capital, technology, and the operational expertise. You know, there are structures such that you know, the PPPs have also blended in finance instruments to make that easy. They're supported by multilateral development banks, and this can unlock private investment while cushioning the risk through guarantees. And also we have what we call first loss mechanisms and co-inventoring, that's equity co-investment. You know, that will also, you know, share risk amongst the private sectors. And lastly, the regional, we need to have regional cooperation, which is, I think we spoke about making sure they have shared facilities, to achieve economies of scales. When you have more people coming into the business, you have the unit, of course, is lowered. And you also need to build integrated facilities to make sure that we have pipelines and LNG terminals for trading, create a kind of trading hub that also lessens or reduces the risks associated with the investment. So regional bodies can help harmonize standards as well, because you don't want to have a situation whereby the standard of a particular or of a geographical location is different from the other. Somebody mentioned doing a business in Nigeria and having issues with the same kind of business in the other location. We are the same person doing the same business. So that has to be harmonized, by creating that environment. So we need to promote cross-border trade and facilitate put investment vehicles to lower, individual control risk. So ultimately, success depends on shared vision, and that cannot be overemphasized. So development and emissions reduction, the basic success dependencies that a business needs to thrive when it comes to gas. And when all parties co-design the roadmap and co-invest in the solution, the domestic gas markets can grow with speed, resilience, and impact. So those are the areas that we need to look at when it comes to ensuring partnerships among governments, private sector, and the regional bodies to de-risk business investments and scale domestic gas markets. Thank you.
For enlisting those amongst commitment that be made in the sector. So now I take it to our panelists for the last segment, where we're digging solution. Tahir Salaudin. Now we talk about commitment. We talk about energy security in this gas trade. How can African nations balance the domestic energy security need with the commitment to regional energy trade and decarbonization?
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, moderator. When you talk about energy security in country, I think the only way you can have energy security is by having a robust energy mix. And when I say robust energy mix, I mean wind energy, solar, the gas-fired, of course, the fossils, oil, and so on and so forth. So energy security, when one is down, the other is there. When one is there, the other is there to complement it. So for African countries, I think there's no hiding the fact that you get more value. And unfortunately, that's the reality of it. You get more value from export than domestic. And that is why a lot of these companies are shying away, or investors actually shying away from growing the domestic market. But with the right policies, the right regulations, of course, and then also, for instance, it's not only about the policies, the regulations, it's also on the part of the off-takers, for instance, being committed to their contractual commitments. Today, I'll give you an example. In power, you have a lot of debt. The gas is being supplied, but the payments, the power is being generated, but the payments are not forthcoming. And you cannot have a thriving business if I'm spending so much money to produce gas, to generate power, to send, and I'm not getting a return. Then you're crippling the business. So robust energy mix is one. Two, having the right policies, the right regulations, then ensuring that there is regional collaboration. We have to stand out in Africa to collaborate, build the necessary grid infrastructure. You know, Ogajanis here spoke about the AKK line, right? So the AKK is actually part of the Trans-Saharan line, as he mentioned. Today in Nigeria, we're building our own part. We're committed to our own part. Because once the AKK is completed, that is part of Trans-Sahara. So Niger also has to complement by building their own line. Likewise, Algeria. So that commitment has to be there. That collaboration has to be there, right? And then funding, we have to close the funding gaps. The only way we can do that is by collaboration also. I gave you an example earlier, the African Energy Bank that is coming up. Afrexim is doing a lot right now, right? So I think these are the major ingredients to ensure that there is domestic, you know, energy sufficiency, regional cooperation, and the empowerment of Africa as a continent. So I'll rest my case there. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We go to the audience now. We take maybe 2 or 3. Okay, so do we have any quick question or contribution from the, okay, yeah, we have 2 hands, the first 2 hands. So please, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Ogunlade. I work with Honeywell European. My question might not be directly related to what we are talking about, specifically for this session, but I just wanted to say it. In all this development, are we considering that we are in transition? Gas, I believe, still has much role to play till 2050, I believe. Post 2050, I believe for reliability, you know, for security, as he rightly mentions, we still have gas, we still have a role to play. But post 2050, you know, maybe the impact, I mean, the role might be reducing. But I believe this same gas can still be used as, you know, gas is carbon anyway, but as a transition to low carbon. What do I mean specifically? You know, we have the likes of hydrogens and all these things, you know, giving attractions, you know, across the world. Are we looking at, because if we look at it, you know, the existing facility that we are developing, we can still consider, you know, try to incorporate how the existing facilities can be so flexible for future use, even if the industry will transit. You know, that's what I want to ship in first. And the other one I want to ship in is just to SPE. We are looking at gas. And we are talking about collaborations. I think let's think about how we can collaborate with sister associations like Nigeria Society of Chemical Engineers. When it comes to innovation in gas, the innovation will take place as we are going more deeper into NGL, you know, recovery, you know, fractionate things. That's where we are going to have the innovations. But most of our discussions have been left around the, you know, gas gathering and coal. I'm just saying maybe in future, we should consider the utilizations, because utilization will actually drive the development. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution. It's not a question, it's a very important contribution for conversations forward from this room. So we take the last one there. Who asked the question? Can you hand the microphone over to him?
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Daniel Seni. I work for UWA in United Kingdom, London. And from the discussion so far, I discovered that the first world country, developed country, they are moving away from gases, petroleum, even into what you call electrical. And for instance, in United Kingdom, by 2030, they don't want to have any any petrol car or diesel car or gas car. They just want to have electrical car. Because of the sustainability of environment, and they are thinking about the climate problems, because this climate problem is a worldwide problem. And the most of developed countries now, they are shifting away from petroleum and gases. and because of this problem. And a lot of research have been carried out to show what are the dangers of gases and petroleum to the environment and to the human being entirely. And it has been found that they contribute a lot of carbon emissive to the environment. Is there any plan or any strategy put in place in order for us also to move away in the future from these gases, petroleum, in order to sustain our own environment? Because whether we like it or not, it has one way or the other, they are contribute to a lot of damages to the environment. And I don't know whether we are planning towards that direction in order to improve the sustainability of the well-being and the environment, in order to make sure because it improves the lifespan of the individual when they have good environmental factors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Would any panelists want to say something?
I want to.
Okay, for half a minute. Thank you.
Okay, let me say something very quickly. Two things. I think so. The two questions or comments are a bit related. But when you talk about transition, what Africans should be talking about is just transition. And what does just transition mean? It means that it recognizes that Africans also have the right to live, to have quality life. Now, let me shock you. You know, when we talk about emissions coming from Africa is just about 3%. I'm talking about the greenhouse gas emissions, around 3% of global emissions. So what that means is that even if Africa says, okay, let's switch off all our emissions, it's not going to turn the dial in the world scale in terms of what is being emitted, right? You mentioned UK. Recently, or maybe some 2 years ago, when some energy shock hit UK, especially when they had issue with Russia, they started drilling again, awarding license for new drills. So there's a geopolitical discourse, you know, that surrounds the issue of climate change. But what are we doing? Because we recognize this, but we're also doing something about it. In the commission, for instance, so I'm talking about the Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Commission, we have even established an energy transition and sustainability directorate, all right, that seeks to ensure that field developments takes into account their environmental credentials, all right, that they take into account the need for energy efficiency in their development, at least to minimize. And why is that important? It's important because we need to still attract funds. Africa doesn't have the funds to run or operate the industry. So we must present an evidence that we are actually doing something in this regard. And that is why we are also trying to green our process, you know, even in our regulatory controls of field development. But even while we have that, you know, in mind, we are fully aware that there is political tone or undertone to this whole discussion about climate change or energy transition. For us, the country has declared this as the decade of gas, and we have the right to actually better the lives of Nigerians and Africans using the resources that God has endowed us. That is what we call just transition.
Thank you so much for for that timely intervention to give us proactive measures being taken by the regulators. So key takeaways quickly, because MC is really on my neck. So we've identified key barriers limiting domestic and regional gas trading within Africa to include infrastructure deficit, market demand issues, regulatory misalignments, and a lot of solutions have been canvassed here. Urgent need for policy alignment, harmonizing the right regulations across borders will unlock gas trade potential, and also infrastructure integration and interconnectivity are foundational, hence must be prioritized according to my panelists. Innovation, they have also said, is a game changer, typified in robust digital platforms that are being leveraged today, contract standardization, and more, they can streamline regional trading. They also spoke strongly to strong partnerships, which they said will improve visibility, transparency, while considering incentives. And this will also help to de-risk investment and scale impact. They ask government to take lead in this partnership. We also have that local content and access must not be overlooked to showcase that gas trade could serve domestic markets and empower local economies. And finally, our panelists said Africa will lead in this space with contextual solution when we looked at the models in other continents, meaning that while learning from others is helpful, solutions must fit Africa's reality. So I want to thank my panelists for doing a just job to these important discussions. I also want to thank you for being active participants. I also want to thank the SPE Nigeria Council and the planning committees for making these conversations happen. So can we clap? Unified, no, don't start yet. Unified one for all of us is a gas clap because we have to energize and then explode. So start rubbing your hands. Rub your hands to energize. Just rub it. Rub it, rub it. Yeah, rub it. Are you feeling the energy? Yeah. Now explode. Thank you.
No, hold on. Just remain seated for a few minutes. Just remain seated for a few minutes, please. Just remain for a few minutes. So we're going to take two of our sponsors' quick remarks, brief remarks, and then we will announce. I beg your pardon. We'll take after that. We'll give you your thank you for coming back, and then you take your seat. So just indulge us. Let me first call on Mr. Salahuddin, who is representing the NNPC for the. Please a round of applause for NNPC as they talk to us as sponsors.
So I'll just start by saying Tahir is the surname actually. I see everyone, even Richmond as my brother, has started calling me Tahir Salahuddin now. So that's on a lighter note anyway. So NNPC Limited, as we are known, aspire to be the global energy company of choice. And one of the platforms through achieving this is through innovation, knowledge dissemination, identifying talent, right? And assisting those talents to build a credible career. You will find us in these kind of spaces. NNPC is always there to support innovation. NNPC will always be there to support knowledge dissemination, because that is what we are created for. We want to thank you so much for coming here. We will not tire. Our doors are always open. We will always support talent development, leading to national and regional development. Thank you so much.
Okay, for another brief one, this time from Cypher Crescent, I'd like to welcome Cypher Crescent's Business Development Manager, Adewale Sadiq, for the goodwill. A round of applause for another of our sponsors.
Good afternoon, everyone. I trust we've been enjoying the summit so far. My name is Adewale Sadiq. I'm the Business Development Manager for our energy services business at Cypher Crescent. First, towing the line of Mr. Salahuddin, as rightly corrected, we at Cypher Crescent, we're also proud to be a sponsor for this year's AGIS. And we are not just sponsors, we're also partners, because apart from the sponsorship that's on that side, we have also deployed resources who have worked tirelessly in putting this summit together. So our commitment to this initiative is a very solidified one, and we look forward to continuous sponsorship in this regard. As I've mentioned, the theme of this year's summit, which is building a resilient African gas economy through innovation and collaboration. Innovation is our watchword in Cypher%. If you know about us before now, we are driving technology developments for the industry with solutions which are proprietary built in country by Nigerians and also used in the industry. So it's our drive, and we look forward to further development we're going to be doing in the gas space. So let's say if you were here, you would have heard about our gas to liquid initiative, which we are taking, right, to also enhance or maximize the values we can actually derive from our gas resources. The country is actually blessed with enormous gas resources, and this initiative is one that we look forward to also partnering with key reputable institutions and bodies to achieve this. So on the collaboration side of things, you might have also heard about what we are doing with the Triple Helix Nigeria, which is a tripartite relationship between the government, industry, and academia in bridging the gap that we have seen to exist between the academia, industry, and the government. So we have resources, and you're also welcome, right, to join this initiative as we are closing these gaps and also advancing development in the country. So once again, thank you to SPE and other partners who have joined in making this a success. We are glad and open to also continuously support this AGIS initiative going forward. Thank you all.
Emeritus Professor Omile Derisa, please come help us present our thank you back to the panelists. Let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Following this, we will take a present. They will go back to their seats, and then we will take a presentation from PTDF, after which we'll go.
Thank you. I thought I should make a remark based on some questions, because I remember when I was USA president in 2008, people were complaining about climate change. And that was 17 years ago, am I right? We're still producing coal today. In fact, coal is contributing about 33% of power generation. I just want to hope that we'll not do what we've done in the past, abandoning what we have. Natural gas, and you can write it down, is not only a transition fuel, it's the fuel for the future. Just mark it. And I would just suggest we don't abandon it. I just hope that we can even think of doing what we see that we are doing in Nigeria today, trying to domesticate the use of natural gas. To me, that should be the focus. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Please present to them. Yes, sustainability. Let's begin with Engineer Anyanwu Jennings Anyanwu of NUPROC. Thank you, Engineer Jennings, and to the Commission for all that you're doing in providing the regulatory support for the gas value chain. Let's move on, of course, to our next panelists. Dame Quento, thank you so much for your insights as well. Thank you for sharing your perspective with us today. We're going to move on to my brother Salahuddin Tahir. Salahuddin is the first name, eh? Thank you so much again for the passion you bring to the discourse. Professor Eukaria Wachi, thank you so much for moderating beautifully. We appreciate you. And then we have Dr. Asante online and Mr. Adebajo. We appreciate all. Please, family photo. Please take a family photo. Take a family photo. After the family photo, you can go back to your seat. Please take a family photo. Please take a family photo. Thank you very much. As they take their seats, I'm calling on the PTDF, Frank Akemi. Thank you. Please give them one more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. After the PTDF presentation, Frank, after the PTDF presentation, we'll go for lunch. When we return from lunch, Neobong will announce the winners of the hackathon. Professor Eledari, Salahuddin, 1 second, please. Professor Eledari, there's another thing you're giving this time to the sponsors. Salahuddin, sorry, 1 second. Sorry, madam. I need to give him a sponsor's plaque. Please come, sir. We need to give him a sponsor's plaque as well as Cypher Crescent. Let's begin with NMPC. Thank you. NUIMS, okay. Prof, please present to NUIMS for being our sponsors at Agis this year. Let's have the other one for Cypher Crescent.
Summit 2025. This is presented to NUIMS, NMPC Limited NUIMS. Thank you.
Thank you. Please a round of applause for our sponsors. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Again, there's just no way to continue to celebrate our indigenous partners. In fact, SP is very appreciative of the sponsorship of our indigenous companies in Nigeria. So let me congratulate Cypher Crescent for supporting this event and even being present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please give me background music. Okay, so we would give Professor Ledari. Is he still in the room? Where's Professor? Our Prof has gone out. Come. And Frank, come. Cypher Crescent is the vice chairman of the committee. He will do it. TG, please. We want to present the plaque to Oando, the Mr. Debajo, right? That is online. Alhaji Mohammed will receive on his behalf. So please come forward and receive on his behalf. Where are my photographers? Let's give another speaker. Please give it to TG. In the middle. So we will take this presentation for a couple of minutes. After that, we'll move over to lunch. When we return from lunch, we'll take, as I said, announce the results. After that, we will get to the spotlight session on driving lower carbon footprints through innovation. Following that will be our final session on still on regulation and the closing of the summit by the Agis committee chair for 2025. And that will be all for the Agis 2025. I truly appreciate where Emeritus Professor Omi Ledare anchored that conversation. We need to keep reminding ourselves there are countries who are still processing coal, countries who are still using data fuels. So let's not jump on the bandwagon with them and the sponsored press to abandon what we have. We can look for cleaner ways to do it, raise the money, invest in alternative sources like renewables. And I have said, as many experts have echoed through the years, it's never enough energy to go around as the world is today. So we need to keep ramping up production of all sources. An adequate energy mix should be the conversation, and fossil would always play a role there. It is even better, as he said, that gas is sweeter, cleaner. There's a picture many years ago. I've been looking for that picture lately. I've not seen it. It's a picture many years ago of a particular city in Canada. Don't remember exactly now if it's Toronto or Calgary. Before they began powering their electricity and other forms of energy with gas, and after they started using gas. Before gas, their atmosphere was quite dirty. After gas, their atmosphere became cleaner. It's a testament to the fact that just give me background music.
technology.
All right, so in show business, they say the show must go on. If what else fails, find what works and move on with it. And for that reason, I'm going to be jumping into the next panel. Instead of just losing the time that we have now, I will jump straight into the next panel. So if anybody outside is interested in this panel on driving lower carbon footprints through innovation, please go outside, send your ushers, send the volunteers. They should go outside and announce that we're taking this panel now. We're taking this panel now. We're taking the panel now. So please, let's get everyone outside to join us inside. Lunch will be served after this panel. Lunch will be served after this panel. Lunch will be served after this panel. So let me begin the panel by inviting to his seats on the podium, the Global Business Development Director, Modern West Advisory, Otome Afiegbe. Otome, you are welcome to your seat on the panel. So a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for please. That one. No, the other one. Yes, right there. Yes. Thank you very much. Otome will be joined by Head Sustainability of NNPC Limited. Let's welcome Chinedu Igwe. Chinedu, you are welcome. Thank you very much. They will be joined by Deputy Manager Research and Data, Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, Alfred Dawson Kwanzaa. Mr. Kwanzaa, you are welcome. A round of applause for Mr. Kwanzaa. They will be joined by Engineer Ehimen Agunloye, Gas Portfolio Business Opportunity Manager for RAEC, but representing her is the Opportunity Development Lead Export Gas, Felix Okoro. You are welcome. RAEC, for those who do not know, is of course Renaissance Africa Energy Company. Yes, that's your seat. Thank you very much. To drive the conversation for us is the General Manager, Renewable Energy, Niger Delta Power Holding Company. Let's welcome Engineer Valerie Agberagba. Agberagba, yes. You are welcome, Engineer Valerie. It's Agberagba, right? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, the show is yours, ma'am. Please take it over.
Yeah, it's been a long day, but it's been interesting. So I believe we're not just going to say we're talking and talking. It's been interesting topics all this while. And I want to thank the SP for giving us this opportunity to have this discussion with some very learned and experts in the field. We are going to be talking about driving reduction of carbon emissions through innovation. And we have very distinguished professionals who will be doing justice to that topic. We all know that, they told us it's a decade of gas, we know that. And we also know that Nigeria has a mandate to reduce gas emissions by 20%, because we have the net zero target for 2060. And we believe that by 2030, we would have reduced 20%. And if we put in much effort to that, we could go up to 45% if we are determined. And I know Nigeria is very serious in driving this mandate. And so this afternoon, we are going to be talking to stakeholders on what they have been able to do to reduce these green gas emissions across their different portfolios, and what innovative ideas they will be giving to us so that most of us can go back with these ideas to begin to run them in our own establishments. So in no particular order, I'm just going to take my questions. I want to, Chinedu, I will just drive this to you. I mean, NNPC Limited is the biggest stakeholder when you talk about the gas industry. And we know that a lot falls on NNPC to do. So can you just share with us some of those innovations or frameworks you've put in place to be able to drive these green gas energy emissions? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Valerie, and greetings to co-panelists. So for NNPC as the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, saddled with the responsibility of ensuring energy security, we are aligned with the government's objective of a net zero by 2060 and reducing the greenhouse gas emission, 20% and 47%. And even prior to those targets, there have been set. Gas has been something that the industry as a whole has been transiting into. And I will say that from the experience of NLNG, going to NLNG as a product to utilize gas. And then you have the ELPS, you have the Ghana, what's it called, West African Gas Pipeline Project. And in recent times, you have the AKK project coming up, right, which will also drive utilization of gas. So primarily for NNPC, the objective of energy security means that we would have to begin to look inwards to ensure the utilization of gas and the utilization in such a way that it helps to position gas as our transition fuel. So we're working on that. Some of these projects are nearing completion, and by the time they're completed, we'll see a great drive of reduction in our flares and increased utilization of gas. Another key thing that we are working on is on the data, because data is really key. You really need to know what your level of emission is to know how you are managing that. So we're able to track that. So we're putting in place our data structure to be able to measure and report and also verify, what our emission sources are. And we've started off with some measurements around we've carried out some pilot measurements on our facilities, right? So where we have looked at what leak detection we have, I've been able to address those leak points. So other thing, it's also on capacity development. And I'll just tie capacity development and awareness as one area, because it's important that people understand what we're trying to achieve. One thing we've seen is that in the drive of decarbonization, reducing the carbon footprint in general, a lot of people see the cost as a cost rather than the benefit coming out of it. So how do we tie the cost of decarbonization to increasing revenue and profitability of a business? That's a key conversation. And so we're having a lot of awareness sessions and leadership engagements to be able to drive that, because where the leaders are not engaged in it, you're not really going to get that. So the project priority to drive decarbonization doesn't get the attention. So great, and thankfully, we have a leadership then and now that is really keen and interested in how we reduce our carbon footprint. And then also we are driving the capacity development part where we are increasing awareness. And I'll talk about like partnership, because we're also leveraging on partnership as a way to increase our speed, because when we talk about 2030, it looks very far, but that's 5 years from now. So we are really engaging with partners, both industry partners locally and globally, to be able to build the capacity that is required to drive down to achieve these decarbonization targets. I'll just stop there for now, so I don't get that.
I think that's a good point.
Okay.
You've given us quite some interesting plans put in place, especially the fact that you were aware that green gas emission something has to be done about it. And you said that before we even took that decision for Nigeria, you already started doing something as an organization. One of the key things you said was that you seeking data now. You want to know the level of your emission and then be able to use that to come up with your framework and all. So this will take me to Alfred. You're there, and you do a lot of data analysis. And how does your data analysis inform sustainability decision making? And to what extent has the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation used data? You just heard from NNPC that they are gathering data, but you do work more on data. So to what extent has it helped your decision making when it comes to sustainability and reduction of green gas emissions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. And thanks, SPE, for the invitation. With regards to data, so Ghana is not like Nigeria that have been producing for how long now? So since we started producing in 2010, we have a form of data that has actually informed us on how much we are emitting and what we are losing. So I think yesterday, this was actually buttressed and then confirmed that it's also happening in Nigeria. So in Ghana, if you look at how much we actually produce, we are using about 30% for the field, as in the production offshore. And that is where sustainability comes in. So this little information has helped us to think through and say that we know that there are industries that no matter how much we make noise about renewables, the density of energy that those industries need, renewable hasn't got to that technology where they will meet that energy demand, like the petrochemicals, the steel, even aviation. And so why do we, for the want of a better expression, waste the 30% in bringing the gas out to come and empower, when we can actually use sustainable technologies offshore on the facilities to produce this close to 30% and actually use it to power industries that the renewables cannot do. And so we ventured into a project or a research of electrifying some of the facilities offshore. So one of the FPSOs offshore, we did a simulation work to see how we can power the desalination unit of the FPSO using solar. And it gave us some economic and environmental gains. Currently, as we speak, one of the areas that we are also looking at, because carbon capture, utilization, and storage is one area that I see it as a low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit in the sense that it's the workflow, the method that we go through in identifying potential storage areas are just like what we, the geophysicists and the geologists, we go through. The workflow is the same thing. You are looking at your capital competence, you are looking at the fault dynamics, you are looking at reservoir properties, and even at a broad scale screening where you are deciding on whether to settle on saline aquifer or oil depletion. So you are using the data that we currently have, i.e. our seismic and then our well, to actually find possible areas that we can actually store carbon dioxide. So as we speak right now, and this is the model that we are using. So we have 5 students from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. They are with us in our offices. We have the technical know-how as far as interpreting the data is concerned, and we have actually taken care of them as far as their fees and everything. And what they are doing is that across the basins, offshore basins of Ghana, they are interpreting the data, analyzing it, so that we'll be able to find suitable places that we can put carbon dioxide. So the data that we have is helping us to venture into the research and then also see how we reduce the carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Utilization of data for efficient production and efficient utilization of the carbon captured. Okay, Otume, sorry, I'll ask you this. You are you're more into advisory and consultancy. I mean, hearing what the NNPC has said and Ghana National Petroleum has said, the lot of things that they are doing, and as an advisory organization, I'm sure you must have played some advisory roles to some bigger stakeholders in the gas sector. So what advice or innovative advice have you given to some of these organizations, and to what extent have you been able to monitor that this advice was not, like I say, kept aside? You know, it's good to pay so many dollars for people to advise you, and it's another thing for you to take that advice and use it, utilize it for the purpose in which you got it. So to what extent can you say that those advisory notes you have given to some organizations, they've been utilized, and you can also monitor to see that this has been helpful towards its purpose?
Okay. First of all, I want to clarify, I do like the money. So, but that's a very relevant question. You don't want to reel out a textbook that is not operationalized or that is not credible, to clients, right? So what we've seen, and just hearing from the gentleman who's spoken, data is key, right? One thing we've seen as a major offset when advising clients is lack of data. So one thing we do is, first of all, let's set the baseline, right? So our strategy is to help companies to properly quantify their data, and their digital frameworks to achieve this. They are satellite-based emission systems where you can track your emissions. So once you know your emissions, which comprise of your scope 1, your scope 2, so from your direct operations and what you import into your facility. In different parts of the world, folks import heat. We don't need heat. We have abundant heat. But essentially electricity that we utilize from the grid, once you have a clear understanding of that, then how can you decarbonize? So we help companies to come up with a decarbonization framework that is tailored to their operations, not just one package that fits all. No, each company has a different footprint, so it needs to be customized so that you can credibly achieve those targets that are set. And then, of course, on the back of your decarbonization, the point is, these are very good. As a prudent and responsible operator, you want to ensure you have a good sustainability track record. But there are also upsides when you implement these sustainability initiatives. And that comes in the form of accessing carbon markets. So we've supported different companies, upstream companies, some of the big ones, to look into that space of carbon credits, right? Some projects we're working on right now are reforestation, afforestation projects, where you plant trees. Those are called nature-based solution projects. And trees are natural sequestration systems for GHG, greenhouse gases. So you plant a tree, remember they take in CO2 from physics and biology that we studied many years ago. And so those are natural storage units, and we're doing that. But it's not just that, like I said, the end goal is carbon credits are generated and those carbon credits can be monetized. So these programs, amongst others, for example, another one would be carbon credit enabled clean cooking programs, so LPG. So there are a few companies we're working with, like Gas 360 and a few other smaller SMEs. We see that there is really interest in moving these forward because there's that benefit, right? Beyond just the biodiversity benefits, but also the revenue that comes from carbon markets. So these are just a few ways that we've brought about innovative solutions, not necessarily reinventing the wheel, but these things happen globally. They're working. So bringing them into Africa and into African companies has been very fruitful, and they are seeing the benefits.
I know a lot of people, when you talk about carbon credit market, a lot of people are always interested. They want to know how much they can make money from that market. So, I mean, it's good that you bring their thoughts from just looking at what can we do to say you can make more money, even when you are trying to reduce these emissions. Thank you very much. To Rec, I think we have a Felix, right? Yeah, thank you, Felix. I just want to ask what kind of innovative technologies have you put in place, to minimize carbon footprints in your own operations?
Yeah, indeed. Thanks for that very important question. Because the truth is, technology is one of the bedrock for sustainability, whether we like it or not. But the way I will look at it, I would start from saying what you cannot measure, you cannot control.
True.
And a lot of people have talked about data and measurements. So what we do, some of the things that help is the fact that we've deployed drones, right, as part of the OGMP2 initiative to really acquire data and understand your quantity of emissions from source and site. And then because you are able to identify and measure correctly, then we also have deployed things like FLIR, forward-looking infrared cameras that would help you to identify leaks, especially very minimal, invisible leaks, proactively identify those, and then it helps to then put mitigations in place to correct those leaks. So those are some of the things we've done. There is also exceptional base surveillance, where you are now looking at predictive maintenance, right? So you can then sit in your office and you are able to every time see your facilities, your pumps, and then because over time, you now understand the patterns. When things are about to fail, you quickly are able to detect them, and then you apply LDR to see how you can quickly fix those. One other very good initiative that we've used is the turbo tray technology. Whereas it helps to increase your throughput, your gas throughput, you are also able to then produce more, but with less energy. So a technology like that is powerful rather than you building a new train, because if you need to build a new train, then you need a lot of power and then you are burning a lot, increasing your carbon, right, emission. But using the same facility train, you are increasing throughput, but then at the same energy utilization. So these are some of the things we've done, and has really helped a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some use of technology. And I think that's what we talk about. Let's begin to utilize technology to monitor most of our processes. And that reduces a lot of waste. And of course, you are in the business to make money. So it also helps in increasing your income. We had joining us just before I asked my question, Mrs. Selina Ewoma. Did I get that right? Yeah, thank you very much. Selina is from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and she's an Assistant Director of Environmental Management Sustainability. So I would just ask this, Selina, I hope you've settled in now, right? Sorry we started earlier than the time, so I'm glad you still met us on it. I just want to know, what role does the NMDPRA, yes, play in promoting sustainability and in this reducing carbon emissions? What role do you really play? I know it's regulatory, but let's know more about what you do.
Okay, thank you, Valerie, and good afternoon, everyone. I got the timing wrongly. So at the NMDPRA, well, what we do is to regulate the midstream and downstream petroleum operations. And one key mandate we have is to regulate infrastructural development and operations in a safe, environmentally sustainable manner. What we do at the DPR, we've churned out quite a number of regulations and guidelines. which gets towards achieving a cleaner and sustainable environment. And also we have projects or we facilitate and encourage projects whereby gas is being utilized instead of flare. As some of you have seen in the news or on our media handles, we've been churning out some projects whereby gas is being utilized and for the production of CNG. We have the Midstream and Downstream Gas Infrastructure Fund, which is a fund that is established to support private partnership in projects that would bring about utilization of gas. So just recently, we launched the CNG project in the University of Abuja, whereby gas, LNG, is being converted to CNG and utilized for transport within the campuses and also powering the university. More of such projects will come. We also have tools like audits, inspections that are geared towards ensuring proper utilization of gas. And if gas is being utilized, you have less emissions. And so you're building infrastructure, empowering people, creating jobs, solving problems like power issues, transport issues, and then you're making it sustainable because you're utilizing the resources in a manner in which future generations would also get to utilize the resources sustainably. We also encourage a hybrid model of use of energy. Some of the retail outlets we do license are utilizing both solar and petroleum liquids, petroleum products. So they're kind of cutting costs and also protecting the environment. So instead of depending on running their operations on just maybe diesel or fuel, they're also combining solar power to utilize and power. So it's a win-win for them. They're protecting the environment or cutting down emissions, and as well cutting down costs for their operations. We also are doing some kind of advocacy and public awareness by engaging with stakeholders, having partnerships. We have quite a lot of programs going on, both locally and internationally. We engage with stakeholders. We have an initiative which is yet to be launched, but we've had quite a number of engagements with stakeholders. The initiative is called the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Sustainability Initiative, although the name is going to change to reflect that it's a stakeholders engagement. So it's looking at 5 thematic areas: infrastructure, it's looking at capacity building, it's looking at technology, green economy, and I can't remember the last one, but I will remember. I'll mention it in the course of the discussions. Also, in terms of the energy transition support, this NISI, which I just spoke about, is also one tool we are using in trying to attain our net zero target. So as the discussions comes up, I think I can elaborate more on these aspects I've spoken about.
Thank you very much. I mean, you've gone beyond your role and told us some of those initiatives that your organization has come out with. I think it was yesterday was the first day, right? Yesterday, somebody actually told me about the CNG in Abuja University. But then this is going to take me to regulation, supervision, monitoring, and evaluating what has been done. To what extent do you monitor some of these initiatives? Because I'll give you on this CNG in Abuja University, transportation, clean transportation. But somehow, we all know that people say CNG makes transportation cheaper and cleaner. But most of these CNG transport services charge the same as the other transporters, are charging. So on the long run, we are getting the clean energy, but we are not getting the cost save. So to what extent do you really monitor and supervise some of those of your initiatives that you have talked about. I'm just giving that as one example. So a lot of initiatives, but how much supervision and monitoring do you put in place? Do you have the manpower, the capacity there to be able to monitor and evaluate some of these initiatives? Thank you.
All right, thank you for that question. And it's a very good and insightful one. So as I said, it's a collaborative efforts. We work with partners, with stakeholders. Our regulatory roles are limited. So in terms of consumer protection, yes, there's another agency that does that. So this NICI that I spoke about, it's looking at engaging all relevant stakeholders that have business to do with anything sustainability, both power, both social, economic, technological, right? So we do our bits and we would work with other partners to ensure that the objective or the goal is being met. So while we have been able to get the CNG across to the people that need the CNG, it is also the responsibility of other agencies to do their bit. So if we collaborate, everybody does their bit, we would get to the target or achieve the goal.
Thank you very much. I will just go back to Otome. I know you've talked about some initiatives you have, the forestation and deforestation project, and introducing some of your customers to the carbon credit market and all. How do you measure the impact of your sustainability initiatives with these organizations? To what extent can you say they've been successful?
That's a very good question. So one of the metrics we use is an ESG scorecard, right? So yes, you have this plan, but in operationalizing this plan, how well are you doing? So there's the before and there's the after. So we do regular checkbacks with our clients to see how they're able to implement the programs in place. So typically a decarbonization program is made up of several elements, right? So depending on the size of your operations, the plan for growth, right? And also the interfaces. Remember in GHG emission categorization, you have direct, indirect operations, and then you have what is, I would say, black box, the scope 3, which is upstream and downstream your operations. So how do you also monitor that, right? So in your, for example, your vendor selection process, do you take into account what the folks who are providing inputs into your process are doing with respect to how they treat the environment, how they treat the labor force that works for them? What sort of governance system do they have in place, diversity and equity and inclusion? You might say that you're overstepping, but it's gotten to that point that we encourage companies to monitor, what comes into their system, and then downstream, how are their products utilized, right? In the Western world today, you see that you have two sets of products. One is is friendly, environmental friendly product. The other one is not. And because of the culture that has been embedded, people tend to go for products now that are friendly to the ecosystem, right? We're still getting there here in this part of the world, but gradually, as awareness and all the efforts that both private and public institutions are doing to create that knowledge, because there's a knowledge gap clearly. We will see the change in behaviors and cultures. People want to go for products that are sustainable, that contribute positively to the environment. So we help companies to do those checks routinely, set those KPIs, and then they follow through and improve on their ability to operationalize those plans. So it's a work in progress. It's a journey. That's what we tell people. You can't get it right in the first year, but as you look back, you keep improving, and ultimately you achieve your goal.
Very much. I'll go back to NNPC now. I don't know. Do you have measures in place to measure the effectiveness of some of these sustainability programs or initiatives you said you have? NNPC has quite a lot, and I know that in recent times you've had some joint programs with some other stakeholders when it comes to reducing green gas emission and getting involved in the renewable energy space. So can you tell us how you measure the effectiveness of some of these your initiatives?
Okay, let me speak like Otome. We like money too, not just Otome liking money. And so I think the test of effectiveness for us will be in the profitability for us as a business, as a going concern, right? So, I mean, we can pay the advisors, comply with regulators, but the bottom line, it's very key for us. So one of the ways we gauge effectiveness is how much it contributes to the bottom line. Because I would say as a reasonable and prudent operator in the industry, we have been responsible, environmentally responsible, right? So, and we're continuously improving that. So checking out these measures. So we have a strategy, we have a sustainability strategy. We've set KPIs around them. So we know the key indicators we're looking out for. And we're able to provide reports. So we're actually on the third year of our reporting for 2022 when we set out our baseline reports. We've done it 2023, we've done it 2024. Still some data gaps. And we also have external bodies. So we have obligations on us. I would say like this year was the first time we reported our data to OGMP, you know, in line with pursuit for OGMP 2.0. So, I mean, it was a level 1, but it was really a great progress from the point of data to data. So what that helps us to do really is to begin to see our maturation, right, in understanding our business, understanding our footprints, and see how we can address that. So instead of just focusing on from data for the purpose of reporting, we begin to look at data for the purpose of wealth creation, you know, that it can really help for us. So we have the internal part, internal report, which we look at, and then reports to management. And the good thing is that the current GCO, it's coming from Shell, and it's very passionate about sustainability. And he's asked for, you know, continuous engagement. So we have management interested in seeing our reports and reviewing those issues that are outliers of our reports and guiding us on that. Then the external parts that we are also signed up to, there are standards you have to follow up. Those ones are clear, right? So we're also working on those things. So from the KPIs that we have set, from the reporting, gathering the information, we're able to apply that's continuously monitor and then continuously improve our process. And like I said, the end result is we measure it. End result of our measurement is in the bottom line. How much does it return to the company? So, and I'll give a typical example. There was an asset that one of our upstream assets in recent times that just converted from diesel utilization to CNG. They have crashed their cost by 70%. So unfortunately, the taxi guy is not able to tell you how much he crashed in his cost. But for us as a business, we can see the effect. We can see what the low carbon is really doing for us. Yeah. And that's one of the things that really, when we talk about sustainability for us, we don't want people to see sustainability as a cost only, but look at it in totality of how much does it really improve, you know, in your overall business cost of business. If you want to review solar costs, for instance, in isolation, it would be expensive. But if you take it and look at it as a whole cost of, let's say, is it running your home or running your business, you will be able to see that profitability. So bottom line for us as a business is profitability, and we're able to size these initiatives, you know, into operations to see how it improves our profitability as a company.
Thank you very much. Yesterday, somebody said, oh, they didn't like the fact that we talk renewable, and then at the corner is a generator using either the fuel or the diesel, and that as far as it's concerned, that's not what we should be doing. When you were speaking, you had said that with the data you have, you do your analysis, and you know where to apply your renewable energy, and then sometimes it's hybrid. I didn't have the opportunity, they didn't take questions yesterday. I wanted to tell them that most times we don't, we always say hybrid so that people know that it is both renewable and fossil fuel utilization. So I just want to know what drives that, and to what will you tell people, because people see it as not being driving clean energy. That if you want to go renewable, you go renewable. Why go hybrid? So have you had any feedback, negative feedback for utilization of both renewable and fossil fuel in your provision of energy to people in Ghana?
Okay.
Also as a means of reducing your gas emission. So what's the feedback, negative, positive? How have people accepted it?
Thank you very much. So I think even this morning, before we took the stage, the last panel before we took over, I think we had people asking questions, and a response that came sometimes send a signal that some of us in the industry, we're a little bit jittery when the sustainability and then the transition starts coming up. But personally, I believe that Africa, yes, someone says just transition, but I say it is more of integration than just transition. And I say so because, I mean, throughout this summit, it is obvious that we have a deficit, and when it comes to accessibility, it's very low for Africa. And we can't pipe. What I mean by pipe is we can send gas pipelines to all the nooks and crannies of our rural areas that we want to give them electricity. So definitely you are going to rely on renewable, and that is where the integration bit comes in. If I need a certain type and source of energy that would power a certain level or kind of industry, I don't see why the little one that, or the less intense and dense one that can meet simple needs, I don't see why I should use the high one to replace that. What I mean is that if solar, if wind can power lighting system, and gas, oil needs to power high dense industries, I might as well save and keep the oil and the gas for those ones. So what I'm saying that we have to be targeted. We really have to be targeted and intentional about what we do. And when we do that, it will help us. I know some people feel that we talk about renewable just to save face because we will need it when we are sourcing for money, financing, and other things. But as I said, a time will come, and even now, you need it in areas that you don't have grids. So definitely, you are going to need the sustainable. For our place, the feedback hasn't been that negative in the sense that it is something that a majority believes that so long as we are in this business and the end goal is to provide energy and power our economy, we will need both. And so it has not been of a thing that let's just go either renewable or fossil, but combine and mix the two. And that is when we'll be able to meet our goals of reaching out everyone with energy and power. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to reach, we want everyone to be able to reach, to have energy. And so for the time being, we cannot say we are going all clean. Whether we like it or not, once you introduce renewable to it, you have actually reduced your greenhouse gas emission, because even the utilization of the diesel has reduced. If it was being used for some hours before, bringing in renewable, you have brought it down to a lower level of utilization. And so that also reduces your emission. Thank you very much. I'll go to Rec now, Felix. I know you have a plan, you know, the balancing of the gas in the energy mix, you are part of that target. So how do you balance your role in the gas in energy mix to driving a lower carbon emission? How do you balance the two? Yeah.
Thanks very much for that question. As we know, as a company, really, significant production, see, a lot of our production really is gas, right? So we already know that. And we are committed to continue both in the supplying gas, both in the export and domestic markets, right? But we are really doing that because it ties to our vision of enabling energy security and also enabling industrialization. So for us to enable energy security and industrialization, one thing we have done and balancing that gas with carbon emission, the drive for carbon emission, one thing we've done in a lot of our facilities to design and install associated gas gathering facilities where ab initio gas that we used to flare, right? We are now able to, and you know, as you flare those gas, you are increasing your emission, right? We are now able to gather those gas, right? So we've invested a lot, capital investment on those projects. You are now able to gather those gas, not just gathering them, but then you are monetizing them because part of them going to even your domestic market, right? So you can see clearly that yes, we are driving gas production and we'll continue to do that both in export gas space and the domestic gas space. But also, as we are doing that, we are also balancing that with driving reduction in carbon emission. And I've mentioned before some of the strategies we've also used. There are a lot more that we do, but I think I would just keep it there. Thank you very much. And opportunities. Yeah, again, I think one of the, let's look at it in two folds, right? The opportunity and the challenges, right? The truth is, one of the biggest opportunity that we have to really drive down carbon emission is the application or deployment or projects like somebody talked about carbon capture, utilization, and storage, right? That's a massive opportunity, right? Because what you are going to be doing there is you are able to capture this carbon, these emissions, CO2, and the rest of them, and you are able to store them underground. Clean energy, right? But as I look at the opportunity there, so it's something we will look at, but the truth is it's capital intensive, right? Very capital intensive. But also I look at it as an opportunity, but I will also bring a challenge from it. The challenge here is that you have a situation, if I look at the Niger Delta, for example, you have a situation where you have emissions from various fields, right? But the quantity of emission from a particular field or asset is not enough to justify building a carbon capture and utilization and storage plant just from a particular field or a particular asset. It's not enough, right? So even though we see the opportunity, what we then need to do is what I will call innovative collaboration, where you then look at opportunities from other fields and even other players in the other IOCs in the energy mix, and see how do we then have a central hub where we can bring these things together, and you now have enough volume or enough capacity, enough quantity, and you can then justify going into that capital intensive projects where we can build a carbon capture, utilization, and storage facility, because that's really where the game changer is, right? You're able to do that easily, but it comes with a lot of capital investment. So I think, so you look at the Niger Delta, the fields are just scattered here and there, so it's a bit difficult. But then what I would also recommend is if there are incentives, I think that's where collaboration is from the federal government and everybody putting heads together. I think then it's encourage us to go into that. Yeah. I think it's an integrated effort, both the governments and yeah, indeed, yeah.
It should be a collaboration.
Yes.
Somebody needs to spearhead it. Is it already in discussion? Because for me, it's one major solution to make it. So somebody must spearhead it while others come to the table to say, yes, we agree with you. This is what. So who should spearhead this discussion? Should it be from the private sector, from government, or from, when you say government, now there's also the government player and the government regulator. So who should be driving it? My question, anybody can answer. Yes, please.
Okay, yeah.
So we're looking for solutions, right?
Yes, so like I said earlier on, there's no point reinventing the wheel in different parts of the world. So I'll cite one example in Canada. There's a group called Pathways Alliance, right? And it's a group of 6 companies, Cenovus, Merck Petroleum, and 4 others. They produce about 3.2 billion or million barrels of oil per day. And they set up this group to develop methane emission reduction technology. So how can they drive research and development to ensure that as they grow, because you must grow your footprint as a business, right? That is the bottom line. Cash is king, right? So collaboration has made this research and development less painful, shared risk. And from that body, they've actually employed over 1,000 people from emerging technologies that have come out from that collaboration. Those technologies have been commercialized. So they've actually generated revenue, not just from within Canada, but in other regions jurisdictions where that technology has been deployed. So just to answer the question, the private sector plays a critical role, taking that leap of faith, working together with not seeing your fellow operators as competitors, but collaborators. That is one key step forward. Of course, we have the government to support these initiatives. And of course, you have many other players that can come in and spearhead awareness, because I think that's one key thing I personally have experienced, awareness of a lot of the benefits of these sustainability initiatives. Like Chinedu said, profitability is key. Some people don't see that holistic view of these sustainability initiatives. They're actually profitable to your OPEX down the line. So let's stop thinking 5 years. Let's think 50 years down the line, right? That sort of changes the mindset when going into these sort of things.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to add, so this is more like Nigeria, but internationally, collaboration, internationally, who leads? So I think yesterday, the Secretary General for Apple mentioned that they have groups, and I was fortunate to be in the meeting in Algeria. And so they've set up 4 groups for the research directorates for African petroleum producing organizations. And in fact, it is NNPC that is leading the group that is championing decarbonization. Yeah, so we can use that leg. If you go outside Africa, we have the Oil and Gas Climate Initiative, which is made up of the majors, about 12 of them, ExxonMobil, BP, CNPC. And what they do is that they share the resource when it comes to research, the risk is shared, technologies are shared. So these are areas that we can look at how we collaborate. And I want to say lastly that we talk about collaboration, but I give you an example of what we are doing in GMPC. So this is academia and an industry collaboration, but we are collaborating with them because the academia have something. So what I want to say is that we as individuals, individual companies, we should build our capacity, because I wouldn't want to collaborate with someone that I'm not going to get anything from. So we should build our capacity And that is when the collaboration will move on. Thank you.
Let me add some points because I was just being careful speaking so that like NNPC is wielding the horse of the regulator again. But the truth of it is that this discussion on decarbonization affects our industry greatly, right? So addressing the challenge, it's key for us. So we see it as, yes, Africa as a whole has a low carbon footprint, and then the whole world is discussing this. However, the whole world is also discussing opportunities to build the capacity to achieve this transition. So it is then provides down an opportunity for Africa to leverage on to assess those opportunities. So what are the things that we're doing? You talked about the OGCI. So good thing is that the OGCI expanded itself and created a group called the Oil and Gas Decarbonization Charter, which NNPC is part of it. And Rayek, I don't know if you've joined by transition from Shell, but we have a lot of collaboration we're working on, right? So we're working on leveraging technology, capacity development, and also like advisory services. So we actually have a session we are working right now with the industry, NMDPRA, NUPRC, and CCC, that's the National Council on Climate Change. And we've been inviting like Shell and some other companies. So where we are discussing some of these challenges in the industry around decarbonization and forging out a solution to them. And one of them is around the CCUS. So there's from next week, we have some of these sessions, from them. So, and we're also working on, so this is global, but what we're doing now is that we're bringing it home. So we're trying to set up a local decarbonization charter that brings together oil and gas industries in the country. Know that NNPC has footprint in almost all industries, either as a PSC, a concessionaire, or a co-venturer with the JVs. And of course, we're big players also for the independents and the marginal fields, right? So we have a lot of responsibility, and because of the impact on our business, we're also trying to bring down this decarbonization together. So, but we want to lead by example. So one of the first things we want to do as NNPC is to have our decarbonization strategy, so that by the time we're talking to others, we're demonstrating effort into what we're doing, right? So, those initiatives and engagement will take place in the coming weeks, and we hope to see how, where we have stranded fields like this, how we all can collaborate to address those capacity gaps, either it's a funding gap or knowledge gap, but we're really working on that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Leading by example. Yeah, you can't be talking to people, this is what you have to do when you haven't cleaned your own home. That's a very good one, and I hope that in the shortest possible time you come up with those initiatives that others can learn from. And if you know, this discussion is for Africa, so it's not only for Nigeria. So it's going to go around, everybody learning from it to improve whatever they are doing. I'll go to NMDPRA, right? Yeah, I want to ask Selina, how do you balance your energy security with the imperative of reducing the green gas emissions? How do you balance them, and what are some of the things you have in place?
Okay, so just before I answer your question, I saw on the who takes the lead, and I was getting the eye, especially from my neighbor. We are not shy, to take the lead, of which we are. And like I said, we have the Industry Sustainability Initiative, and it's a platform which would go a long way in helping us achieving that. So back to your question. Yes, balancing energy security and also compliance, in terms of compliance. So it's a challenge, I must say. And all those seated on the table would tell you that. So as a regulator, we're trying to grapple with people staying in business, people having jobs, people having energy access, affordable and available access without cutting corners and doing what is necessary. So the regulations are there, the guidelines are there. The thing is that it's a transition. It's called energy transition. And we have said times to that number, we would transit on our own terms. We wouldn't adapt what works in a certain part of the world because we want to follow in line. We would do it responsible. responsibly, but in a sustainable, in a just and sustainable manner. For instance, now the lady that sells gari in the market, you can't come and start preaching to her to use gas, because she can't even afford the stove, talk less of the gas she needs to utilize to run her cooking operations. So she still goes back to firewood. It's a process, and it's something that we would evolve from time to time. So as a regulator, we try and encourage, right? There are a lot of penalties out there that if you don't do this, you'll get this. But we try to put ourselves also in the operator's shoes, still wearing our cap, but do it in a manner in which we can pull their hands along and transit in a just and equitable manner.
Okay, thank you very much. We have just 5 minutes, so I'm going to take your last thoughts on what we've been discussing. I'm going to start with you, Selina. Which part of the value chain do you think has been most impactful in the green gas, reduction of the green gas emission? Which part of the value chain, downstream, upstream, midstream? Because we need to sit tight. People need to know what they are doing, and just in 1 minute, just which part of them, and which one has made the most impact in driving it?
Okay, so in this country, in our country, it's quite obvious. It's the midstream and downstream sector for obvious reasons. Yes, because gas flaring is something that we are reducing, and in reduction of that gas, where does the gas go? It's being utilized. So we have that being processed in the midstream sector. Like NLNG now has a 7 train coming up. We're moving from about 22 to 30 million standard cubic feet of gas. So you see, we have more gas resource, and then that can be utilized, produce other products like CNG, LPG, which is utilized in the downstream, thereby cutting down the emissions. So we're taking the problem and using it as a solution for our own good. So I would say the midstream and downstream sector.
Right, thank you very much. Felix, last thoughts,
Okay.
1 minute.
Yeah,
I
I think.
standing on my neck. So just one minute, last thought.
No, I think I would. She has said midstream and downstream, but I want
So
to.
you're
also,
happy that she said midstream and downstream?
No, I want to add to it the upstream. I think even in the upstream, we've done a lot, right? I just mentioned the Agis solutions and all of that. Even in some of our operations in the past for gas, when you clean up gas wells and you do your multi-rate test to a third-party facility, a lot of lead. But this is what we then do is we don't do that anymore. We just do a quick cleanup, maybe 3 hours, and then you line up to the facility so that you reduce greenhouse gas.
We're not saying you have not done much. We're saying which one has made the most impact that you and I sitting in the hall can feel, right?
Yeah.
That's what we are talking about. But kudos, you are doing very well. Yeah. Thank you very much for the new innovation, AI introduction, and advanced machine applications. Thank you. Alfred, 1 minute, last thought.
Okay, I would just want to say that we should treat emissions like the way we treat safety. When it comes to oil and gas, we should treat it like the way we treat safety. Thank you.
Very good point. Treat emissions like the way you treat safety. Very, very important. Chinedu.
Okay, I mean, I'm just going to stand by again and say that we're here for the money, right? So we have to think of it from reduce emissions, think wealth. That's what I would just say.
Reduce emission, think wealth. Thank you very much. And
yeah, I really like
World Advisory.
I like Chinedu a lot because
he likes money, because all through he
really
kept talking about
exactly.
We are there for the business, we are there for the money. I need to investigate Chinedu more. So, but just give me your last thoughts on this.
So the African Carbon Market Initiative says that by 2050, we'll be able to generate about 1.5 billion carbon credits, which would amount to $150 billion. Imagine that money in our economy, what it would do for all of us here. So let's look at gas. Gas is key. LPG, CNG, all those are cleaner forms of energy, and we can actually derive value from carbon markets and ultimately benefit our environment.
On that note, I want to say thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us this afternoon. It's been quite insightful, and we believe that the conversation will continue outside this room so that we know that we will be able to achieve 45% green gas reduction by the year 2030, by the grace of God. Thank you so very much and have a lovely afternoon. Over to
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just give me a second. Let me invite, thank God, Egbe, the vice chair for the committee, and thank you for doing it in the time that was allotted to you.
Thank you for
Please give a round of
thanking
applause,
me.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I appreciate it for that. Frank, please go. I'll bring it for you. Just
Thank you.
there you go. Let's begin to the middle. Let's begin with our participant from panelist from NNDPRA. Thank you, madam, for giving us your insights. Let's begin with her. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. And let's continue to the gentleman from RAEC, Mr. Koro, on behalf of Engineer Agunloye. Thank you very much as well for your insight. Charlie, Dr. Kwanzaa, thank you so much. Coming all the way, giving it a true African feel. We thank you for your insights from Ghana. The man who talks money and business, you have made Afiegbe want to stay back, eh? It's all right. Thank you, Chinedu. Thank you, Chinedu. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Otome, my man. Otome, thank you so much for your insights as well. We appreciate you. And of course, Engineer Valerie, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be served. We return from lunch, announce the winners, take a PTDF presentation, and take a final panel for, please, group picture, take a group picture with them. Please rest for a group picture. So, hopefully, I pray that you are able to cover your lunch in good time. What I mean by that is, as soon as you're done eating lunch, kindly make your way back into the auditorium and let us continue at 3:45. Let's continue at 3:45. See you at 3:45. Bon appetit. Thank you, technical. Please, all those outside who can hear the sound of my voice, make your way in now. We're about to commence with the final segment of Agis 2025. In the previous panel, and I think it was the panel on capital flows and market openness, the path to integration. Peter did mention that when they meet with development finance institutions from Europe, they categorically say that they are not interested in funding upstream investments or exploration. And our final panel today will be looking at ESG-driven finance. All right, so we're going to take the PTDF presentation, announce the winners, and move over immediately after that to the panel session on ESG-driven finance for a resilient gas sector. Can the volunteers please go to the dining area, or diner as Americans call it, and tell the participants who are still dining to come and join us in this intellectual dining in the auditorium. Frank, please send out your volunteers to bring people into the room. We need to start. Okay, let's keep the conversation going. The others will join us. And to take the presentation from the PTDF, I'd like to invite the distinguished SP member and the head of the gas division at the Petroleum Technology Development Fund, our hosts. Let's welcome Ere Iyala with a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, on behalf of the management of the PTDF, we should thank you for coming and making this event a success. Okay, as mentioned earlier, my name is Ere Iyala. I head the gas division of the Petroleum Technology Development Fund. And I'd like to let you know that one of the reasons we convene this event is to obtain insights from the industry as input into our training and research initiatives. I'll start by giving you a short idea of what the PTDF does. We are the premier capacity building organization in Nigeria, and we do that in 3 segments. We have the education segment, which all of you know as scholarships, and then we have the capacity building segment. We upgrade universities so in order to have a learning environment that is up to world standard. We also sponsor research through our research grant initiatives, and we institute professorial chairs also to support research. For gas, I think we have a professorial chair in the University of Port Harcourt. One reason why I like this presentation is that it is objective based. So for us, this topic was given to us by the organizers, and it enabled us to harmonize what we have done, what we are doing now, and what we could do in the future to support the gas sector in Africa. So the objective says that to formulate at least 2 corporate startup collaborations, MOUs, targeting real-world deployment within 9 months. In doing so, we looked at, like I said before, what we have done to support this objective, what we are currently doing, and what we're going to do in the future, based on the insights we're getting from this event. Okay, this way, okay. One in Port Harcourt and one in Kaduna. The Port Harcourt. Okay, so we have 2 centers of excellence as part of efforts to domesticate what we're doing. A lot of our initiatives are done abroad, so we want to bring quite a number of them, and we know that we have a lot of talents here that can drive the industry with our support and collaboration. So we have the Port Harcourt, which is handles, we call it the technical hub. It's focused on middle and low level capacity building, and also action research. That is, that's practical innovation-based research, as opposed to academic research. So we have advanced training workshops. We are developing specialized gas technology labs in collaboration with some of us that are here. We are also hoping that is in the future to have equipment for prototype testing. For Kaduna manages the management side of things, the top management training and development for the oil and gas industry. We also have professorial chairs as part of our efforts to support research. So this is just a snapshot of some of our, these are Kaduna facility, a very large facility sitting on over 110 hectares. And these are Port Harcourt facility, which is also advanced. It's completed as at now. And so we have currently potential partnerships with some of the industry greats to ensure that the products of those institutions are industry ready and industry useful. So in conceptualizing what we'll do with that objective, we looked at a 3-stage innovation pipeline. We also looked at MOU pathways. That is because the theme of the event is about building resilience through collaboration and innovation. So we looked at using our facilities to enable this 3-stage innovation pipeline. We have we have looked at the objective and seen that we need to have some form of prototype testing because we expect that innovation should not be managed at the top end alone, at concept stage, that's one of the challenges that we have here. Most of our innovation stops at concept stage, so it's not commercialized. So we are going to work with incubators and accelerators to ensure that we get the best concepts and we make them market ready. So in doing that, we in partnership with the industry, we're not going to do this alone. This is also an opportunity to seek for partners that would support us through expertise and also finance to ensure that our innovations are taken. We develop homegrown technologies for gas in this case. So at the Kaduna facility, we also hope to undertake management training. Two types of management training. Managing innovation is management, and managing the industry is also management. Because sometimes what we lack is the ability to manage innovation. So that's a gap we've identified, and that's our Kaduna facility will take care of that. And also, commercial deployment of the innovation is also important. So it's going to form part of our capacity building initiatives. So for the innovation, like I mentioned earlier, we have 2 innovation pathways and 2 MOU pathways. So for the innovation pathways, we looked at to start with micro GTL and other gas processing innovations for gas. Reason why we chose GTL is that it is one technology that has the potential to produce a wide array of useful products, from methanol to dimethyl ether to PMS. So it's going to build capacity along the gas value chain. So it's a process. It has processes in the process. So we chose it as we think that we are going to micro GTL, and as we all know, we have the flare gas commercialization initiative. So we hope to also make use of that, because the initiative on the gas side is to ensure that our flare gas is utilized through skid-mounted modular technologies. So we want to be part of that space in terms of innovation and commercialization by building homegrown technology to tackle the challenge of flare gas. And so we also looked at digital gas infrastructure as a research objective. We hope, in partnership with industry and the academia, and also accelerators and incubators, to develop AI-powered monitoring systems using technologies like in the Internet of Things, and also real-world testing, so that the products of the innovation will be valid for the industry and for users. And so we also need to develop talent, both in technical expertise and the management of innovation. And we hope that the products that are produced will be integrated in the industry, not sit on the shelves. Thank you. So we also hope to actively deploy the products of our innovations. So to achieve certain objectives. One is modular gas processing technologies. We also have, as a support initiative, advanced welding and fabrication, because most of these homegrown, most of these modular technologies will rely on welding and fabrication talent. And also we also want to develop digital monitoring systems like SCADA in country. So like I mentioned earlier, we are looking for collaborations from the industry. We are currently pursuing collaborations with incubators and accelerators. We hope that the industry will join us. NCDMB is actively partnering with us we are at the development stage of partnership to ensure that these innovations and local technologies are real and they are deployed actively in the industry. We are looking at also hydrogen production pathways as a future initiative. We're also looking at smart grid generation. Smart grid integration, sorry. So on the partnership side, in trying to look at how we can actualize the objective we were given, we are looking at in 1 or 2 months doing prototype testing in specialized gas processing laboratories, either third party, at least for starters, and then while we build ours, we're also looking at training it, which we're already doing. Like I said, the Port Harcourt facility is for training a technical, is designed to become an innovation hub, where not only training will be taking place, but incubation, acceleration, and other innovation activities will take place. So we have already gotten like over almost 10 partners, most of them industry. I'll not mention their names, but they are all very well-known organizations in the industry that are hoping to, and we're looking for more partnerships. So we are in 5 to 6 months after the start of this initiative, we hope that with collaboration, we should be able to pilot test with industry partners and validate the performance of our innovative creations. So, so how will PTDF contribute with its infrastructure? Because like I said earlier, partnership. We need to partner, but how will we contribute this? We have training facilities, very good training facility, which we are currently equipping, and we have we are also developing testing laboratories as part of our CSDT initiative. We have a skilled workforce. We trained over 20,000 Nigerians, home and abroad, especially abroad, in various technologies and various areas of expertise. Some of them are engaged in the industry, and some of them are, we hope that some of them will have the opportunity to contribute to this initiative. So we are also hoping from events like this to build industry networks that would help us to actualize our dreams. Yeah. So we hope that what we expect from this initiative, this objective, is hypothetical, but we believe that it can be done. Is validated technology, a trained workforce, because in terms of local content, we're still not there. We still have certain skills that are being outsourced to foreign nationals. So we hope that we'll be able to not just have local content in employment, but local content that would contribute to the supply, to the oil and gas supply chain through the manufacture of supporting infrastructure, even as much as pipes, nuts and bolts and all. So we would also expect that the products from these innovations will be business ready and can be scaled across West Africa. So now these are on the strategic side. We hope that like I mentioned earlier, we hope to develop both management competencies and technical competencies. So we would have executive leadership programs dealing with both managing the industry and managing innovation. We hope to have research collaborations with industry players. We hope to develop business strategies, because if your innovation as an output is not utilized, then there's no benefit. So we hope that we would partner with both the industry, the academia, and fellow government and sister organizations to ensure that there's a business development strategy for these innovations. So, and also we need to train people. We need to develop people to understand the industry and how to navigate the industry, including understanding regulations and other requirements. So of course we need, because most of these initiatives will be expensive. They require a huge capital outlay. So we'd expect to have partnerships, financial partnerships from the industry, sister organizations, and other multilateral organizations. So
and where they will need industry support to get it going. Okay, so technical, can I get the help I need, please? All right, thank you very much. Just before I go into the panel, which is the very last activity we're doing today, let me invite the Director of Venture Operations and Development at Cypher Crescent. She would come, she's been moderating the hackathon. Please give her one more applause, Dr. Niobong Nadia Albana. She would, you want to speak from here? You good?
Okay. So this has been very interesting, a journey for many of the startups over the last 2 weeks or so, developing their pitch presentations. I'm going to let Richard, my friend, say the names because I don't want to be biased. But I'm going to say this, the prizes are going to be milestone driven, which means that we're going to sit together and we're going to talk about the business plans, and we're going to see what you're going to use the money at. And every time you achieve a milestone, then the money gets dispersed. That's one. The second thing is, of course, you'll get mentorship from the team. And more importantly, also, you will get introductions to investors. Actually, I had some conversations and people who are interested to invest in some of the companies. And so we will organize some demo sessions for the startups to meet potential investors. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. Before I announce it, I will constitute the panel. While they are seated here and online, I will then announce the result, exit, and the panel will begin their conversation so that we'll have some bit of order. I don't want to distract the panel once they start, right? So let's begin the panel conversation. First on site with us is the Group Chief Financial Officer, Pan Ocean Oil Corporation Nigeria Limited. Let's welcome Dr. Oluseyi Ishola Oladapo. You're welcome, sir. On site to moderate the panel is Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer for Petrolon Energy Limited. Let's welcome Mrs. Adiola Akirimade. You are welcome. Joining them virtually, first off, is Regional Technical Advisor, Sub-Sahara Africa. Let's welcome on stage, virtual stage, Jeffrey Ken Biden, PhD. Please, is he online? He's not. Okay. Online, I'm also told we're joined by C-suite executive in African Financial Services, a thought leader, Mrs. Shekpo Haihambo. Okay, at least we'll have the two of them here. So when they join online, we will get them going in the conversation. But for now, our moderator and one of our speakers is here. It could become a fireside chat. The two of them know where the bodies are buried when it comes to looking for resilient finance, for a resilient gas sector. So we have experts in the room. In fourth place for the hackathon at Agis 2025, in fourth place. Now you're getting, remember I said what you're getting is seed capital, but let me reiterate what she said. What she said I have had the privilege of discussing with the founders of what was then a startup, Cypher Crescent. Sat with them for hours and heard how they started. It's inspiring. I've also sat down with the likes of the founder, one of the founders of a Nigerian independent that is now known as Aradel. I heard how they started, inspiring, right? What you're getting is not this money, it's beyond this money. Look at it that you're getting mentorship from people who have walked the path of startup and are today a globally recognized brand. That should be what swells your chest when I announce your name right now, okay? In fourth place, congratulations, and you are getting a taking of $500,000 Naira carbon-wise. Congratulations. In third place, you're getting, in addition to all the mentoring you will get, in third place, now remember, you're not going to get the thing here now. It will be given to you. What I'm going to do is at the end of this panel, I will have Cypher Crescent team take a picture with you, okay? So just sit through the panel and we'll get there. In third place, a token of 1 million Naira, trash formers. Congratulations. In West Trash, you should let's know, yes, let's give it an applause. In second place, you're also getting a token of 1 million Naira. My Gas from Cameroon. He's online. So congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the winner for our startup pitch at Agis 2025, 1.5 million Naira is the token you were getting. Congratulations. I thought you were going to say it when I was waiting. You don't know it? As a power up an MC, I'm the only one that knows it. In fourth place, Conix, congratulations, 1.5 million Naira. You, my friend, you have won. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. All right. Isn't that beautiful? So we're going to now move over to our panel, and I'll leave it on to you, Mrs. Akirimade. Please take it away from here.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I see a few alert faces and a few tired faces as well. So I'm going to commend you for making it thus far. First of all, I'd like to start by saying thank you to the organizers. Okay, Jeff is online, fantastic. Thank you for having us over, and we'll try and do our best to ensure that the objective of having us over is achieved. My name is Adeola Akinrimadi. I feel like I'm home. I come from a family of engineers, and I think more or less my mind works like that of an engineer. So I'm a finance professional by training and an HR practice. I have HR certifications, which would make me an HR practitioner, but I don't practice. I no longer practice HR. But I've also been the CEO of our assets, which is operated, which means I've drilled a well, I've produced it, and I've evacuated it, and I continue to be part of the ops team. That's just to give you an idea of how it is that from both sides, from the operational technical side and from the finance side, I have the experience and the knowledge to handle today's topic. And with me is my August panel. We don't have a better set of people to have this conversation with. We're going to move this from being a panel to be a fireside chat because it's more of a conversation. So you're going to be listening to a conversation between a group of people who have similar experience, expertise, and are here to deliver on the objective of knowledge, passing across knowledge, hopefully impacting policy positively, and just generally being here for good. So the first person I'll introduce is Dr. Oladapo. I'd like you to say a little bit about yourself. I don't want to read your bio. I want you to talk about yourself, sir.
Thank you, moderator. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
we stand on the existing or established protocol. And good job, SPE, at least for providing this platform. We sincerely appreciate this. I believe our continent requires this at this point. Okay, Oluseyi Oladapo. I work with Pan Ocean and New Cross group of companies as the group chief financial officer. And in terms of my background, I'm an accountant, qualified accountant. I have my master's in applied economics and project management, and also my PhD in credit management. And I've gotten more than 2 decades of experience moving from consulting to academia and oil and gas industry. And specifically in oil and gas industry, I think I spent like 20 years and I'm still counting. Thank you. And I believe the purpose for which we are all gathered here, like the moderator said, to be established. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who do we have online? Yeah. Dr. Biden?
Yes.
Is he online?
I'm here.
Hi.
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 Can you hear me? Yeah. You have been placed on mute. I can't hear you. Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, sure. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be part of this section. I'm Dr. Baden. I'm the Regional Transactions Advisor for the Sub-Saharan region, basically focusing on ensuring that we attract financing for low carbon emission projects by leveraging on the deal structuring and being able to make projects bankable to ensure that they'll be able to attract the requisite financing to meet climate goals. I bring to bear an experience of almost 2 decades working in various countries within the region on energy-related projects and also leading energy reforms in this space. My background strongly reflects energy financing, energy markets, investment banking, and basically ensuring that we would be able to work in coordination with various countries to achieve our energy transition goal. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's get into it. Like I said, I could see some tired faces, so we're going to give you some coffee, just so that we can get this show on the road and you get the best out of it. You know, there's a saying that he who eats the bottom of the pot actually eats the best. That's why you've got, you know, that Maggie cube that is called bottom pots, because that's called saving the best for last. So listen up, who knows, your next $1 million or $1 billion project might just come out of this conversation. And I mean that literally. You see the questions I'll ask and the solutions that will come true. Perhaps that's why there are not so many people here. It's not meant, the great things are not always meant for the multitude. So let's go. Now, ESG-driven finance for a resilient gas sector. That sounds like a play on words. It sounds like 2 things that are mutually exclusive. You want to talk about ESG and then you want to talk about gas. How do you even marry them together, oil and water? That's what we've come here to discuss with you, how to merge oil with water. Miracles, right? All right, so let's define ESG. So what is our thought here? We know that there's a mixed multitude here, from the beginner to the intermediate to the experts in this matter that we're going to discuss. So we're going to have primary school, secondary school, university, even maybe like doctor, go and obtain a PhD today on this topic. So foundationally, what is ESG finance? Let's just define it as briefly as possible. What is ESG? ESG is basically environmental, social, and governance, and ESG finance builds on that. It refers to investments that consider the environment, social, and governance factors aside traditional financial metrics. You know, traditionally investors are interested in how much return they can get. Is the business profitable? So ESG financing goes beyond that. It aims to channel capital towards investments that are not only financially sound. So please don't mix it up. It's not that ESG finance is so fluffy that it doesn't care whether you make a return. All it cares about is whether you're, green. You have to be financially sound, but you must also, in addition, contribute to a more sustainable and equitable future. And what that means is that where some traditional financial institutions might not touch your project, an ESG-backed finance will, because you're profitable. Maybe for the traditional finance institution, the margins are not significant enough to pique their interest. But because ESG finance looks at both sides of it, the profitability and the sustainability of the project, they would back your project. Environments in this ESG means, your carbon footprint, resource management, pollution, waste reduction effort. Social looks to the people, the company's relationship with stakeholders, employees, customers, community engagement, and governance, of course, government looks to leadership, the structure, and ethical practices. I'll start this conversation by saying there's a paucity of ESG finance in the country, and more so to gas. I think in about 2020 was just about 2.5 billion, and 70% of that was from development financial institution, 30% from private sources. And there's a reason why there's this paucity. When you understand that there's actually a shortfall of 27.2 billion per year, what that means is that there are projects that require these finances, which require finances up to the value of 27.2 billion. And at the same time, how much do they have in the pot? 2.5. Why? Dr. Ladapo, I don't know if, I'll just state one of the reasons why I know that ESG finance is not loving gas. It's like forcing two people together. I want you to love me, but ESG finance seems to be, running away from gas. And why is this? I know, first of all, that gas is not classified as being green enough for them. They seem to love renewables more. I don't know if you're able to shed any light on maybe one or two other reasons why ESG seems not to love, ESG finance seems not to be in love with gas.
Okay, thank you, madam. Well, it is not exactly that ESG framework is not in love with gas. It does. But, there are a lot of requirements that ESG framework actually demand from us. In the past, it used to be nice to have. The ESG used to be nice to have. But today, it is a must to have, meaning that it's either make or break requirements. So there are a lot of requirements on the part of project sponsors that must be actualized for us to access that fund that is available. And so on the part of the company, it must be an intentional drive to say, okay, I want to have ESG footprint in my projects from the project initiation. That is right from the time you are having feasibility study, all those technical and what have you. That footprint must be there for you to actually actualize that. It's more of like, there's a saying that says, either must eat an omelette, must break an egg. So there are things that people must do. You have to be very intentional about your project development and preparation to really know the feasibility of the project. That's in the area of finance, the market feasibility, the technical, the compliance, the risk management, the number of things that these international financiers are looking for. If you have those things, you will attract it. Just like we in Power Nation and New Cross Group, in 2010, we had a project around gas plant. And we're able to secure credit, the carbon credit, at least going to like $28 million for ourselves and our partner, NNPC. There must be an intentionality around it. And when you do the needful, when you give it to it, the platform is actually there to earn it. So meaning that we can actually have that access to that fund if we do the needful.
Absolutely
but we just
correct.
need to also have capacity development so that people need to know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I know you want to know about the carbon credits. It's a little question because I know that the minute you had 28 billion or million, your ears were picked. One other thing I'll add to what Dr. Oladapo said, the barrier to ESG finance to gas in Nigeria is social conflict. In Nigeria, we have unrest in the Niger Delta. We have frequent community unrests, displaced people here and there. And ESG funds, ESG finances love stability. So that E and the S and the G are very important to them. Yes, and then of course, our issues with political and regulatory risk as well, whether it is real or perceived, this is not a political rally. So I'm not going to say it is or it is not. But for a lot of investors, perception is reality. So if they perceive that there's regulatory uncertainty, contract sanctity issues, then they are less likely to come our way. Also talking about the environment, our high flaring issues continue to work against us because Nigeria remains one of the top 7 flaring countries globally. So those are things that serve as barrier. I'll still come back to you, Dr. Ladapo, about what could attract ESG to Nigerian gas. But I want to go to our man online, Dr. Biden. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Is Dr. Biden online? Is Dr. Biden online?
Yeah, hello. So, rightly said by my colleague in respect of the issue of availability of financing and the relevance of ESG as a key criteria that is actually being looked out to be able to finance projects in these contemporary days. I would say that the integral focus when it comes to financing of projects has been anchored much more on impact. And the impact over the years has been a bit complementary than competitive. Gone were the days where the focus was much more on replacement and looking at technologies that are absolutely low carbon emission, looking at focus on the renewables. But looking at the overarching objective of reducing emissions generally and focusing on achieving the climate goal, there have been a bit of shift in the focus of finance, where the focus has to be in reducing emissions. And as such, reducing emission cuts across renewables and also cuts across the gas sectors, and also demonstrates that the gas sector is also very eligible to be able to attract financing in the space. Now, what we have observed in terms of the major criteria or major barrier that has hindered the extent of utilization of available financing has to do with the extent of bankability, the extent of demonstrating to investors that the funds that are being secured for the space is actually targeted at being able to address the issue of emissions. And so for that reason, we need to look a bit beyond just the technological solution, that is coming up with solutions that would address the flaring of the gas, coming up with solutions that would just look at the impact of being able to have some technologies integrated. Now, one thing I say is it is not what technology would achieve, but again, it is what the people need. So when you are looking at when you're looking at financing in respect of ESG, you need to look at it from a bi-directional relationship. And where the bi-directional relationship is what the technology is actually being intended for, the various stakeholders that are going to be able to benefit from this technology, and the stakeholders are not just the end users. That is in the case of the gas, you need to look at the environment, you need to look at the government, you need to look at the people, and rightly, as you cited in the case of Delta State about security. But one essential thing when you dovetail the ESG broadly a bit more is the stakeholder of the end user, the level of affordability. Because bear in mind that you are going to achieve that carbon reduction when you are having these technologies to be used. And if the technology is not affordable enough for it to be used, then you will then be able to finance it. However, you have challenges with its utilization. And so it is key for ESG to be integrated, especially from the finance side, of which pressure is actually being put on various stakeholders in terms of considering it as an integral tool. Now, one key thing also that needs to be acknowledged is being able to have the baseline, where the baseline tells you that these are my emissions before financing. And if you provide the financing and you have this utilization, you are going to achieve this level of reduction. Those are the key benchmarks that makes it exciting for investors. So as much as possible, we need to look at a holistic approach when we are looking at ESG financing within the gas space. Thank you very much.
That part spoken about. And I'll speak because, you know, sometimes when we speak about these things, it stands as if we're speaking theoretically. But, you know, there have been quite some success stories, and over the course of our discussion, we'll pepper the conversation with those success stories, you know, like an akarabo. Put some pepper and some morishishi inside. And one of the things that one of the projects I'd like to talk about or mention to support what Dr. Biden said is the AKK project. That's the Ajaokuta, Kano, and Kaduna project. That project is worth almost $3 billion. It's valued at about 2.7 billion dollars. And it's basically a pipeline that is going to run from Ajaokuta to Kano, Kaduna, or the other way around. And it's carrying gas all around that route. I think it's one of the 3 foundational crucibles of the Nigeria gas project. And again, quite a substantial part of that is backed with funds because, like you said, they could show bankability and they could show that they were intentional, as Dr. Ladapo said. So it was easier for them to attract financing. All right. Now I have some. Dr. Biden, I'm just going to throw some questions around. Wow, we haven't even started and the time is already running. We're 20 minutes in, okay. So we have just 25 more minutes. All right. So, okay. I'm now trying to compartmentalize the question so that we get as much as we can. So I want to ask you 1 or 2 corporate governance questions. There was a particular question that I reserved for you because I wanted your response on that. Yes. So, Dr. Ladapo, how are ESG criteria currently being interpreted by financiers investing in Africa gas? You know, this matter of AKK that I spoke about. So how are ESG criteria currently being interpreted by financiers? Whether it's AFD, AFDB, IFC, how are they being interpreted?
Okay, thank you, moderator. At the moment, international financiers or potential investors, they want to see any project being sponsored with some certain things, like the emission reduction strategy that you are having on that project, the social impact on that project. They want to know the impact and the measurement. Because if it's not measured, it cannot be controlled. Correct. And you cannot show proof of impact. Then what actually attracts the funding is the impact, is the proof of impact. So they want to see that, and they want to see that pollution control. They want to see the government policies, because consistency in government policy, and if the government policy is inculcated with ESG guidelines. Correct. Like ourselves in Nigeria and in some of the countries in Africa, we are having directly or indirectly ESG concept and guideline, like in PIA now and in national gas policy. Yes. We have that decarbonization, all those are the ESG requirements. So they want to see all those things and consistency in our policies. Because, any project that will attract such will have a longer maturation. Yes. And it may be 5 years, like the project that you mentioned now, may actually take 7 years, 8 years. Yeah. But they want to see that even the economics model that you've run at the beginning with some assumptions are still valid by the time the project will be concluded. But that has been an issue. Then if that is, then it gives more confidence to these people that we can release the funds.
Thank you very much. You're absolutely correct. Those are the things that are required. And then when you're talking about legislation and regulations as well, in oil and gas under the PIA, when we're talking about the S of it, the ACDT funds. Previously it was almost ad hoc. Well, you take care of your committee, MOU based. But now there's this structure which gives them the power, but at the same time it highlights where you can invest the money so that it is not pilfered, it is not misallocated or embezzled. And I think more and more of that as Nigeria grows. Don't give up on us. Individually as entities, such as his entity and my entity, and I'm sure Dr. Biden's entity as well, we're inculcating ESG principles. And a lot of the times when we have due diligence conducted on the organizations by global investors, they are usually very surprised to see that, yes, Nigeria is not all bad. Yes. There are still companies and entities that can withstand the rigor of an ESG due diligence. So we're coming up, and it's getting into our legislation. So, but again, the reason why this is a regulatory fireside chat is because there's more to be done, and so just to encourage us that it's not all bad news. All right. Another question that I have is about carbon credits, because you mentioned it and you piqued their interest. So I want to say one or two things about carbon credits. And then I would also just ask you one or two questions about carbon credits. Somebody might say, what is carbon credit? Carbon credit is basically a permit to emit. So typically what would happen is a company such as Mr. Olapo's company or my company would have credits, in the sense that we have met up with the matrices, and we have, because you have to track, you have to monitor. We've met up with all the matrices and all the conditions for monitoring them. And at the end of the day, we get credits. And those credits, there are institutions, the organizations, there are countries that buy those credits from us. So my question to you, sir, is, can you tell us something about carbon credits and how they can be accessed? Because you touched on that, and I think it's something that will be beneficial to our audience to understand from a practical experience point of view.
Okay, madam. Thank you very much. Like I said, it is real. And one can actually have it. And the first thing is that project that will attract the carbon credit must be bankable. That's the first thing. And it takes all the qualities of a bankable project. And the ESG requirement that will give that carbon credit must have been enshrined in that project at the initiation. At that point, you may require a partner with certification. There are agencies Yes, it is by design
To it.
at all.
You design
So it can never be an afterthought.
Never.
So right from the initiation, the project must go through registration and some other things where you are going to sell the credit to.
Correct.
So meaning that at that point of project initiation, you are intentional that you want to hand carbon credit on this. You are meeting some requirements. And like I mentioned about capacity development, there are things that you don't have as a company, then you get a partner in place that would actually guide you, that would, we are that, that's a Carbon Limit Nigeria, work with us, and we created the project. The project was registered. We were reporting, because that reporting, that reporting aspect of it, that data must be generated.
Yes.
That carbon that you are producing, that you are developing, must actually be reported, and they must see the consistency in it, and you register it. And at the end of the day, it takes, effort, it takes intentionality, just like whoever that will eat breakfast on bed must be able to spend some time at the kitchen.
Yeah.
So it doesn't come free. So you pay the sacrifice, and at the end of the day,
you get the
have
benefit.
it.
Thank you. Just to add more color to what Dr. Ladapo has said, Nigeria is actually uniquely positioned to access these carbon credits. It's not as difficult as you might think. And I'll give us some options. You remember that we said I will give you workable solutions that you can take away and make money off of. It can come through gas flaring reduction, flare gas capture and reinjection, gas to power conversion, LPG from associated gas, and an example is Seplat's Quali gas flare recovery, diesel to gas, methane capture, LPG expansion for clean cooking. These are all means by which you can position yourself to access carbon credits via gas projects. My next question goes to you, Dr. Biden. Please confirm that I'm audible to you.
Loud and clear.
Generally, the way Africa is built and the way Africa has grown, we're not where they call themselves a first world country. I don't call them that, but we're not where they are in terms of energy usage, energy history, and energy security. Africa is still very much a fossil fuel rich continent, and we intend to exploit that fossil fuel and use it to power our economies to where they are and beyond where they are. So I do wonder sometimes, are we putting round pegs in, are we putting square pegs in round holes in terms of these ESG matrices? Is there a situation where Nigeria or Africa can build its own ESG rating or certification framework tailored to our own gas sector reality? That's the first part of my question. Is it realistic? Would it sell? Who would buy it?
Okay. Thank you for your question. And I would say that when you consider the emissions from Africa over the years, as much as in absolute terms compared to developed economies, our emissions are relatively lower than the developed economies. When you look exclusively at Africa or the specific countries like Nigeria, over the past 50 years, you realize that the emissions have been increasing consistently. Now, once the emissions have been increasing consistently, it justifies the need for us to be looking at what can we do to be able to mitigate these actions. As much as we are heavily dependent on the fossil fuel for our development, the thinking or the understanding is, how do you continue to develop your economies while using your fossil fuel, but again, being very mindful about the extent of emissions that it's coming up with? So indeed, we need to be able to consider what can be done to mitigate the emissions. And if it has to be done, it has to be done by us, and it has to be done by us in understanding the kind of resource that we have, the kind of development pathways that we have actually put forth for us, and being able to mitigate it. So to that extent, there is still relevance and there's that reality in considering it. But the pathway to be able to achieve that objective is what then becomes the issue that we need to contend with. And like I earlier indicated, whilst we pursue other options anchored on the fossil fuel pathway, we still need to consider how we would be able to achieve that reduction. And like my colleague mentioned, the issue of this reduction is something that you need to be very intentional about. And if we have to be very intentional about it, right from its beginning, then we need to be able to look at what we could put in place to ensure that we have the ultimate objective being met. Now, having said all of that, it's important that the benchmarks that would have to be defined in our pursuit and the extent that we would have to put in place to be able to achieve the reduction is very critical. I would say to developers, I would say to companies, I would say to the country that we should be able to move away from just preparing report strategic documents. But for us to be able to get that level of bankability to attract financing, we should be having that living operations that is geared towards that objective. And if we have that living operations geared towards that objective, we would be able to look at getting the required funding in the space. And so I would say that it's something that can be done. It has already started in the part of Nigeria, and we would be able to scale it up if we have that concerted effort in that regard. Thank you.
Friendly to you, Dr. Dakbo. Many African countries lack national ESG guidelines, and for the energy sectors, leaving companies to navigate fragmented international standards. It's a very similar question to what I asked him. So therefore, we have inconsistent reporting, we have missed investment opportunities. Do you think African regulators or Nigerian regulators should adopt a regional ESG framework for the gas sector? And if you do, what elements must it include to be ambitious and realistic? Because there's no point coming up with some set of rules which we seem to be trying to undercut, you know, what you're trying to avoid rather than plan. So it's too stringent, but it's stringent for a reason. So you want to create yours, but yours must be pragmatic and realistic. And like I said, it must sell. So you can't say they can't have 2,000 requirements and you come with 2 requirements because 2,000 requirements is stringent. There's a reason why it's 2,000 requirements. So is this something that we need to localize?
Yes, I will say yes with my
about bankable projects. Dr. Biden talked about bankable projects. Because I'm the moderator, typically I wouldn't say anything, but the good thing is that we're missing 2 or 3 people on the panel, so I get to contribute. Now, this is my opinion on what we call a lack of bankable projects. For every problem, there's a solution. One of the solutions I'd like to put out today about bankable projects as a barrier to supporting ESG focused gas initiative is there's a role that the government, the regulator, and development partners can play. It's a role similar to what I believe their name is Cyper Crescent. That's a microcosm of the role that these parties can play. It's as simple as having what I would call a project preparation facility. Sometimes ignorance is the barrier. It's not a lack of intentionality. It's not a lack of willingness. It's a lack of knowledge. So if we could create project preparation facility for ESG aligned gas projects, especially those targeting emission reduction, I think we would, in a short time, have a pipeline of projects that can actually access this ESG finance. So I'm putting that out there for anybody who is genuinely interested in ensuring that there's access to ESG finance. There's a middle ground to it. There's a hub that can be created, and I'm putting it to PTDF as well, that this is something that you should look at so that we can enable people to access ESG finance. All right, mindful of the time, I have 1 or 2 last sets of questions, and I'm going to talk about beyond the money. Thus far, we have been looking at ESG as accessing finance and accessing finance. But is ESG useful in itself without the money that we're talking about? I believe it is. And I'd like to give you an opportunity to talk about going beyond ESG, going beyond the money. Why ESG? Why is it relevant to the country, to the sector?
Okay, thank you, madam. And I think that will give us the true meaning of ESG itself, because the ESG framework helps to access and to evaluate the practices, business practices and performance using some guidelines around sustainability and ethics. So meaning that if you can pass the test of time around the framework, you will have the best practice in place. You will have practices that impact positively in your environment. You will have practices that impact positively on the products that you are offering to your environment.
Absolutely.
And in terms of your governance, you will have a lot of things to comply with. And at the end of the day, sustainable growth can be seen in what you are doing without firefighting and without defrauding anyone.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. Dr. Biden, any comments on beyond ESG, beyond the money, ESG beyond the money? What's the purpose of ESG? Is there any good in ESG beyond accessing finance? Your thoughts? Jeffrey. When you look at companies like Shell, you look at successful organizations like Coca-Cola, what they have at NNLG, you know, all the success stories that we like to tout. What has kept them going generation after generation, year after year, decade after decade, is their governance structure.
There's a word that I truly love. It's called intentionality. Start with the end in mind. I think it's something that we need to inculcate into ourselves, whether it's in our families and businesses in Nigeria. ESG is not just a nice sounding catchphrase. It's actually something that is of benefit. It's a term that has been demonized because, well, we feel we can't access anything that is related to it. It's just a term that is thrown around. No, it's actually an acronym that speaks to a business that will be sustainable. If your corporate structure is such that it is based on ethics, like Dr. Lakudapo said, you have equal representation on your board and your management team based on merits, the longevity of that entity is assured. If you take care of the people in your community, you take care of your stakeholders, you take care of your shareholders, you take care of your staff, the longevity of your business and the growth of their business is assured as well. Because what that will enjoy is owner-minded employees, engaged shareholders, investors that want to partner with you time after time. If you take care of your environment and not look at the short term, at the end of the day, this is where we all live. So taking care of the environment, it shouldn't be just about the money. It should be about the fact that this is where you live. It's just common sense. So ESG goes beyond the money. It goes beyond the finances to establishing business, to ensuring businesses are established, they grow, they're immensely profitable, and they're sustainable. So there is more to ESG than the money. But Jeffrey, are you able to speak to this before we move on to the final remarks?
Yes. Can you hear me? So basically what I was saying earlier on is the reality is it helps in achieving cost reduction and optimizing revenue for profitability and helping institutions to be able to look at their solvency and being able to operate in the long run. Now, we are able to look at how we can systemically develop human resource to be able to operate in a manner that would, first of all, make sure that the institution's staff are very much competent to be addressing some of these challenges that we have. Additionally, it would be able to create that sustainability that you just mentioned about companies being able to operate in the long run. I believe very strongly that it is a reality that is with us, and being able to work within that intentional approach would be able to steer us to our ultimate goal of development. Thank you.
On the role of ESG finance. Sir, so that question is to you, because more or less he has answered it. How do you see ESG finance still being relevant in 5 to 10 years?
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
But it's a function of our mindset and the action that we've put forth by turning and looking at ESG from being a barrier to a broad spring for value creation, assurance, and for sustainable growth of our business operation.
ESG, if taken rightly, is such that it might not even be called ESG anymore. You know, it's like learning the ABC. You say, I'm learning the ABC, but by the time you've learned your ABC, you don't say, I'm learning the ABC, you are just reading. If we inculcate ESG intentionally into our processes, into our businesses, in the next 5 to 10 years, it might not be called ESG, but what we'll have will just be stronger, better businesses, mindful of the environment, mindful of society, and having strong governance structure. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Just give me a few minutes. Just sit down, give me a few minutes. I will just take the final remarks for the summit, and then I'll invite a member of the committee and senior IPSM consultant for Renaissance to present you your speaker. Thank you, Park. And thereafter, take a family photo and we're done. Let's welcome Onome Jonathan. She's a business development manager for Cypher Crescent and a member of the committee as well. She will do the final remarks for the Agis Summit 2025. Please give her a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm doing this on behalf of the committee and also standing in for the chair, Chinyerobi, so who is unavoidably absent. So this is from her. Distinguished guests, partners, delegates, and change makers. As we bring AGIS 2025 to a close, I stand with deep pride and renewed clarity. Africa's gas future is not a distant dream, it's already in motion. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed the power of bold collaboration across sectors, over the past 2 days, we have witnessed the power of bold collaboration across sectors, generation, and borders. We've gone from potential to action, challenging assumptions, unveiling frontier solutions, and most importantly, building trust around a shared agenda. Together, we tackled some of the most urgent and transformative topics shaping the future of gas on this continent. We reaffirmed the role of infrastructure as the backbone of domestic utilization, from pipelines to mini LNG to last mile assets. We explored new blended finance mechanisms to de-risk investment, harmonized tariffs, and draw capital across borders. We emphasized clean cooking, powered mobility, and SME access as not just social goods, but economic accelerators. And we placed ESG, CCUS, and low carbon innovation at the heart of a truly future-ready gas economy. We celebrated startups, debated with CEOs, co-created policy blueprints, and launched a hackathon that turned raw ideas into investable pilots, all within 48 hours. But AGIS 2025 is not a finish line. It is a signal to move faster together. The open market agenda it's a signal to move faster together. The open market action agenda we've shaped is a commitment to impact with clear 6 months and 12-month milestones. And I trust that many of you here today will be the ones to deliver them. I would like to thank SP Nigeria Council, our sponsors, partners, speakers, and every silent champion behind the scenes who made this summit world class. To every policymaker, investor, regulator, entrepreneur, and emerging leader, thank you for showing up, speaking up, and leaning in. Let us live here not just inspired, but accountable. Let us move from gas potential to gas prosperity. Let us be the generation that made Africa's gas story one, of resilience, innovation, and inclusive growth. On behalf of the AGIS Planning Committee, I thank you once again. Travel safe, stay engaged, and see you at AGIS 2026. Thank you very much. So I also want to recognize every members of the committee of AGIS. If you're here, please can you stand up? And would like to say a very big thank you. Yes, please come on stage. Thank you. Thank you. Please come on stage. Don't be shy. Yeah. Thank you very much. And to all our vendors, we do appreciate you for putting in the work. Yeah, Kelvin's team, thank you very much. Good job. To Innocent, thank you. Charity, Ella, thank you. Christabel, thank you very much. Yes, and to SP Secretariat, thank you. To all the speakers that honored our invitation, thank you very, very much. We do thank you. So at this point, yeah.
Wait. Let's give them their thank you back. Please come, please come, please come. Yes, let's give our moderator. Thank you so much, ma'am, for in the middle. Use the middle, please. Use the middle. Use the middle. Thank you, ma'am, Mrs. Akiri Madi. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Please a round of applause for them one more time. Thank you very much. And to the GCFO of Pan Ocean, thank you, sir. We appreciate. Where's the second one? Please proceed. Thank you, sir, for. And then you take a family photo, 2 of you with Madeline. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, there you have it. Please, a family photo with Madeline, please. A family photo with her. And then you can just take your seats in the audience for a minute or two. The people who won the hackathon, just come first. Come for a quick photo. TG, we need you standing as well, but let's finish with this picture. Photographers, if they're up to 6, how many minutes would you take? Be coming down. Thank you. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we have the hackathon people? Thank God, Egbe. In your bong, please come. Guys, just give us a second and let's finish this one. Just go. You take picture with the Cypher Crescent team. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate this, ladies and gentlemen? There were 4 of you. Who is the 3rd person? Oh, it's online. Online. I said online. Online. These are Nigerian winners, a Cameroonian winner. Okay, take a quick family photo with them. Take a quick family photo with them. Quick family photo with them. Congratulations to all of you. So I'm just going to add small change to the money you want. Just, you know, I'm not as big as Cypher Crescent. So my money is small. I'll just give you 50K each. In addition to that, all 4 of you. So I don't know, maybe if I get an account number, I would send it to any of you and you forward it to them. So if you give me an account number, yeah, I'll give you 200K, just add that to them. All right, thank you guys. Thank you, well done, well done. Okay, committee, please. You can take a picture of committee, guys. Hold on. Yeah, committee, take picture of committee. Committee, please. Take your picture. Committee, take your picture. Council Chair, are you still online? Council Chair, we've come to the end of 2025.
I'm online.
You want to say goodbye before we leave?
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you to the team. Fantastic outing. Well done. Thank you, MC, for moderating this program very well. Thank you very much, everyone. It has been an amazing 2 days. Thank you.
All right, Council Chair. Bye-bye. Please spare a minute to scan the QR code on the screen and give feedback for this AGI so the committee and the society can serve you better in the future. Scan the QR code and provide the feedback. Thank you.